public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister James Griffin and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of environment and heritage. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for the hearing today. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, could everybody please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. So, on the swearing in, all witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Griffin, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, I ask that you in turn each state your full name, position and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both, the oath and affirmation, are on cards in front of you on the table. So if we could please begin with the witness on my left, Mr. Kidman.
Good morning. I'm Samuel Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Carmen Lee-Dwyer, Executive Director, Regulatory Operations, New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Tony Chappell, Chief Executive Officer, New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Atticus Fleming, Acting Coordinator General, Environment and Heritage Group, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Dean Knudsen, Deputy Secretary, Biodiversity, Conservation and Science. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Michelle Jumazal, Executive Director, Biodiversity and Conservation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I note that we will also need to swear in the rest of the witnesses. So if we could facilitate that through the Secretariat coming to the microphone at the edge of the table. Thank you.
Elizabeth Owers, Director Customer Service, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a good point.
Anthony Williams, Executive Director, Regulatory Practice and Environmental Solutions, Environmental Protection Authority.
Thank you. And thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Stephen Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Operations, New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Alan Goodwin, the Acting Chief Executive of the Biodiversity Conservation Trust. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Naomi Stevens, Acting Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Georgina Kelly, Executive Director, Science, Economics and Insights for the Environment and Heritage Group. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Kate Wilson, Executive Director, Climate Change and Sustainability in the Office of Energy and Climate Change in New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nancy Chang, Executive Director, Regulatory Policy Initiatives and Advice, New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Trish Harrop, Acting Executive Director, Conservation and Aboriginal Partnerships, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Andrew Nichols, Executive Director, Business Delivery, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you all. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We're joined by the Minister here now in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition from the crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you everybody for your attendance today, and we'll begin shortly with questions from the opposition, but just two documents to be tabled at now the commencement of the proceedings. Firstly, a document entitled The Final Report of the Coastal IFOA Operations Post 2019-20 Wildfires, which is dated June 2021 by the Natural Resources Commission. The committee now tables that document and note that the document will be published.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We had this discussion. The document is a Cabinet in Confidence document, as you can see on the front. It's still an active Cabinet document, I'm advised. It was stolen, it's been leaked, and it should not be given the endorsement of the Parliament by publishing it. It might be on other websites, it might be on members' own files, but we should not be endorsing its publication because we're endorsing an illegal act. So the government members strongly oppose the publication of that document, and I'll address the second one when you come to it.
Thank you. Just in response, I note that the committee did have a discussion about this, and that has taken advice and has looked at a number of rulings in relation to inquiries around privilege and documents in this circumstance. And the overwhelming suggestion is that a document as such that has been in the public domain now for many, many months, and applying a public interest test that we discussed quite rigorously at the committee meeting before the commencement of this hearing. The support of the committee was that the document be tabled and be published in accordance with past procedures of this committee and others of the House.
That's your ruling on my point of order?
That's my ruling.
We oppose that.
Thank you. And now, that is tabled and for publication. And now, was Mr Field tabling this all the time? Okay. Mr Field.
What's this one?
Thank you, Chair, and apologies to the witnesses. I'm doing this remotely, but I would like to table the document titled Advice on Koala Protection in the Proposed New Private Native Forestry Codes of Practice. It's dated September 2021, and it's advice from the Chief Scientist and Engineer. Chair, do I need to explain the history, or can I just table it and indicate that the committee's taken a similar position to the previous document?
I think it would be beneficial to just briefly explain the arrival of the document.
This document was obtained by my office under a GIPA request. Subsequent to it being to my office by the EPA, I received a request to return the document indicating that it had been released inadvertently. I've chosen to bring it to this committee and seek to table it and have it published for the following reasons. This advice now is almost a year old. It was advice that related to a decision that has already been taken by the Cabinet. It does not in any way disclose the deliberations of Cabinet, and as such, being considered under the same circumstances of previous committee hearings and decisions taken by the Privileges Committee of the Legislative Council, I believe there's a public interest in having this information on the public record.
Thank you, Mr Field. So I now table and note that the document will be published.
I'll do a point of order on that one as well. It's slightly different to the last one, but nonetheless, the Privileges Committee, which I'm a member of, reviewed the power of other committees to publish documents, and you referred to that in your last ruling. And indeed, whilst we have the power to publish, we also have responsibility about publishing, right? We're a legal body of the Parliament. This document, and I commend Mr Field for obtaining it legally and properly, as opposed to the last document, but the EPA, through their legal people, have tried to retrieve this document because it was released in error. And I think it's irresponsible that it has been returned, and therefore the government will oppose the publication of this document because through proper processes of government, it's been trying to retrieve it. And we should respect the legal position of the EPA and the government to retrieve that document. So we shouldn't be endorsing the publication of a document which they've tried to retrieve through proper and legal means. It's a different issue to the other one, but nonetheless we should respect it. So the government will oppose the publication of this document.
Thank you, Mr Mallard. Once again, the committee did have a discussion and came to a decision, particularly with this document, applying the public interest test, and on all occasions, the committee takes its responsibility very serious and of the highest nature in relation to Cabinet in confidence documents. However, there are circumstances where documents are in the public realm and the test then becomes a new test, and the application of the public interest test in this case has resolved that the committee will be tabling and publishing these reports. I thank you.
By the opposition.
Thank you. Right, let's commence with questions from the opposition. Thank you, Ms Sharp.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Good morning to all of your officials. There are many. And congratulations, Mr Chappell, on your appointment. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the State of the Environment report. Obviously, it was released late last year and shows a fairly disturbing pattern of the state of our environment across New South Wales. While I accept that there are some climate change indicators and those kind of things, looking specifically at, I suppose, the environment/nature indicators, there's 38 environmental indicators. 18 of those are indicating that they're getting worse, 12 are stable, and yet only 8 are getting better. What action have you taken after the release of this report to try and turn that around?
Well, thank you, Ms Sharp, for the question. And indeed, the State of the Environment report that was released earlier this year by the EPA did set out for stark reading and set out some of the challenges that we face with respect to the environment across New South Wales. In many respects, the State of the Environment report reinforced the good work being done by this government in many different policy areas and initiatives. And at the same time,
what would you point to that it was reinforcing, given the majority of the indicators are getting worse, what do you point to as showing the good work that's been done in the last 12 years?
Well, I think to take, for example, the complex nature of land use and the work that's been done by this government to increase the national park estate by more than 600,000 hectares over the past couple of years, combined with the terrific work of the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, which has entered into over 2,000 agreements with landholders, which has put under management and conservation nearly or more than 2 million hectares across the state. In addition to that, we've subsequently released, and you may recall a robust discussion when I was last in front of this committee about the Koala strategy, which has subsequently been released and enthusiastically embraced by many across New South Wales. A record investment in our marine environment. So the State of the Environment report, I think, articulated and set out very effectively where government needs to continue to focus its effort and its work in supporting our environment and our biodiversity. And for that reason, we continue to aggressively expand the national park estate, invest in national park, invest in private land conservation, and equally in the marine space, do very, very important work that supports our marine ecosystem as well. I've had the opportunity...
Okay, thank you. I might just stop you there. So that's given you all the positive stuff that's in the report. Let's talk about the rest of it then. Can we talk about the rates of land clearing, which have tripled over the time since you've loosened all of the regulations? What are you doing about that? Are you doing anything about that?
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, land use and the complexity of it is not only an issue that is experienced in New South Wales or Australia, it's in fact a global issue.
Sure, but in New South Wales, since you changed the laws, land clearing has tripled.
For the record, I didn't change the laws, but
well, sorry, you were part of the government that did. Look, can I just say, I'm not. We're going to have a very long morning if every time I ask you a hard question, you say I wasn't the minister then. You are part of a collective government. This is your 12-year record. I'm trying to ask you about that. So if we can just go to the change in laws and land clearing have led to a tripling of land clearing and more unexplained land clearing than we've ever seen before. What is being done to try and address that?
I very much appreciate that, and I'm trying to give a constructive answer. We are expanding our national park estate
sorry, I'm talking about land clearing on private land.
Yep, and with respect to private land clearing, equally...
Can't buy all of the private land and turn it into a national park, Minister?
No, equally, and I think it's worth, for those watching from home, 71% of Australia or thereabouts is held in private ownership, and so we need to work in partnership and collaborate with private landowners, whether they be in the agriculture industry or hobby farms or other sorts of land use. To that end, we have continued to fund the Biodiversity Conservation Trust and work right across New South Wales. I had the opportunity to go and visit private landowner who was working with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust to put a biodiversity stewardship agreement in place.
And everyone thinks that's great and broad support for the BCT. What I'm wanting to understand, though, on one hand, and the amount of land that's being put into the Biodiversity Conservation Trust versus the amount of land that's being cleared every year and increasing and continuing to increase. What are you doing to put a brake on the clearing on private land, or working with landholders, which we all support, to actually try and put this, or are you just sort of basically just happy to let it go at the rate that it's currently going?
No, not at all. There are two elements to this. One is expanding the amount of land that has some sort of conservation agreement in it, and we're working equally through our sustainable farming initiative to support and encourage landowners to participate in better conservation. Separate to that is the regulatory and compliance functions. We have our early change monitoring program. We have additional officers out there in the field that are working to enforce compliance.
We'll come to that this afternoon. For all of the public servants that are here, I will be asking you how much compliance you've been doing, and you can give me the numbers after lunch if you could. That would be great. And so, look, again, I understand that you're going to point to a lot of programs. I'm trying to understand whether you accept that the changes to the regulatory environment have led to the increase in land clearing, and whether you believe there needs to be changes made to address it.
Absolutely, there does need to be change made.
How are you going to do that?
And for that reason, I'm pleased to announce today that I have finalised the terms of reference for the review into the Biodiversity Conservation Act.
This is the 5-year statutory review?
Correct.
After you didn't do the 3-year review that was promised?
Well, I think we're on a unity ticket when it comes to the review, so I'm sure you'll share my enthusiasm that
I share the disappointment of everyone that you didn't do the 3-year review.
But you'll equally share my enthusiasm that I have finalised the terms of reference.
Great. Can you table them for us?
Shortly, we'll be able to do that.
Got to wait for the media release.
We'll wait for the media release. To your office first.
If you could give yeah, that would be good if you're announcing it here and we can't see it and ask you about it.
No, but I can give you complete confidence that the terms have been finalised.
I'd prefer to see it in writing.
And you'll equally be pleased with the eminent Australian that will be chairing an independent...
Who is that? We've got to wait for the media release. I mean, seriously, Minister, you've come here today to make an announcement to try and cut off some of the questions here, and you can't give us the terms of reference and you won't tell us who's doing the review because we're waiting for your media opportunity. Really?
No, with respect, Ms Sharp, I'm trying to...
I think you're disrespecting the committee.
I didn't want to have to do this, but inevitably we're going to have this point of order. Excuse me. Inevitably we're going to have this point of order earlier on in the day. Let's get it out of the way. Let the Minister explain what he's trying to explain. If you go through the Hansard for what just happened, then it's just cut off, and he's trying to say it. So let the Minister have some clear air to answer the question.
Trying to have him elucidate.
Yeah. I think the conversation's flowing. I think we're okay. The conversation's flowing.
I won't interrupt, Minister. I apologise.
That's okay. I appreciate your enthusiasm and support for the 5-year review.
When I said the terms of reference, yeah, probably. So we're going to wait for that. All right. Well, let's turn to some other... I just want to turn to some other items then in the State of the Environment report. I mean, land clearing is obviously one that's very serious, and we've got significant problems. When we talk about invasive species, I mean, one of the most disturbing parts of the State of the Environment report is that it's costing our economy around $2 billion to deal with a range of invasive species, whether it's deer, carp, weeds, dogs, goats, cats or lantanas, just to start. How much money are you investing in national parks to deal with weeds and pests?
Well, I have visited about 25 national parks since taking on the portfolio, and had
better than some of your predecessors. Very good.
Thank you. And had the opportunity to meet with the staff that are actually undertaking the controls. There's a significant investment, and I'm pleased to advise that we are delivering the largest feral animal control program in the history of parks.
How much?
Perhaps Mr Fleming can provide some detail on that.
We've almost tripled the level of aerial shooting, so the number of hours of aerial shooting taking place. So this year we're tracking for about 1,300 hours. I think last year it was, I don't have the figure off the top of my head,
Mr.
but around
Fleming, thanks. I appreciate
hours.
that. But I'm actually, I sort of want to understand, I mean, yes, you can offer baseline 3 times more, good. I'm not going to complain about that. I'm trying to understand how much money does National Parks spend on eradication of weeds and pests, and that includes, I'm trying to understand what the field officers do, whether the team's work, how much is actually invested, is being put into dealing with this problem that's costing us $2 billion a year?
I can give you a brief answer and then give you more detail on notice.
Yep.
The parks budget at the moment is significantly larger than any other budget in its history. We're spending more money on feral animal control than ever before in its history. It's very difficult to break that down to a precise figure because, as you'll know, Ms Sharp, so much of what we do is integrated. So our field officers, for example, work on a whole range of different activities, often in the same day. So it's hard to break down and allocate the cost to a particular activity. The best I can do is give you numbers such as saying we have tripled the level of feral animal control. We've removed over 70,000 feral animals from our park estate in the last 2 years. So I'm very confident that the level of feral animal control on our national parks is significantly higher than at any point in our history.
And when will we see a difference? Well, what I want to know is what's the plan for actually seeing the difference in terms of their eradication? So can I just say, very good staff in national parks. I love their work that they do every day. I don't get to talk to them very much, but when I do get to talk to them, they tell me these things. They tell me that they don't have enough certainty in the funding that they have to deal with their weeds and pest programs, that it's on, off, and then all of a sudden, quick, we've got to get the money out the door by June. They tell me that there's not enough dedicated people just doing it regularly, and they feel like many of them feel as though they're doing their best, but there's nothing they can do because the numbers are so high. So
I think the answer to your question, in part, is the recent budget included funding for 250 ongoing roles in parks. Yep. So I think you're right. I've heard also...
Just to be clear, those 250 roles were temporary roles that have been made permanent. They're not in addition. How many additional staff are there in national parks as a result of that announcement?
So the best way I can answer your question is to say that our FTE is over 2,000, which is a very significant increase. Again, it's easily the highest staffing level we've ever had. Those
very
roles,
appreciated after the cuts that have happened in the last decade. So very good to see you replacing that. Yep.
And the ongoing roles in the last budget will enable us to maintain that staffing level at or about the highest level in parks history. I think your other question around when will we see results is a really good question, and I don't think anyone has a great answer for you right now. But what we are doing is designing an ecological health monitoring program that we can roll out across the state. There's no national parks agency in the world that has got this right yet, and I've had discussions with others such as the US, so I'm confident in saying that. This will take us a few years to get right, but that will give us the evidence, the data to show not only what's happening with the populations of feral animals and the area of occupancy of weeds, for example, but also what the response is in terms of populations of native species and the health of our habitats. So we are addressing the question that you've asked, that it is a difficult question on technical levels, on resourcing levels, and it's probably a few years before we've got a really good answer for you. In the interim, what I can say is the level of effort that's going in is higher than ever. The number of feral animals being removed is very high, 70,000 over the last couple of years. So I'm confident that we're doing everything we can to address feral animals and weeds on national parks.
We might come back to this afternoon. Thank you, Mr Fleming. Minister, can we talk about wetlands in the State of the Environment report? Very disturbing in terms of the health of the wetlands. All of them are getting worse: wetland extent, wetland condition, and waterbird abundance and diversity. And while we're very glad that we've La Niña's been very good for one thing, which is that the wetlands are looking much better, but clearly there's been a huge impact. What specifically are you doing to look to protect the wetlands that we have throughout New South Wales, particularly given that they've been given a big drink in the last sort of 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had the opportunity to, again, see them firsthand, and the importance and the impressive biodiversity that is in abundance. Macquarie Marshes, for example, out in Western New South Wales, and the value and the importance that a thriving wetlands have for our state. and the biodiversity within it. We're doing a significant amount of work, again, whether it's through national parks or the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, to ensure that those wetlands are protected in perpetuity and get the support that they need. Mr. Knudsen or Mr. Fleming will be able to provide you with some further specific detail.
That's okay. We'll come back to that. Thank you. There's just a few. I've got a lot of things. There's a long list in environment, as you know, Minister. I wanted to ask you about waste. Again, State of the Environment report shows that we're not meeting any of the targets that we've set. Basically, construction and demolition waste is probably the closest that we're getting to actually meet the targets for 2022. What's changing that's going to actually get these numbers up, particularly with municipal solid waste?
Yeah, well, waste, a critically important part of a clean environment. We have, as we discussed with this committee last time, our waste and sustainable materials strategy, $356 million to assist in dealing with all aspects of the waste stream, recognising the importance of councils as partners in dealing with waste. I'm sure you'll agree, or members of the committee will agree, that the footage the other week of people's recycling being mixed with household waste was something that none of us want to see, and it's important to ensure that there is integrity in how people's recycling and waste is dealt with. To that end, the $356 million waste and sustainable materials strategy is setting out to improve the capacity infrastructure that we have in New South Wales to deal with waste and recycling. Indeed, this year...
Can I just stop you there? Great. Got a strategy, throwing millions of dollars at it. The last strategy, if you had been sitting here 5 years ago, you would have told me that the last strategy would have got us to 70% recycling of municipal solid waste. We've only got to 43% up to 2020. And commercial and industrial is only at about 52%, when again the target was 70%. Are the targets remaining? And B, how confident are you they're actually going to be able to be met?
Well, yes, and I think it's important to acknowledge that targets have been set. That's the first thing. I think some transparency and a goal.
Well, they're set, but if they're not met, as they weren't in the last strategy, well, then we've got a problem, haven't we?
Aggressively working towards them. I've had the opportunity to visit many waste and recycling facilities and see the work that's happening in action and the support that we're providing to councils and industry to get this done. Mr. Chappell might want to provide some further detail, or Ms. Chang, on some...
Well, sorry, can I just clarify with you that in the new waste strategy, what are the targets for the three types of waste?
So Mr. Chappell or Ms. Chang can give you the specific targets, but I think the fact that we have...
Do you not know what they are?
I'll have a look for you, but it's there's a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of detail to be looking at. But what I do know is the $356 million that we've put into the waste and sustainable materials strategy is seeing us aggressively...
Well, let's be clear, the money for that comes from the waste levy, doesn't it?
Yes, and other...
Okay.
Yep. Ms. Chang, do you want to provide some comment?
Perhaps just while she comes forward, Chair, if I may, there are some new targets in the strategy, including a 10% per person reduction target of waste generated, and we have an 80% recovery rate aspiration across all waste streams by 2030.
So you want to get to... So we've gone from 70, 70, 80 to 80 across all three, but we're, just to be clear, we're at 43, 52 and 76 is the last figures, unless there's updated figures, which we can... get into.
I understand we're very close to publishing the latest update. I'll just take some advice on whether we might be able to share that.
Yep, terrific. If you can come back this afternoon about that, that would be great. Ms. Chang.
Sorry, so I just wanted to make some comments in terms of the overarching target and how this strategy differs from the last one. So we understand...
Sorry, Ms. Chang, I've got a very limited amount of time with it. I will definitely ask you about this afternoon.
I'll come back this afternoon.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to just elicit from the Minister where he is at. Minister, why did you put an exemption for plastic-lined cardboard bowls after the waste strategy? Why has that exemption been put in place?
So we've, as you're aware, we, with great delight, banned single-use plastic bags in June of this year, and in November we'll be going even further in banning other single-use plastic items. There's been a great deal of work through the New South Wales Plastics Plan. Doing that will remove billions of tonnes of plastic from our environment and stop it at the source. In some circumstances, exemptions are required, whether it's for health or hospital use, where particular bowls or items are needed to be used in health or hospital settings, for example, or in some circumstances where there is not an appropriate alternative, even though there is some marketing or communications around appropriate environmental alternatives. In some senses, that is not actually the case. So the team have worked through the definitions and identified where there is an exemption that is required from time to time.
Okay, thank you. Minister, it's almost a year ago that the bushfire survivors for climate action won their case, and the Land and Environment Court told you that you must perform your duty and develop environmental quality objectives, guidelines and policies to ensure protection from climate change. Where are we up to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just think worth acknowledging from the outset that I had the opportunity to recently meet with the group that you've mentioned, the bushfire survivors, and want to place on the record my thanks to them for sharing some traumatic stories, and equally thank them for a fulfilling discussion about the judgment. I think it's fair to say that there is a community expectation that government and indeed regulators around Australia will do whatever they possibly can to ensure that there are good policies and legislation in place to deal with climate change. With respect to the judgment that you mentioned, I might pass to the CEO of the EPA to give you an update as to where the EPA are at with that matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, I'm delighted to share that we expect the release imminently of the EPA's draft policy on climate change and an action plan. It will cover three elements, the first of those being an educative information gathering and collaborative piece of work across each sector. There'll obviously be a very major focus on mitigation over time and the achievement of the ambitious climate change target the New South Wales government set of a 50% cut in emissions by 2030, and a major focus, as you might expect, on adaptation. And the EPA certainly has significant lived experience in that space in recent years.
When you say imminently, what date will we see the release?
I'm confident it is imminent. I can't give you a specific date, though.
So a week, 2 weeks, a month before the end of the year, imminent. In this place, it can be 3 years. I've seen.
Correct. Or never.
Yeah.
Or the ordinary meaning of the word, I would say, Chair, rather than, I think...
Ministers, not this minister, other ministers' use of the word.
Certainly conscious of the requirements of the court, and we take those obligations very seriously.
And also, can I just remind you, it was the current treasurer that actually said the week later on the radio that everything necessary to give it full effect. So we're really pleased to hear it's coming. Just give us a bit more about when it might come. There's a lot of people resting a lot of hope that we will lead environmental regulatory authority will perform its statutory obligation and deliver, and understand that this draft will be the first step, and we are well and truly 12 months on. So when do we think? Give us a bit more than imminent. Or do you want to find out and let us know what the plan is for release and get back to us?
No, look, I think as you'd expect, the EPA has been working very hard across government. This is a policy that needs to complement various programs already in place, and obviously the federal architecture as that evolves as well. But I'm confident it'll be weeks rather than years, if I could put it like that.
And Chair, through you, whilst respecting the independence of the EPA, I did give an undertaking to the bushfire survivors that it would be forthcoming soon, and also noting the 12-month anniversary of the judgment. So I hope that also gives you some further comfort to comments from the CEO.
Thank you. It's difficult, really, to take full comfort given the obligation and the statutory duties been in there for a very long time. And it did take an enormous catastrophe, trauma and public effort, an enormous resource to bring it to the attention. And I just like to remind, wherever the draft is up to, it's actually the role of the EPA to develop the objectives, guidelines and policies, not for the EPA to look at government and see how EPA's policies can fit in and fall into line. You're meant to be leading on this in terms of providing that hope for our survival. Thank you. We look very forward to the day we can see it. Just back to the State of the Environment report, and I mean, really, it's, you know, it was it's quite a catastrophic report, and we know we've seen the federal report, and we're now, week by week, or month by month, we seem to be adding more and more threatened species to the lists, and we're elevating or escalating their path to extinction. Minister, do you recognise that we are in an extinction crisis event and that it's unfolding in front of our eyes?
Well, I think, as you said, the State of the Environment report is difficult reading and was difficult reading. There were some good indicators and positive outcomes. Equally, in the last month or so, the release of the Federal Environment State of the Environment report was sober reading, and I look forward to hopefully soon having a federal meeting of all ministers of the environment across the state, and I'd encourage that to be called, and so we can get on talking about what policies could be expanded and harmonised across the country to get a good outcome. I think it's worth noting as well, though, that many people in what they read and hear about the environment can become quite overwhelmed with negativity and the challenges that it faces. But there are certainly some great initiatives and policy outcomes that are being delivered here in New South Wales, specifically with respect to species. We're well on the way to delivering 7 feral-free areas where we are reintroducing locally extinct species.
But they're all within cages and frames, aren't they? We've created these little sanctuary zones within the natural environment, haven't we?
No, with respect...
Is this actually the approach? Is that where we are to restore and put all of our faith and hope?
It is one of many efforts that we're undertaking. I don't think it's a fair characterisation to suggest that they're cages in any way. I'll let Mr. Fleming give you a bit more of a rundown.
I'm fairly aware of those programs, and I absolutely celebrate those programs. Please don't get me wrong. And I watch those people on the ground with awe, inspiration. They are mine, along with thousands and thousands of other Australians' heroes. They are the people out there making life worth living right now. That's not the point. It really is about what are we doing beyond these isolated projects, given the scale and the weight of what our environment reports are releasing. 1,043 species now at risk of extinction. We are in an extinction crisis. Do you think that we really need to be looking at how we can quickly and effectively expand our protected area network? I understand the good work of the BCT. What about the raw, fundamental function of yours as the Environment Minister to build our protected area network? What are we doing? I know we've got 600,000 hectares, but again, in the scheme of what we're looking at, how much land is in the protected area network? About 9.5% of New South Wales. What are you doing, Minister, to encourage a target to build that and to get us beyond the 10%?
Well, a lot is a simple answer. Continuing to aggressively expand the national park estate, working with, noting that 71% of Australia and essentially New South Wales is held in private land, meaning that, as Ms Sharp said, we can't simply go and expand the park estate into private land. So we need to work...
Well, we can purchase them.
Of course, and we're doing that. Yeah. But we have to also work and work collaboratively with...
What's our target, Minister? What's the target at the moment? What are we operating on?
Well, we have a role to ensure that we expand the national park estate and equally work with private landowners to encourage conservation on private property, which, as you mentioned, we're doing through the BCT and our Sustainable Farming Initiative. I also think that it's worth acknowledging the Saving Our Species program, one of the biggest in the country, $175 million.
I love these programs. As I say, they are the thing that gets me out of bed every day. What's our target in terms of our protected area network?
Whoever they're giving evidence.
I think you can look at the target. It's a complex question to answer. So one way of looking at the target is to say how many landscapes or sub-landscapes across the state.
So let's talk bioregions. What's our target of protection of each bioregion? What do we look at when we...
Broadly speaking, the target is, and I'm paraphrasing, is to ensure that we have a representative sample of all of the ecosystem habitats across the state. So a target hasn't been set to define representative.
Okay.
But no, I think it's fair to say that no one in Australia has set that target, and most places in the world haven't set that target, because that is one of the questions that is part of the debate. How high? What should that number be?
It would be good to have one to start with, wouldn't it, and build on. I now move over, thank you, all of you. I now move over to Mr. Pearson, who has some questions.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you.
And all of your staff. Just for a bit of a background to the questions I'm going to ask, it's as a consequence of an SO52, which was procured numerous documents, and the documents reveal multiple breaches of licensing regime, and it is a great concern that it appears that there are rarely any legal consequences for individuals, whether unlicensed shooters, commercial harvesters and meat dealers, who are in breach of various aspects of the Kangaroo management program. In emails from November 29th, 2018, where compliance staff listed reports of kangaroos that had been found with gunshots wounds to their body and orphan joeys, the compliance senior team leader admitted that they were not clear on the appropriate section of the department to respond to these reports and sought advice. They referred to the Kangaroo Management Working Group developing a task force to deal with welfare breaches. Minister, can you explain why a senior team leader in compliance would be so uncertain about the process to report animal welfare breaches?
Well, I think in order to answer that question and give you an appropriate constructive answer, Ms. Dumazel will be able to, noting that the commercial harvesting of kangaroos is managed under various ways. But Ms. Dumazel, did you have some further information on that?
So with our kangaroo management program, we have a strong compliance program there, and we do a number of audits and checks of the program, and so we support our compliance staff to be able to undertake the roles to make sure that the licensing regime and all the compliance activities are undertaken. So we've been improving our processes over the last couple of years, and we continue to do so.
Did that include the development of a task force, which was suggested by the Senior Compliance Officer?
There is now a Kangaroo Management Advisory Panel, which was appointed in November 2021. When the panel meets, the deliberations of that panel are then made available on our website as well.
But has there been a task force established to deal with the very problem that this senior officer pointed out, that they actually didn't know which department or which person is responsible to report animal welfare breaches to?
So
has that been resolved?
So we have a dedicated compliance team within the department. We have dedicated staff within our various regional teams as well. So we have a central compliance team that looks at the policy and programs and the overall requirements for the Kangaroo Management Program. And as well as that, we have staff on the ground in our various regions who ensure that the program's operated in accordance with the Wildlife Trade Management Plan.
How often are non-headshot reports investigated and evidence found? Because there's a quote for one of the department compliance officers says, well, we just have to write the cases off because we actually can't find, if there have been non-headshots reported, it's actually not possible to really assess them because the carcasses don't have a head on them. How is it possible to investigate a non-headshot when carcasses are arriving at processing plants without the head on their body?
Mr. Pearson, if I can just clarify a couple of things. One is that with respect to the overall coordination and the lack of clarity that you talked about in your first question, there is an interagency working group that has been established which is trying to get exactly at the issues that you're talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that. That involves local land services as well as ourselves in the biodiversity conservation area as well as national parks, because each one has a different role with respect to kangaroo management. With respect to your question about how to actually undertake an investigation when the head of the carcass is missing.
Well, it's not missing, it's standard practice.
What I was going to say, though, is that the head of our compliance area obviously is not here and is overseas. So in terms of giving you the specifics on how an individual scenario like that is dealt with, if we can come back on notice, because I certainly don't know the details of how they manage that in particular.
Minister, it's impossible to determine a non-headshot without a head being on the carcass. Wouldn't you say that's correct?
It certainly makes sense.
I'm speaking for the Minister.
Well, I concur with Mr. Knudsen.
But I mean, just sort of, you don't need to be an anatomical expert for that to realise that if your compliance officer wants to check whether a kangaroo has been cleanly shot through the head, how can that compliance officer do that unless they're with the shooter when they're shooting the kangaroo and then cutting the head off before it gets anywhere near a processing plant?
Minister, did you want me to?
Yeah, I accept that.
I mean, can you just
anatomically that would be very difficult.
I know you're not an expert
to do. Yeah, Ms. Dunn.
So our compliance officers on the ground, when they visit the commercial harvesting processing plants, inspect the bodies of they inspect the carcass for body shot wounds. And also where there's welfare non-compliance and animal cruelty incidents, we report those to New South Wales Police or the RSPCA for investigation.
And do you follow up as to what actually occurs in relation to that investigation?
I was going to say that I'm not aware that we would. Normally, if we referred something to the police, that's over to the police to determine whether there's sufficient evidence to prosecute a case, et cetera, or not. But just to make sure that I've got that right, we'll come back on notice on that.
Yeah, can you provide a list of all of the referrals to either the police or the RSPCA or the Animal Welfare League or the Food Authority in relation to animal welfare breaches? Minister, can you confirm that in 2022 the ABC 730 program obtained kangaroo program management data detailing some 744 in 1 year breaches of licence relating to overdue returns and other matters, which were yet to be entered into the wildlife management system. Minister, aren't you concerned about this number of overdue returns and other matters?
Well, any example of non-compliance with this program, as you would expect, does concern me, and I think you've understood.
744 would be alarmingly concerned, don't you think?
Well, I'm not familiar with that program or that specific number, but I can say to you that.
The internal audit that came through in the SO52 confirmed that was an issue. So how can the quota system have any integrity when we don't have up-to-date records of the number of kangaroos harvested by the industry at any given point in time, considering your responsibility is to not ensure that the kangaroo meat harvesting commercial industry is thriving, but your responsibility is to protect every wild animal in New South Wales from unlawful, unnecessary and unjustifiable harm. If your department has and the ABC 730 has been given this level of evidence, how can you have any trust or how can you be satisfied that this industry is being properly regulated when really, if it isn't, it's committing an offence under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. There are offences under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and the Biodiversity Act.
Well, I share your concerns, and thank you for raising that issue. I have great confidence in my team, every single one of them. They do great work. They've undertaken to come back to you on notice with some of the specifics of the issues that you've raised. We will do that, and I think Mr. Knudsen has something to add.
Just simply, I wanted to say that with respect to the internal audit and its findings, we can come back and give an indication of where we're up to with respect to implementation of the recommendations from that. One of the key things that we have, Ms. Dumazel and I visited one of the commercial harvesting locations. We had a fairly detailed discussion with the operators as well as our compliance staff about how they're moving to an automated system to get exactly at the issue that you're talking about, the level of rigor and clarity with respect to the data that's collected under the program so that the quotas do have robust analysis in behind them, and we can provide that on notice as well.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about threatened species and again go back to the State of the Environment report, which was very sober reading. We've got we've got 1,043 threatened species. Can I just check that we haven't had any more added since 2020?
Well, we have.
I sure hope not, and we're working as hard as possible.
Can someone confirm whether there are? Okay, while you're waiting, we can keep going. Yeah, no, fantastic. Thank you. Obviously, getting worse, the number of threatened species, communities and populations. There was over the course of the 2018 to 21 in the State of the Environment report, we've got a 2% increase in the number of threatened species, and obviously we've had droughts and bushfires and floods since then. Minister, I was worried to see the budget statement this year that basically is revising down the number of threatened species and ecological communities that we can actually protect in the wild. Why have you done that?
Well, this year the budget had more than $2.3 billion.
Yep, I'm not asking you how much you're spending. I'm asking on why you've said we've gone from trying to secure about 300 threatened species and ecological communities in the wild as the actual target and the outcome we're seeking. We're now just basically saying we're only going to try for 150.
Well,
why is that?
The figures I have are that more than 400 threatened species, whether plants, animals or various ecological communities, have benefited from the Saving Our Species program, which is one of the biggest in the country, more than 1,000 sites where
I've got that. I'm not asking. Thank you, Minister, but I'm not asking you that. I'm asking why in the budget, and I've got page 3 here of the outcome statement. There's basically a measure that says the number of threatened species in ecological communities on track to be secure in the wild, and it talks about drought and it talks about bushfires, and it basically says that the target now for 25-26 is that there'll only be 150 that are on track to being secured in the wild.
Ms Sharp, if I may, we can take on notice, I think, providing you with an explanation for that particular line item. I suspect it relates to one program. If you step back and take a more holistic view, that is certainly not the objective in terms of threatened species in the state. I mean, in national parks,
Well,
for example,
this is the key measure that's in the budget papers for you, the outcomes for threatened species.
I think for a particular program, I'm not sure if it's in the budget paper, but we also have a commitment to zero extinction across the park estate, and 85% of all threatened species are represented on the park estate. So
that's fine, but the species don't exist just in the parks estate.
That's
This is
right.
being the point, and I would never support, nor would I think the Minister would, that national parks are somehow the Noah's Ark of where we save species and we don't care about them anywhere else. I'm sure you wouldn't think that, would you, Minister?
Not at all, but I think it's important to acknowledge the complexity of this, and that's why we're investing in our, for example, sustainable farming initiative, which encourages the agriculture industry to undertake.
Thank you, Minister, but that's really not the... This is your budget papers. This is the first time we've had a chance to talk to you about them. There's a significant change in terms of the outcomes that you expect from the investment that's being made into threatened species that's massively reducing the number of species and ecological communities that you think can be saved. And I'm trying to understand that.
Well, I think looking at the projects and the programs that are underway in totality, under that $2.3 billion headline figure, there are significant advances in the amount of work that we're doing to support various species that are under pressure in various ecosystems across the state. To your point, the State of the Environment report set out very clearly what needs to be done. I am confident that, along with my officials, we're working as hard as we can to resolve those issues and support species right across the state, whether it's the Koala strategy, 156 million, biggest in the country.
Thank you. I'm just going to stop you there. Thank you. I know that you're good at reciting the programs. That's not what I'm asking you.
I'm just trying to give you a holistic picture of what's happening to provide some detail into why you're raising that particular.
Well, I'm interested in what we're actually doing to ensure that the species survive, and the programs, like Ms Higginson, I agree, are extremely important. But what we're trying to get to is, are they going to be enough, and are we actually turning around the numbers, or are we just going to continue to basically manage decline? This is really the fundamental question that I'm trying to get to here.
Sure, and absolutely committed to turning around those numbers.
Minister, what work are you doing on the commitment that was made internationally on the 30% by 2030 deforestation and protected areas commitment?
Working as quickly as possible to continue to expand the parks estate.
So just to be clear, the parks estate's around 9%, if we want to be generous.
Yep.
Do you consider that the 30% would be all parks?
No,
because that's not going to be possible in New South Wales.
There are different ways in which, if you were to take the 30 as a figure, but there are also challenges in doing that because it could be seen as a national number. But in New South Wales, we're pulling every lever available, in particular through private land conservation, and I think that that's a really important element of this because...
Do you have modelling that shows what percentage you're going to get to under that?
Well, we're currently 2.3 or thereabouts million hectares under management for private land conservation.
I'm talking about overall percentage. In New South Wales now, can you tell me what percentage, if you count national parks and the whole national parks estate plus private land conservation, what percentage of our land is that?
Well, it's sort of apples and oranges because there are many ways in which you can achieve appropriate protections.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Private land conservation through BCT is around 2.3, thereabouts. parks.
But what I'm saying is that we're a long way from 30%, and how are you going to be So obviously you've talked about you're going to have the Ministerial Environment Ministers meeting, which will be terrific.
I hope, yeah.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure Minister Plibersek will be organising it as we speak. But I'm trying to understand how you're going to report to and be held accountable for this commitment in this jurisdiction for the 30 by 30 international commitment.
Yeah, so noting it's an international commitment, therefore I think the intent...
Signed up to by Australia.
Yep, so New South Wales doing its bit, and we are aggressively expanding all areas that we have under conservation.
Sorry, did you give us a target of how... So you're saying you're aggressively expanding, okay, 600,000 in the last 12 years or so. How many are we getting in the next 5 years? So to 2030, maybe take it on notice. What's the target to 2030 for protected areas protection?
Can I just add very quickly?
I know you don't want to answer this one, Mr. Fleming.
No, I'd love to answer it, but the 30% target is obviously still being discussed internationally. There's a meeting at the end of the year. If it's a national target, it's then the state and the Commonwealth that need to talk about how that might be applied across Australia, what each jurisdiction's role is. And then
there are arguments, of course, that we've already made the 30% if you include all of the Aboriginal lands in Western Australia and half the desert.
So that's the real
I'm interested in what New South Wales's commitment is around the 30 by 30.
Towards 30%.
Minister?
Well, I would really welcome a discussion with the federal government to help understand specifically what they see our role is as a state, how much they need from New South Wales to achieve this 30 by 30 if they're serious about doing it. And I'd welcome a Federal Environment Ministers meeting to get that discussion underway. And once we've got that, we'll get cracking.
Ms. Sharp, I would also just point out that when you're talking about national parks or the BCT conservation areas, that's one type of conservation. There's also, as the Minister's talked about, need to get into private lands.
I thoroughly agree. We can't get there under protected lands. I'm not arguing, just in case anyone's unclear. I'm not arguing that's the way we do it, but I'm very concerned that we're nowhere even close to even doubling the amount of protected land.
And when you talk about private land conservation, figuring out what will be sufficient and appropriate in terms of conservation on private land, that's exactly the discussion that has to happen not only with the federal government but also internationally. That'll determine, for example, what other types of conservation actions on private lands would constitute counting towards that 30% target. The science behind it is basically saying that you need functioning ecosystems with about 30% protected. That's a floor to be able to deal with the changing climate, et cetera. So
and as we know from the State of Environment report, we're a long way from that. Okay, I might move on to some specific threatened species. Minister, I wrote to you this year about the parcel of land that Water for New South Wales Water is looking at. It's currently got a DA before Sutherland Council in Warrenora Heights. It's a very important corridor for koalas and greater gliders and powerful owls. A lot of good work done by citizen scientists to identify this on the edges of Heathcote National Park. Minister, are you willing to talk to the Water Minister and find a way to not have this land developed and instead have it protected as a koala corridor, importantly on the edges of Sydney?
Well, where we can, of course, and it's a fundamental key pillar of the New South Wales koala strategy. The first and foremost is to preserve critical koala habitat. We have commenced the actions within that plan, and equally...
Yep, I'm across the actions of the plan. I'm very across it. I'm very interested, though, that here is a living, breathing example. Warrenora Heights, there's a healthy koala population there. You've got government land owned by New South Wales Water. It's been there because it's been reserved for infrastructure for a long time, which is ironically, of course, partly why it's a good corridor. Why can't you pick up the phone to the Minister and say, hey, here's an opportunity for us to actually dedicate this corridor and protect it forever for this koala population?
Look, from memory, that particular parcel that you're referencing and wrote to me about had some complications with the local council and obviously Sydney Water. But I do undertake to you to take that on notice and see.
Well, you've already given me the answer, which is that there's only one. They're going to. There's some zoning, which is E2, that they're basically that they're going to put 5 houses on this area. What I'm saying is this is one of the easiest gets that is possible for koala protection, which is, I assume that Sydney Water is looking to get the development through so that then they can then sell off that land. Here is an opportunity, department to department, to come to some arrangement. You've got funding in the koala strategy to even compensate Sydney Water, although I'd argue that they should, add it in for the cause. I just really... Your answer so far has seen, look, it's a matter for Sutherland Council. I'm just trying to say to you, here is an opportunity, and will you take it?
Yeah, we've obviously got to work with all stakeholders on that particular parcel of land. We'll continue to do that. I guess you're illustrating as well the challenges and the complexities of having various.
It doesn't get any easier than this. Well, this is not private land. This is government land. It's got identified koalas in it. It's attached to other corridors that go into the national park. It's got a healthy koala colony and a new one that's been discovered in Heathcote. Yet you're saying it's complicated and we couldn't possibly deal with it. All you need to do is talk to Sydney Water and for your departments to actually work through how you could protect this corridor. Yep. You're just telling me you can't do it.
No, I'm not saying I can't do it, but I'm saying that as I set out there is the koala strategy, which is the largest in the country, and wherever... And
the last koala strategy, which previously had been the largest in the country, saw koala populations, we lost them by a third or a half. So... Forgive me for being concerned about just pointing to strategies as the way we're going to save them. Well, if we don't actually save the trees that they live in, how are we going to do that?
Well, they get listed as endangered.
Clearly, the bushfires of 2019 put enormous and immense pressure on the koala population. I sat before this committee at the beginning of the year and undertook to get the koala strategy out. It's out.
Okay, we'll get to that. That's great. And so Warrenora, you're going to have a look at it, but no guarantees.
I'll undertake to do that for you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We'll wait and hope that can be dealt with. With the koala strategy, I just wanted to ask you. Obviously, it's been released. There's been the upgrade to the status of koalas in New South Wales by the federal government. What review was undertaken of the koala strategy after that, and what's being done differently as a result of this change in listing?
Well, the koala strategy, the single biggest investment in any species.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of that. 193 million. Yes, thank you, Minister. That's not what I'm asking you. I just want to press you on this. Federally, New South Wales koalas have been listed as endangered. We've got a koala strategy. When that happened, what review of the koala strategy, if any, was undertaken? Or are we just confident that the biggest koala strategy, the $193 million, is enough and doesn't require any further tinkering or action?
A substantial strategy, and Mr. Mazel or Mr. Knudsen can answer your question.
What I would add, Ms. Sharp, is that obviously the strategy itself was developed in close collaboration with the Office of the Chief Scientist. It reflects contemporary science. There was nothing new per se in terms of the actions called for in the recovery plan put in place by the federal government with respect to koalas. It also, everything that was in that recovery plan is utterly consistent with what the koala strategy that New South Wales has developed is implementing. That being said, we're not going to sit here and pretend that we're going to get this absolutely perfect. That's why there are regular reviews into the strategy to make sure that we adapt it over time. But there wasn't, to answer your question in short form, there wasn't anything particularly new that came from the uplisting that we didn't already know. We knew about the effects of bushfires. We knew about the effects of...
But what the uplisting does is signals. It is a very large signal that, the house is burning down. that more action needs to be taken. I mean, Minister, are you that comfortable that your plan is so good that even though it's been uplisted, even though every single metric is pointing to the extinction of koalas, that you don't need to do anything differently from what's in the New South Wales koala strategy? Is it that perfect?
No. It actually sets out a long-term vision and will adapt to the conditions as they evolve and as they change. The fact is, it's a strategy that is underpinned by science, takes on board the best advice possible, works with leading partners like the World Wildlife Fund and Taronga Zoo, and sees us through more than 20 actions deliver on our target to double the koala population to 40,000 by 2050. It is not a static document. It will be refined and evolved as you'd expect, and we're committed to absolutely making sure that every dollar that's invested in it delivers great outcomes for the koala population in New South Wales.
All right, can we go to another example, which is the Campbelltown koalas?
Yep.
I think now called the Southwest koalas.
Yep.
There were 4 identified areas where there should have been crossings to protect the koala population in and around that area. The recently released Cumberland Plan only identifies 2. Why is that?
Well, the CPCP, again, a
Cumberland
massive...
Plain Conservation Plan for Hansard.
Yep. Is a massive undertaking, and the plan itself is informed by the recommendations of the chief scientist.
Yeah, so just to stop, I mean, my understanding is that the chief scientist identified 4 crossings, but you were only committed to 2. Why is that?
Ms. Dumazel might have some further information on that. My understanding was that the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan took on the recommendations of the chief scientist and identified 2 underpasses, as well as the fencing and also the additional acquisition of...
I'm across the fencing, but my understanding was that there were corridors that needed to be created with crossings from Narumba Menangle, Nepean Creek, Beulah Woodhouse, Malahi Creek and Ousel. That's actually 5 in terms of the corridors, but there's only been 2 committed to in the plan. That's correct, isn't it?
All I was going to say, Ms. Sharp, is I don't have that level of detail, but it's helpful that you've just said the 4 crossings, and we can come back on notice on that. Where we've been focused with respect to the plan is the overall outcomes with respect to the 11,000 hectares of key koala habitat that's protected through the plan, which is one of the largest conservation regulatory decisions in the country's history.
Just to clarify, so crossings will be installed at Wilton and Greater Macarthur, and then the underpasses will be done at Appin Road in 2 locations. So that may be the 4 that you're referencing.
Confirm that would be good.
We do that this afternoon, but
the plan is very difficult to read.
But you would agree it's comprehensive?
Well, no, not necessarily. Have you read it?
I've gone through it in great detail.
There's about 10 plans within every plan, so it's great. So the other issue that I particularly wanted to raise was the chief scientist's report into the Campbelltown and surrounding area koalas, was that they need wildlife corridors of between 390 and 425 metres, yet many of the corridors identified in the Cumberland Plan are far less than that. Why have you departed from this recommendation from the chief scientist?
Ms. Dumazel.
The plan is consistent with the findings of the chief scientists, and the corridor it's when you take into account the overall amount of the overall corridor. One of the things that we're doing with the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan is we'll be monitoring very closely the implementation of the plan and making sure that the requirements as identified by the chief scientist continues to be undertaken, and then we'll actually have that looked at independently as well. So this is one of the main features for us to be to continue to monitor based on our expectation that the chief scientist's recommendations were to be included.
Thank you. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just check, Minister, that you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, and thanks for being here today. Minister, I want to go straight to floodplain harvesting, if I could. You recently signed off on a couple of amended water sharing plans which implemented rules for floodplain harvesting in the northern Murray-Darling Basin in New South Wales. Before you did that, you received quite specific advice from your officials, and I'm quoting from a briefing note prepared by your department dated the 2nd of June 2022 that was released under Standing Order 52. I quote, EHG considers the proposed in-catchment targets to be too low to protect key environmental assets outside of extreme dry periods and do not adequately consider the long-term health of environmental assets. And a separate point, do not support the water management principles of the Water Management Act. Minister, why did you sign amendments to water sharing plans when you had advice to suggest that they would not support the long-term health of environmental assets?
Well, from the outset, I've had the opportunity to go and visit places like Yanga, Gundabooka, the Macquarie Marshes to truly appreciate and understand the importance of water when it comes to our environment out there in rural and regional New South Wales. I very much appreciate the advice and work that the team did to arrive at the outcome that we did. You would appreciate and know well that floodplain harvesting is or was the last unregulated take of water in New South Wales. And I think on balance, the fact that it is now monitored, metered, regulated, and review clauses have been baked into this demonstrates a commitment to ensure that there is a good environmental outcome when it comes to that method of harvesting. Mr. Knudsen can provide you with some further information now to help articulate ultimately why I signed off on their advice.
Yep. Sorry,
Mr. Knudsen, I've got very limited time and I know it's challenging online. I will come back to you this afternoon and I would just acknowledge that I'm grateful for the work of your team and see the extent of the work that you did. But Minister, this is a question for you. Is it the case that you just had a different view from your agency when they said that the rules that were in these proposed amendments to the water sharing plan do not adequately consider the long-term health of environmental assets and do not support the water management principles of the Water Management Act? I'm trying to understand how you were able to exercise your concurrence powers and sign off on rules that you knew did not meet the needs of the environment.
Well, respectfully, I don't agree with how that's framed. As you would know from the documents that you've received, there was a lot of back and forth between my department and water to arrive at the position that we had. Ultimately, in giving concurrence, I gave careful consideration to the benefits of licensing and limiting this form of water access, which to date, as you know, and I appreciate and know that you're passionate about this topic, has been unregulated and uncontrolled. There are numerous benefits and in fact a reduction in the amount of take that will be happening from these particular areas as a result of providing concurrence. You would have seen the comprehensive work that the team did, and ultimately that is why I was comfortable in signing the particular brief. I don't think anybody would agree that allowing this water to be unregulated in the way that it has been is a good outcome. And I can go to the specifics of whether it's Border Rivers or the Guida, the reduction in water that will be taken from those particular areas as a result of these plans.
Minister, can I just stop you there? I mean, I'll ask the Water Minister, he'll give me those answers, but I mean, the brief that you got, a separate brief, quoting from it again, DPE Water has previously advised that modelling of floodplain harvesting is not sufficiently robust to assess the impact of ecologically based targets. It seems to me that you were in possession of advice to say that modelling was difficult to analyse. We don't think that the rules that were proposed by the Water Minister meet the environmental needs. You've got the whip hand here. He needs your concurrence to get these rules in place. Why not use the targets proposed by your own agency and say to the Water Minister, you want this licence, so do I, but it's only going to happen with improved targets. Isn't that your responsibility as Environment Minister?
Yes, and that's why I fought hard to ensure that a review prior to 2023 will update the hydrological modelling to include more recent climate data, and in addition to that, that an independent review of flow targets will occur before any further amendments can be made, and by 2025 will be published. Because when it comes to water, transparency is what is needed, and so I fought hard to ensure that those review clauses would be put into the plans, they would be independently done, and they would be published. And I'm sure that you can agree that that is a good outcome when it's come to providing concurrence for these water sharing plans. So yes, there'd been a large amount of back and forth, but at the end of the day, by 2023, there'll be modelling undertaken to include recent climate data, which was a concern raised with me by many, that it was dated. And second to that, that an independent review of these flow targets, which again is a critical piece of information that has been contested, will be done before any further amendments can be made. And that's in addition to the restriction of trading licences. So I note and recognise your interest and passion in this, but I don't think it's a fair characterisation to say that these were signed off without giving appropriate consideration to the environmental importance and equally current and up-to-date data and two review clauses.
And just to back in this for a second.
Sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Minister, why not go the other way? Why not exercise the precautionary principle here and say to the Water Minister, put in place the targets that my agency think are sufficient, we'll do the review, and if at the end of the day we realise that we can meet the environmental needs of the river without those targets after we've done the review and the independent assessment and the climate additional modelling, then we can change it. You've given it up here, and you're hoping that once the review is done that we've realised that, holy smokes, we didn't let enough water get downriver and we're in another situation like we were in 2016, 17, 18 when we're facing an extreme drought period and we wish we sent more water down the river. This is your job as Environment Minister. Did you escalate this, or was this just a deal that you did between you and the Water Minister? So what point do you escalate these issues?
Well, plainly, Mr. Field, if we were to continue down that path, then this would have left this practice unregulated and ultimately would have been a recipe for disaster. The facts are that there are a number of environmental protections that have been built into this, and I can set them out for you. Mr. Knudsen also had some further comment to your question.
Yes, I just want to clarify what you're saying there. So you're saying that the Water Minister would not have allowed the licensing to go ahead if you got your way or your agency's way and got higher targets. Is that what you're saying was the risk here?
No, that's not what. That's.
Well then, why didn't you push harder?
Can I just? There's just one very quick point I want to make, Mr. Field. You talked about an email from the beginning of June. The concurrence decision was made at the end of July. In between those two dates, the inflow targets, the in-catchment flow targets were strengthened. The ministers talked about the independent review. That was added. The analysis of the net results with respect to the amount of water that would be retained, not extracted for floodplain harvesting, those numbers were lowered. All of these then led the department to recommend to the minister, contrary to its advice in early June, to take concurrence. So things changed in that 2 months is effectively what I wanted to say, based upon our discussions and the minister's office's discussion, the minister's discussion with water and the water minister.
Mr. Knudsen, can you provide to the committee the advice that went to the minister, the final advice before he signed off on these water sharing plan amendments?
I'm not sure that I can.
We'll take that on.
Yeah. I suggested it would be in the public interest to provide that, and then we'll know exactly how the minister weighed these things in delivering his.
So, Mr. Field, what I've said is the essence of that advice is that we recommended concurrence on the basis of the various elements that the minister and I have laid out with respect to the additional protections that were put in place versus what was originally proposed by water.
Minister, would you please provide, you can make a decision, I'm sure, provide that advice that you rely on in keeping concurrency.
With break time.
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Field.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Field. We're now going to adjourn for the morning tea break and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you.
All right, I have to go.
Just this.
And just noting, we're just a couple of minutes over, so we'll tack those on at the end. Thank you. Minister, just a very quick one, if you could. With the 2,000 agreements and the 2 mil hectares of BCT land that is in protection, can you confirm, are they all in perpetuity agreements?
Can I come back to you after lunch with that? I've asked for that information.
Okay, thank you. Just another one perhaps for you, Mr Fleming or Minister. Could you tell us how many brumbies have been removed since the introduction of the management plan?
Fleming, sure.
We we published advice that 334 had been removed.
Are you happy with that number, given the management plan and the program and what's committed?
Yes, so you'll be aware we're not providing operational details for a whole range of reasons to do with workplace health and safety and other factors, but I'm regularly talking to the team about progress to ensure both that the highest welfare standards are employed in all of the actions that we do, but also to ensure that we are planning to achieve the objective of 3,000 horses in the park at the end of the life of the plan, which is 2027.
All right, thank you. Can I just ask another quick one? Is the investigation report complete and going to be made available around the Mungo man, Mungo woman reburial?
Well, if I can just say, I mean, I think it's really important to acknowledge the terrific sensitivities that exist around that particular incident, and also the profoundness and of what occurred in the sense of the repatriation. Those communities, I've had the opportunity to go to Mungo twice now and to meet directly with the Aboriginal custodians and owners. It is clear to me that they have been on a very, very, very long journey. And within those communities, there are a number of sensitivities and challenges and a contestation of views. As you're aware, an independent report was undertaken. The recommendations of that report have been adopted by the agency. However, we will not be making the report
Will the traditional owners who took or were on the edge of taking the litigation and proceedings in the federal court, are they included and are they aware of the findings and outcomes?
So as the Minister said, I just want to acknowledge the very sensitive cultural issues involved here and the fact that there is a disagreement within the Aboriginal communities, and we're trying to address the issues in a way that is sensitive to that and obviously doesn't inflame any of those issues. So the investigation report is privileged. The two key matters which we have confirmed to the Commonwealth and which I'm happy to confirm today are we're satisfied that the 2 remains that were buried were done in accordance with the conditions of approval that were granted. So, by way of background,
what about the wishes of the traditional owners? Like, not just the group, the advisory group, but the individuals who feel very, very, very aggrieved.
The Commonwealth granted approval, and in that approval, they specifically indicated through a condition that we were to comply with the wishes of the Aboriginal Advisory Group. That is the elected body representing the 3 traditional owner groups. You're alluding to the fact that there is a disagreement within the community. I'm trying to treat that sensitively and not inflame it. We have an approval. The approval insists that we act in accordance with the wishes of the Aboriginal Advisory Group. We have indicated to the Commonwealth that the 106 remains, i.e. the ones that haven't been buried, we have reviewed and strengthened the storage so that there can be confidence from everyone that they will not be reburied at this point.
Thank you.
While the Commonwealth completes the process that's been activated by the other traditional owners to which you refer.
Thank you. Just on that point, how are we going with the handing back of Mungo National Park? How are we going with that? Are we nearly there?
Well, we've in fact announced ultimately one of the most significant reforms in providing self-determination for Aboriginal communities across New South Wales and the way in which they engage with our national parks estate by commencing historic reform which ultimately could see the handback of the entire park estate, not just Mungo.
So are we going to just leave the application for Mungo that's several years old and just wrap that into the new process?
There are four mechanisms through which at the moment Aboriginal traditional custodians can engage and have management of park. We've commenced, and I went and met with the Aboriginal Custodians Network, which brought together more than 50 traditional owner groups from around New South Wales at Kamay, Port Botany a couple of weeks ago to kick off our consultation on how we will evolve and undertake the handback. The first step of this discussion is to better understand the appetite and the different perspectives from different traditional owners across the state, whether they're managing the park or have engagement through an ILUA or one of the other three means through which they will control park. But at the end of the day, the feedback has been, whether it's the announcement to handback and remediate Meemel or Goat Island or the rest of the park estate, that it is a complex discussion, but we've commenced...
Does it involve, sorry to interrupt, but does it involve that in the event a handover does happen, that First Nations communities across New South Wales will inherit an enormous network of overdeveloped bike paths on the estate?
No.
Overdeveloped is your use of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely my use of the term.
I don't know about that. I mean, if we just...
Hundreds of kilometres, 80 kilometres here, there. Love bicycles.
I don't
love bicycles.
Make light of the announcement. I mean, this was one of the most historic...
Absolutely, absolutely. I just want honestly to know, are we talking also about the development that we're proposing in some of these protected areas, our national parks?
We're investing a record amount in visitor infrastructure to ensure that people across New South Wales, the record amount of people that visit our parks, get the best experience possible.
Thank you. I'm going to run out of time. Can I just ask before I do on this round, the report that was tabled this morning, the Natural Resources Commission's report, refers to the really desperate need to be protecting more hollow-bearing trees through forest operations. Are you doing anything directly in relation to speaking with your colleague about what we can do given the parlous state after the fires of the public forest reserve? And are you making representations that to actually take that public forest estate out of the logging estate and put it into the protected area network, are you suggesting that would be a good idea at this point?
Well, thank you for the question, and I'm sure we all agree that the impact on state forests and parks across the state as a result of the bushfires was staggering. It is my expectation that if any law is broken, no matter who is breaking it, that the EPA will be a tough cop on the beat to ensure that the legislation is being dealt with.
I've been watching the EPA's work.
I know.
What about adding the public forest estate now to the protected area network? Is that not just the circuit breaker here, and it would actually be a great thing for everyone and biodiversity in New South Wales?
Well, I'm aware of some great work and some very thorough work being done by the likes of the Wentworth Group of concerned scientists, Frontier Economics, who have put forward some views, and at the same time recognising the balance that's needed to supply timber and industry with what it needs. And ultimately, if you take a step back and you look at some of the unregulated deforestation going on that we would all have problems with around the world.
This is public land and it's yours, and you are the government, you are the current Environment Minister. This is such a circuit breaker. Is it something you think would be a good thing to do, to get that really important land and put it in the public network of reserves?
I am constantly engaging with my colleagues and the appropriate ministers to put forward to them ideas that make sense and provide the ultimate protections to our environment.
Please let us know if we can help you. Over to you, Ms. Sharp. Oh, sorry, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. I just wanted to follow up on some questions that my colleague, Mr. Field, was asking. So just to clarify, your position is that you provided concurrence to the water sharing plans based on updated advice that the department provided to you, that you have taken on notice whether you will provide or not, but that updated advice was provided to you recommending that you give concurrence to the plans. I think it was late July. Is that correct?
Well, there has been a significant amount of back and forth between my officials and water to arrive at the recommendations. I took into account all of that advice and all of the work that had been undertaken to ultimately provide concurrence.
And it's just that, as you can understand from Mr. Field's questions, the documents that we have seen indicate that the department raised significant concerns in relation to what was proposed at the time those documents were prepared. So I just want to clarify that your position is that updated documents were provided from Environment and Heritage that recommended you provide concurrence to the water sharing plans. That was the recommendation from your department.
That's correct.
Did that updated advice address the issue that was raised in the initial advice, that the plans at that stage were inconsistent with the Water Management Act? So putting aside the issues of the sort of what the targets are and what the intra-valley flow targets are, did that issue in relation to compliance with the Water Management Act get updated?
Anything that would have been ever put to a minister recommending concurrence would have to be consistent with the legislation, whatever legislation guides that decision. So in this case, absolutely, it would have been the case that it was consistent with whatever the relevant legislation would have been, including the Water Management Act.
Minister, did you take the issue of, did you, or perhaps Minister Anderson, was the issue of the established, like the final concurrence to the water sharing plans taken to Cabinet, or was that just something that you managed directly with Minister Anderson?
As is practice, my concurrence was provided based on advice from the department.
And so it wasn't discussed at Cabinet?
No, well, I'm not going to divulge what is or is not discussed at Cabinet, other than to say that the advice that was provided to me by my department took into account the principles of the Act, and it goes without saying that I took very seriously my role, which is to ensure that the environment had the appropriate protections as a result of any concurrence provided.
And so I understand there was back and forth between Mr. Knudsen and his team and DPE Water. Did you meet with Minister Anderson about the matter directly?
No, I relied on the advice of my department.
So did you have a phone conversation with him? Did you talk directly to Minister Anderson at any point about whether you were going to provide concurrence or where that was up to?
As would be expected, I have met with a variety of different views and perspectives when it comes to water, includes talking to my colleagues. I think the community.
It's a direct question. Did you talk to the Water Minister about it?
I just provided you my answer, which was I've met with a variety of stakeholders and different perspectives.
He's not a stakeholder, he's your He's your cabinet colleague.
Last part of the answer, which include my colleagues, such as the Water Minister, to understand their views and perspectives when it comes to this, because people in the community would hope and expect that in giving concurrence to something like this, you do understand the perspectives of communities downstream, the communities that impacts the various stakeholders and their views. That is how you arrive at
So you mentioned in your answer to Mr Fields' questions that you'd sort of been to a couple of areas. Have you been to Menindee?
No, I've not been to Menindee.
Are you aware that your predecessor as the Minister for the Environment also never visited Menindee?
Well, I've been to 25 national parks.
But I'm asking about the community in Menindee, and you haven't been there, and your predecessor didn't go there.
I've taken on feedback, submissions, views from people right across the state when it comes to water.
just returned. He's been to Menindee.
Are you confident that the figure that was arrived at in the water sharing plans that you gave concurrence to, 195 gigalitres in the Menindee Lakes, is adequate to protect the environmental outcomes there? Can you give us your direct assurance now that you think that is adequate to protect the environmental outcomes in the Menindee Lakes?
I will give you a direct assurance that up until this point, the last unregulated take of water was floodplain harvesting, and that is not something that...
I don't need your direct assurance on that. I'm aware that that's a statement of fact. So I have asked, the water sharing plans that you gave concurrence to included 195 gigalitres in the Menindee Lakes. Are you confident, and more than that, can you give us an assurance that that will protect the environmental outcomes in that part of New South Wales?
I'm confident that in making concurrence for the water, for those plans, that the benefits of licensing and limiting this form of water access to date, which had been growing in an uncontrolled way, now have regulation, are regulated, are monitored, are metered, and have two, as I set out before, important review clauses contained within them.
Minister, are you aware that 195 gigalitres in the Menindee Lakes, which is the water level in the water sharing plans that you provided concurrence to, is lower than the water level that was in the lakes when the mass fish kill occurred in 2018, late 2018? Are you aware of that?
Well, to give you, or to perhaps answer some specifics on the plan, Ms Dumazel or Mr Knudsen can provide you with some further detail, but I go back to my original point. There are a number of protections that have been built into these plans.
And one of those is 195 gigalitres in the Menindee Lakes. That's what we're talking about. You've said protections were put in and I was satisfied, and I've said the protection is inadequate. It was lower than the water level when 1 million fish died in the lakes. How can you have any confidence that that's an adequate target? There's no point having a target if it's not going to deliver an environmental outcome.
Well,
isn't that the case, Minister?
Well, the facts are that there are stronger access targets contained in these plans that ensure that floodplain harvesting can only occur in that management zone if a flow target has been reached or...
And that flow target...
No, if you'll just let me answer the question. Within 24-hour period, when Menindee Lakes is at a low volume, 195 gig, if flows fall or are likely to fall below that target, floodplain harvesting must cease.
That's great, except that target is so low that floodplain harvesting will only cease after 1 million fish have already died. Are you comfortable with that, Minister?
That assertion, look, the 195 gig target was included in the response to the Select Committee on Floodplain Harvesting, and that will be reviewed by an expert panel in 2025.
Can I also add, we'll be monitoring throughout, and the reviews are a really important checkpoint as well.
So, Mr Mazzell, if I might just follow up briefly there, if as part of that monitoring you are detecting adverse environmental outcomes in the Menindee Lakes, for example, you know, the kind of conditions that we see prior to a mass fish death event, and the water level perhaps is not as low as or near the 195 gigalitres, is there a process in which you are able to intervene or alert or act to ensure that that adverse environmental outcome isn't isn't seen? How can we be assured that that monitoring will actually lead to action if there are concerns about the environmental conditions in the lakes?
So certainly, as we're going through our monitoring program, we'll provide advice accordingly. As I was saying before, those checkpoints with the proposed review is an important part of that as well.
So I just want to clarify though, because the review is important. I give you credit. Thank you, Minister, for including that. But prior to that review, or sort of outside that formalised review process, it's obvious that concerns have been raised by people in the Menindee Lakes and surrounding communities that target is too low, and is there the opportunity, if the water level is dropping, if we can see adverse environmental outcomes starting to occur, but it's not at 195 gigalitres, it's not that low, but we are already seeing adverse environmental outcomes. Is there an opportunity for intervention?
Our role is we continually monitor what's happening on the ground, and we will gather the data and provide advice accordingly, work with others in terms of providing that advice as well.
So, Minister, to you, if the monitoring from the department is occurring, they're providing that advice saying, Minister, the water level is dropping, we are starting to see adverse environmental outcomes. They're doing the monitoring, they're providing you that advice. What will you do? Can you give us some assurance that you will act in those circumstances to prevent a catastrophic environmental outcome before it's too late?
Yeah, so to that, and to your previous question, if flows fall or are likely to fall below that target, floodplain harvesting must cease.
So I'm not talking about hitting that target. I'm talking about 300, 250, 200. The water level is dropping. You know, these things don't just happen overnight. The department will be monitoring. They will be telling you, Minister, the water level is dropping. We are seeing oxygen levels dropping. We are seeing the conditions that are going to lead to a mass fish kill. But we're not at 195 gigalitres. What are you going to do?
Yep. So harvesting must cease, take is time-bound, river connectivity is protected, and habitat for fish and water birds is protected during low flood events. Obviously, there is a role for us to play in the monitoring and ensuring that the ecosystem is a healthy one, and I will talk to my colleagues and ensure that the department is working collaboratively and practically on the ground with its agency partners to make sure that we don't have an experience like the one that we all know and note in Menindee. I accept this is a complex and contested area, and can assure you that in the making of the plans, in providing concurrence, I also took great confidence from the fact that for the first time this will now be regulated, and the review clauses to include the climate change, updated climate change data in 2023, and indeed the independent review in 25, set us on a good trajectory to deliver better environmental outcomes.
Oh, let's just hope we don't have a million dead fish before then. I might just quickly ask about Warragamba Dam Wall before I pass back to my colleague Ms Sharp. I just wanted to check your understanding of the status of that project. My recollection from estimates earlier in the year was that Minister Ayres had carriage of that project as Minister for Western Sydney, and the Water New South Wales was doing the EIS, but that the sort of Minister Ayres' department was sort of the lead on it within the government. Can you just provide an update of your understanding of where that project sits?
So I understand it's still going through those processes as you've set out. And you might recall that my officials provided their submissions into that process, setting out their views, their expert views on Warragamba and the proposed project. Ultimately, it, I believe, is still a matter for planning, and they're working through that as we speak. But I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a detailed overview on...
That's fine. I'll ask the other ministers too. Just to quickly follow up, I mean, yes, they provided their views. I think it would be fair to say they provided their concerns in relation to that project. Their concerns as you would know, that Indigenous heritage was not properly considered, that environmental impacts were not properly considered. Both Heritage New South Wales and Environment and Heritage raised a number of concerns. Do you continue to share those concerns? Are you continuing to back your departments as part of that ongoing discussion within government?
I will always back my department. I think the officials do outstanding work. I think that they provided expert submissions and insight into the concerns and a balanced and fair view on the impacts, as you would expect. They've done that. They've provided those inputs, and wherever possible, I will continue to, where needed, share those views. But ultimately, this is a matter in the planning space, and it's making its way through. But the work that these officials do is to be commended.
I mean, it is in the planning space, but it obviously has the potential to have major environmental impacts, major heritage impacts, particularly Indigenous heritage. So, what assurances can you give us that you're sort of, as I said, they've provided their submissions, they were very clear, concerns were raised, it's now in planning. What follow-up have you done to ensure that the government doesn't make a decision which has the potential to have very negative environmental and heritage outcomes?
Well, I mean, these are the sorts of decisions, and it's one example, I guess, of the impact that we're experiencing from climate change, where you've got flooding incidents right across New South Wales that are impacting and generating significant questions about future planning and what needs to be done. I think the flood inquiry set out its recommendations and dealt with a number of these quite significantly. But at the end of the day, these are challenges that are not only being experienced through this particular project, but planning right across the state and where we choose to undertake development in the future, and where communities that have been impacted may necessarily want to begin again, if you will.
Okay.
Chair, if I may just revert to Ms Sharp on a question she asked earlier. On the recycling data I'm pleased to share for financial year 2020-21 shows overall waste diversion rates are up by 2% to 66%, and there's an increase in recycling across all waste streams. Construction and demolition has gone from 76% to 76% to 79%, municipal solid waste from 43 to 44%, and commercial and industrial from 52 to 53%.
Thanks for that. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the renewable energy zones. I know they're not your responsibility, but there's significant conflict arising in relation for land use and the transmission that would connect these zones. Is it the policy and we obviously have had a lot of issues with Snowy and in Kosciuszko. Are you able to rule out the use of national parks for this transmission infrastructure, no matter where it is across those reses?
Well, I think, again, this points to the challenges that are being experienced around land use. There are some smart solutions that see, for example, solar farms being on pivots now, where you can have productive farming land or grasslands sitting underneath them. The renewable energy zones are a great example of the government trying to, again, push its ambitious and nation-leading approach to getting to net zero, and appropriate planning policies and an approach to dealing with.
But Minister, just to be clear, the plans of management for national parks don't allow this sort of infrastructure. Are you foreshadowing a change to those plans of management outside Kosciuszko that may allow it?
No, Mr. Fleming might be able to provide you with some further detail.
I'm not aware, Ms Sharp, of any proposal to build a large transmission line. There may be one that I'm not aware of, but I'm not aware of any outside of the Kosciuszko example that you refer to.
Just to be clear, that's not something you support, Minister?
No, I mean, where possible, it's the use of parks.
Where possible,
land.
yes.
No, of last resort, absolutely. And I think, we've experienced that with Snowy, with Kosci, but I'm not aware of any proposals that would see us having to deal with a challenge like that.
I should clarify so that I'm not misleading anyone. I am aware that the issue has been raised, so clearly it's been discussed at some point by someone, but I'm not aware of a specific.
No, I don't have a specific. I'm just wondering, it's a general policy position, which is whether national parks should be used for transmission, even if it's for renewables. That's the question I'm asking. Whether we use nature for renewables. You're saying no.
Well, ideally, I mean, it's a wide land out there, and you'd hope that there are ways in which they can work around that.
Is that no?
I'm not sure that's a no. That's a maybe.
Could
no.
is it a maybe?
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll move on. I've got a few other things to get to. Obviously, the marine plan, the marine estate plan, I'm told that it's imminent, its release. You have concurrence with that, don't you, Minister?
Yes.
Minister, are you comfortable with the move away from sort of the usual recognised the principles of comprehensive, adequate, and the last one I've just forgotten, representative in terms of, sorry, I should read my notes, in relation to this sort of threat and risk analysis to the marine environment?
Well, I mean, not only as Minister, but as a coastal MP with a beautiful sanctuary zone nearby, I think everybody across the state would celebrate and want the protections to be.
Yep, there's no disagreement about that, and I know that you live in a very beautiful part of the world, Minister, but my question is about our diversion. If we adopt the threat and risk analysis management model, which I believe is being was basically the way we're moving to this, when we finally see the plan, that we're actually then outside some of our other obligations around the National Reserve System and the National Representative System of Marine Protected Areas.
Mr. Knudsen, do you
Ms. Sharp, the threat and risk analysis is basically trying to get at another level of understanding of what are the risks that are faced by not only the marine estate but also the species that depend on it. It's not to ignore the CAR principles, et cetera, and indeed the discussions that we've had with fisheries to date have been about protecting the exact same amount of sanctuary zones, et cetera, making some choices around how do we increase and balance recreational fishing, for example, in some areas, where in a way, though, that doesn't have impacts on the key environmental assets. So we're trying to figure out those type of choices, but fundamentally, the CAR principles, the idea of sanctuary zones, all of that remains intact. What we've tried to do is go a level beneath just sheer protection and understand
but just
also
to be clear, you're talking about allowing fishing in current no-tag zones?
No, what I was talking about was that there's a strong desire in the communities, a number of the coastal communities, to increase recreational fishing access. What we're saying is, and I'm not talking about within sanctuary zones, I'm saying outside of sanctuary zones, there are ways that can be done, for example, where you're not anchoring, where you're not using certain types of lines, which will not have significant impacts on the species. That's what we're trying to figure through with fishery.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I'm just going to take us to an area which hasn't probably been visited very thoroughly before. It's in relation to housing development and its impact on wildlife. And I'm just going to use one example of a housing development project which my office has received many concerns from the community about. So the property developer Mirvac lodged plans with the Hills Shire Council to build 252 apartments and 166 houses across 25.87 hectares. So this is causing the removal of 3,000 trees, which are quite well established trees, and therefore displacing and harming untold numbers of wild animals. Can the Minister confirm that the New South Wales Code of Practice for injured, sick or orphaned protected fauna must be applied at the Mirvac development when native vegetation is being removed and native animals are being displaced and harmed? What is the responsibility of Mirvac or any housing development company to those animals which are being harmed by the removal of the trees?
So your question's about a specific code. I don't know the answer to that, but what I will say is, number one, we'll come back and clarify whether for the specific MRVAC proposal that you're talking about, what they're subject to. Obviously, if it's a legislative or regulatory requirement, that would be binding upon
so therefore you can confirm that there would be an authorised person to rehabilitate and release and treat or attend to protected fauna on site while the trees are being removed by the company.
So again, Mr. Pearson, like I said, I really will have to come back to you and talk about the specific obligations that code would or would not apply to the MRVAC development, but I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Can you also provide an answer as to or provide information as to whether when MRVAC or any other housing development company are going to remove flora, which is likely to be a habitat, do they have to include in the development application what actions are going to be taken to protect or help the animals that are harmed?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
We'll come back.
Minister, the largest export company and processing company for kangaroos is Macro Meats, based in South Australia. I've had reports that on several occasions over the last 2 years, they've actually had to shut the processing plant because they haven't been able to source enough kangaroos for processing from Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia. Is that not an alarming concern, as it would be an indicator that, as to what our inquiry found into the welfare and well-being of kangaroos and other macropods, that the numbers of kangaroos are drastically reducing in New South Wales? And even on a trip that we took out to Menindee and Broken Hill and covered several hundred kilometres, we didn't see one kangaroo, where 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you would see a lot. So here we have a company which is relying on kangaroos as its main resource, is now in a crisis where several days it's having to shut. Are you concerned about that?
Well, I can't comment on the specifics of that particular operation, not knowing it, but I do understand that the population of kangaroos over some time has been constant or static. However, that's not to discount what you went and observed on your trip. Obviously, as you heard from earlier...
how do you have the information that it's constant or static, the number of kangaroos?
Well, the data I have is that the estimated population in commercial zones from 2019 is around the 10 to 12 million number.
If that's the case, why is it that kangaroo harvesters or shooters can't meet their quotas, can't use all the tags?
I couldn't give you an answer to that, but I can take that on notice and we can seek to get some more information for you.
In 2018, emails were received from a property owner, Greg Keatley, to the department about the shooting near his property and his complaint about a harvester hitting a fence-entangled kangaroo with an axe. The email thread between department staff appears to show a lack of concern about this particular welfare breach and is typical of many welfare breaches. And in one of the communiques, there's a quote saying, "My approach is to absolutely minimise communication," unquote, in these circumstances. Why do you think there would be such an approach taken by departmental staff to landholders and members of the community who have serious concerns and have reported serious animal welfare breaches? Why would there be this mindset?
Well, it would be my expectation that any issue of animal cruelty is dealt with appropriately and care is given. perhaps Mr. Knudsen would like to provide some specifics on the issue that you've raised?
Yeah, absolutely. That does obviously predate my time in the department, but that is fairly disturbing, that email exchange that you're talking about. We have a fundamental responsibility to make sure that any law that the state parliament has put in place is complied within the regulation. But more to the point, if you're actually concerned about compliance outcomes and environmental outcomes, half of that relies upon proper engagement with citizens. You want to avoid a compliance situation in the first instance. So I do find that very disturbing as a piece of evidence.
It's actually a theme that runs quite obviously through most of the documentation that has been provided through the SO 52. Minister, you were aware that this committee did actually do an inquiry into the welfare and well-being of kangaroos and other macropods. Two of the main recommendations, that inquiry found that this so-called number of kangaroos is seriously in question because of the methodology and the mechanism that's used to count and ascertain as to how many kangaroos are out there was put into serious question by a lot of ecologists. So therefore, the committee two major recommendations of the committee was to put in place an inquiry or an investigation by the Auditor General into the kangaroo management program. Why has the government not acted and upheld that recommendation? Because if there is an internal audit, as there is an internal audit which was reported to the ABC 730 showing a whole series of issues and concerns and problems, surely that would be surely wouldn't that be a ground to uphold that recommendation that there be the Auditor General undertake an investigation into the kangaroo management program?
If I may, Mr. Pearson, I think an internal audit, first of all, it's initiated by the department. The department is saying we want to understand this issue more profoundly. That's been undertaken. We're now implementing the findings of that audit to make sure that we improve the program. Your question about the sampling methodology used to determine population estimates, et cetera, I think we responded fairly extensively in our response on that recommendation, because there has been a lot of concern raised over the years about how we've estimated the populations, and we've tried to provide not only clear information about how those estimates are derived, but also what sort of external oversight and what methodology that's based upon to give confidence to the community. So in both cases, whether it's the internal audit or the specific question of population estimates, we're very committed to being as transparent as possible, making sure that our methodologies and our practices are well understood and communicated. We still have a ways to go, given some of the quotes that you gave earlier on, and we're committed to doing further.
Doing an investigation, wouldn't that be extremely helpful?
I just might add here, Mr. Knudsen was talking about our internal audit and around our processes that we're doing to improve our science and the information that we provide, and also our compliance regime. But in relation to that particular recommendation, it's the Commonwealth responsibility to assess wildlife trade management plans against the requirements of the EPBC Act, and the Wildlife Trade Management Plan was actually declared by the Commonwealth Minister, the previous Commonwealth Minister for the Environment, at the end of 2021.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And it's almost afternoon, but I think it's just one more minute of morning. Good morning to you, Minister, and to the rest of you as well. Now, I gave you a heads up last time in estimates about my concerns around coal ash. What have you learnt about coal ash?
Well, it's obviously a significant problem. It's a legacy issue when it comes to previously, or the mines that are there. Since we last met at this committee, the EPA has been doing some significant work. And to give you some further detail on that.
Let me stop you there. I will ask the officials in the afternoon, but because I have limited time with you.
Yep.
I assume that you've now read the report of the committee looking into coal ash repositories.
I'm familiar with the challenges presented by it, yes.
Yeah, you promised me you'd read it. Yes, well, had you read it, obviously the potential impacts of coal ash dams, not just legacy, but what's going into them right now. Yep. It was found very clearly in our inquiry that there were alarming health risks and environmental risks from these coal ash dams at power station sites. What have you been doing as the Minister to ensure that the harm from these toxic sites is contained?
Well, there has been a great deal of work underway, and the EPA have been leading that as the appropriate authority. They've been carrying out a monitoring project in Lake Macquarie to assess the current environmental condition and potential impact from coal ash repositories. I can update you that sampling commenced in mid-March 2022 and will run for 12 months with around 350 water samples and over 80 sediment samples collected. And this study is an initial step in responding to recommendations 3 and 7 of the parliamentary inquiry,
So
which you know well.
Yeah, that's one thing.
And the EPA is reviewing the regulatory requirements for coal ash dams in accordance with each of those power stations' environmental licences.
And that's great. But I do worry you don't understand just the massive impact
I do appreciate the significant challenge that it faces, and we have the CEO of the EPA here who can give you a very detailed, thorough insight into it. But rest assured, I do appreciate, and I've met and heard from affected local MPs who have shared the concerns of their communities about this important issue.
You've visited any of the coal ash dams?
I haven't visited a coal ash dam, but I can do that. And as you may have heard, I've visited more than 25 national parks and a number of facilities that deal with waste, a whole variety of things. Coal ash is a significant problem, and it's one that I'm committed to working with the EPA to deal with.
And I think once you see these things are as big as suburbs, once you see the extent of a coal ash dam, I think you perhaps get inspired to act more urgently. One of the other parts of our report was in relation to actually turning this into a bit of an opportunity as we clean up the coal ash by setting up a task force that would help industry, who have been asking for help, to do more recycling of the coal ash that's coming through. The government wasn't particularly supportive of that recommendation in its response. Is it something that you have been looking at as part of waste management?
Yep, so we've got our waste and sustainable materials strategy. A part of that, $37 million for a carbon recycling abatement fund to trial new approaches to recycling and recycled materials, which could include low-carbon coal ash cement.
Yeah, so that's the only mention of coal ash in the entire waste report. This is, I understand, 80% of our waste stream in New South Wales. This is a significant amount of waste that is currently sitting in unlined pits and leaching into groundwater. Do you not think we should be acting a little bit more urgently to encourage the recycling of that waste?
I think there's great recognition that this is a big challenge that's facing us. I think the $37 million that will go to supporting and trialling new technologies to deal with this will pay great dividends in getting a long way to resolving it.
Can you give me assurance that any of that money is going towards coal ash recycling?
You have the chief of the EPA here, who I'm sure can provide you with some comment now.
Yeah, I would love to know just on that one specific question.
Thank you, Minister. So there's no current funding commitment to coal ash under the Circular Innovation Fund. But just to add, I think, to the comments the Minister's made, the EPA did make a draft contaminated land declaration in June for one of these sites at the Kerosene Vale Ash Repository at the Wallerawang former power station site. And we've been in communication with every site that hosts one of these repositories. And you're correct, there are risks to the environment from the way the ash material is stored. And
human health.
And to human health. And I think recycling and the waste hierarchy is always something we think about, but our top priority is protecting the human health and the environment. So,
why has Liddell not been listed as a contaminated land site?
We are. Sorry, was that another question?
No, sorry, it happens.
The
Apologies, Abigail.
That's okay.
The owners of the Liddell site are in communication with us now about the most appropriate way to regulate that site.
Yeah.
And I might just ask my colleague, Mr. Beeman, if he would like to add any comments there.
Because this is the site that the department has had a lot of information about for a very long time in relation to contamination. It's where we get the information about the brain-eating amoebas in Lake Liddell. So I can't understand how that wouldn't be a contaminated site.
Thank you for the question. So I can update what the CEO just said. So we've actually just declared the kerosene bale site out at Lidsdale, and then we've actually contacted all the other coal ash owners and occupiers for them to consider their obligations under Section 60. In relation to Liddell, there's an environmental impact assessment being prepared for the Liddell site. It's currently before the Department of Planning. We're expecting to see that in the fourth quarter of this year, and that'll have all the data in it for us to make an assessment around their contaminated land requirements. So
it's just not. It's not been a priority.
No. I think it's to the extent that that work is occurring. We're waiting to get that information back in so we can assess it. So it's we certainly do treat it as a priority.
I will come back to you because I do have limited time. I just want to ask you one more issue. This clean air regulation has become a bit of a running joke. It failed to be updated last year. Instead, was just remade. And now I understand we're not going to get it till December 16th or something, which is a bit of an odd date. Can you tell me why that is taking so long to update?
Clean air strategy. Yep.
Not the strategy, which I have said previously is more of a crystal ball gazing exercise than an actual strategy. The regulation itself, the Protection of Environment Operations Clean Air Amendment Regulation 2022. Why are we not getting that till December now?
Sorry. So the submissions closed, I think, in June, and there were over 150 submissions received. So we're just taking time to actually work through those and give those due consideration.
Minister, does it concern you that given what we now know about the air pollution coming out of the coal-fired power stations, and given the overwhelming evidence that what we have in our regulations is nowhere near what is required to protect human health, that we have such a delay in the clean air regulation being finalised?
Well, the Clean Air Reg is an important part of whole of government response to ensuring good air quality.
A year and a bit late already.
The work that the EPA have been doing on their climate change policy, the clean air strategy, our net zero targets, I think seen in its totality, demonstrate on the ground action to improve.
And I'm glad you say on the ground action because there's not actually, that's all strategy and plans, but there's been no curbing of the 30 toxic chemicals coming out of the coal-fired power stations since, I don't know when. We keep giving Delta continual exemptions that potentially aren't even legal. I'll bring that back up this afternoon. Clearly, there is no action when it comes to protecting people from the health impacts of the
Well, as you know, we have the country's largest network of air monitoring stations, which help inform and ensure that we've got the best data available.
Not independent ones.
The net zero strategy, the clean air strategy, the work that the EPA are doing, I think all demonstrate.
There's been no tangible changes, has there, in what is being pumped out of those power stations?
Well,
as a result of your regulation, there's been no tangible improvement in air quality for the people of New South Wales. There's just plans and strategies and talk and delays. Are you concerned as the Minister that we have, as your government, has been so delayed when it comes to reproducing
as you just heard,
a regulation that's fit for purpose?
The submissions have been taken, work is being done, and I think in totality there is actually a lot of work being done, and of course I take seriously the human and health impact of those plants.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp.
Thank you.
Minister, where is the World Heritage nomination for the Parramatta Female Factory up to?
That's a great question. I had the benefit of going out there last couple of weeks and doing a tour of that precinct, meeting with the friends of the female factory, seeing the good work that had already been done there as a result of great investment by the government in remediating and revitalising that particular area. We stand ready to continue to support a World Heritage nomination listing. Ultimately, that is a decision for the Commonwealth.
Minister, can I just check? So, what investment and what is your department's doing? My understanding is that New South Wales develops the nomination, and there's a lot of work, and you presumably have someone actually doing that.
Yes. Yep. So we had a great discussion with the Friends of the Female Factory, who have been advocating for this World Heritage listing, along with the local MP. Pardon me. And Mr. Kidman can give you from an insight into
who's working up the nomination. That's what I want to know.
Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, we're short on microphones.
People come to you at home. So there are two potential nomination pathways for the female factory. One is as a former convict site, as a place of incarceration. The other theme that might be more appropriate is the general theme around the institutionalisation of women. And we had some feedback from the Commonwealth that, there are a great many convict sites on the World Heritage Register, and that secondary theme around that tells a story about the historical institutionalisation of women might be the more appropriate theme to go through. So. I think that we've been in touch with the Commonwealth seeking assistance with the preparation of...
Sorry, so just to be clear, are you seeking funding from the federal government to do the nomination? I want to know how much money and what, other than we've talked about it,
yep. So
is the nomination underway?
I have written to the Federal Minister on this particular topic only in the last week, seeking their support and contribution into this very costly exercise, noting that, heritage is priceless, and so it would be great to get this World Heritage listing up.
So how much money are you seeking from the Commonwealth?
I couldn't give you the exact figure off the top of my head, but it is a substantial multi-million-dollar amount. And again, I'd welcome...
Just to be clear, various heritage ministers have been speaking about the support for the World Heritage listing of the Parramatta Female Factory for at least 10 years, and you're telling me that we're really just still talking about it and we're seeking funds from the Commonwealth to get it started. So we're really at stage one.
I can update you that we, the New South Wales Government, have committed $50 million on that site.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the preparation of the nomination that would eventually go forward for World Heritage listing.
Mr. Kidman.
Well, yeah, I mean, the government has invested nearly $54 million in that site.
That's not what I'm asking.
No, but it's an important consideration, because the World Heritage listing will no doubt be informed by the revitalisation of that precinct and opening up for community access. So it is quite an important consideration.
Yes, it is, and this is partly why I'm asking, because there's been a lot of commitments and a lot of words about the significance of this site, and there's no disagreement here, but there's been a lot of concern over a period of time that the revitalisation has completely overshadowed the actual world nomination process, and in fact that there's a bit of a trick going on here, which is that you get the revitalisation plans done first, so then issues such as curtilage and other things to do with the listing of this site then aren't incorporated into, it's too late. This is I mean, everyone says... I think people would be shocked to know that after almost 12 years and many commitments around this, that really the nomination process has not gone any further while the revitalisation is going on.
Well, my experience in going out there and visiting it personally was to see a great bit of revitalisation to get it up to in good shape, and the work in parallel to that in preparing and working with the community and experts to work up the World Heritage nomination was being done. The effort and time and energy of Heritage New South Wales staff in working to get that to a particular point has allowed me to write to the federal minister and seek their support, noting that it needs to be.
Can you tell us how much money you seeking?
Needs to be a combined.
You can take it on notice. That's fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, take it on notice.
And is this money required for the nomination to go forward?
Mr. Kidman.
The money is required to fund the preparation of the nomination.
So New South Wales is saying that we're doing the revitalisation, but if we want the World Heritage listing, that the federal government has to do that. Is that the normal practice? That's not my understanding of how we have progressed World Heritage listings previously.
I think what New South Wales is saying is we've invested in a feasibility analysis. We're spending a lot of money, 50-odd million, to protect the site. We're ready to work with you on the nomination. We'd appreciate, given the level of investment that the government's making in the site, we'd appreciate the Commonwealth funding the nomination. Our staff are ready to work on it, keen to work on it, and build on the feasibility work that's been undertaken. Can I just then ask this question,
which is in previous World Heritage nominations? Well, could you at least on notice tell us the funding of the nomination process? This is news to me.
We can look into the previous New South Wales nomination processes.
Thank you. I'll move on. Thank you. Minister, are you familiar with the Glenlee site, also known as Lugano Farm?
I have been out there and inspected it myself, yes.
Yes, and what is the current status of the acquisition of that site?
Well, that's an ongoing discussion that is being had between the community and the council. Obviously, there are some heritage values associated with the site, and it's a privately held site at the moment. And I've been out there with interested community members, and we'll continue to talk to the council about what they might be able to do there.
Right, and I mean, you'd be aware that the Parliament's taken quite a lot close interest in this, the upper house and the lower house, in relation to this. Yep. So acquiring that site you see as council's obligation?
Well, my understanding is that it's a significant amount of money. The council have been exploring opportunities or avenues that are available to them to do this. We stand ready to help them with information and support that they may need. That was the purpose of my visit to Glenlee, to go and have a look at it and understand the site itself. As I said, we stand ready to support the council in whatever they need.
Yes, I want to ask you about the Mudgee Regent Theatre. Mr. Kidman will know all about this. Yep. My understanding is that it was listed in 2020, which was very good, but there is obviously a lot of community concern about future use of that, of the theatre, and can you give us an update on where you believe that's up to?
Kidman will...
So one for Mr. Kidman, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of any significant redevelopment proposals. I mean, however, I think there have been some community concerns about its ongoing maintenance and repair and future uses. Because it's on the State Heritage Register, any development application for its redevelopment would need to be approved by the Heritage Council.
So it would have to go through. The local MP, Dougal Saunders, member for Dubbo, very happy that it was listed, but he has flagged in the media that there may be a proposal which would mean that only the facade is kept. You're not familiar with this?
Yeah, look, I have heard. I think it was purchased by a hotelier some time ago. But as I said, any plans for redevelopment of the site would need to be approved by the Heritage Council, and the Heritage Council would take into consideration a number of considerations. One is activation and adaptive reuse to make sure that the theatre is maintained for ongoing sort of community use or business use.
Turning it into apartments be considered reasonable for
that would
adaptive reuse?
That would depend on the nature of the proposal.
Yeah, got to look at it when you see it.
Yeah, it would.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I get that. I wanted to ask about really what I consider to be a heritage disaster, which is the loss of the timber trestle bridge, the Prince Alfred Bridge at Gundagai. Minister, are you familiar with this?
Not intimately familiar with that, no.
Mr Kidman might be. It's been a subject of a lot of discussion over the years. Very beautiful, rare example of a timber bridge through Gundagai. Essentially, there had been attempts for it to be listed. Mr Kidman, can you give me an update of and I believe it hasn't been listed and it's now fallen into complete disrepair?
Yeah, look, I'm not up to date on the absolute current status of that bridge, but I am aware that that particular timber bridge, as you say, has fallen into a state of disrepair, but it is not listed on the State Heritage Register. I'm not aware of...
No, I agree with you. I agree that that's the case. Yeah. But you're not aware of any attempts to try and sort that out? Nope. Okay, great. I wanted to ask about, this is another heritage issue, which is to do with the beaches link. There's been identified, as I understand, there's been significant work done into identifying Aboriginal cultural heritage, and there's particular issue with engravings and paintings. Can you just give me an update on where that is up to? Because my understanding from the report is that there's one particular site that people are concerned about. There was about 7 or 8 sites altogether. Yep.
Yeah, I think this was subject to some questions in the March hearing as well. So, I mean, that is a state significant development, obviously. So, or state significant infrastructure. So, the role of Heritage New South Wales would be to advise the proponent, Transport for New South Wales, on how to manage, protect, mitigate impacts on Aboriginal cultural heritage. That would be our role, and then it would be, up to the Department of Planning to include those mitigation measures as conditions in the conditions of consent through the approval process.
But you're not at that point now. Do you have any sense of the time?
No, I can update you on that.
That would be great. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Thank you. Minister, within national parks there is a lot of heritage items, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. Is there a current plan? Previously I know that there were plans done to manage and hopefully update progressively the heritage sites within national parks. Is there a current plan to deal with this?
Mr Fleming. There's certainly a range of programs and strategies being implemented, but I'd need to take on notice the detail, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because my understanding was that previously, and this was done in the previous government, there was an audit done of all of them, and then there was basically a plan. But I'm pretty certain, which I'm really checking, is that there's not currently a comprehensive plan to deal with this.
There's certainly, as I said, there's certainly a lot of programs and strategies.
Always a lot of programs and strategies, Mr Fleming, yep.
You might be asking if there's one integrated comprehensive plan. You might be right in saying that that's not in place, but I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
I do think it is important to acknowledge, however, that the Aboriginal cultural heritage that exists within the Parks estate should play a really important role in encouraging visitation and really expanding the knowledge base that people have, whether they're visitors within New South Wales or international visitors, in truly appreciating the mix of both the beautiful Parks estate as well as the important Aboriginal cultural heritage that exists within it.
We've got to get the legislation right, don't we, Minister?
Yeah, and I think a lot of our visitor infrastructure and the upgrades that we're undertaking, a record amount. I'll give you one example, Gundabuka National Park. There was a rock carving and some painting there. It had some staging that was didn't really, I think, do it justice. And thankfully, we're investing in that to upgrade the experience for people to come and view and experience that.
That's terrific. And you said, I think you said earlier, Minister, that you'd been to Yanga.
Yep.
Did you see the state of the shearing sheds there?
Yeah, we did a visit there of the homestead and the sheds. Again,
did you see the falling down houses and shearers' accommodation there?
A lot of work has been put into repair and remediation of the homestead at Yanga.
No, that's the homestead, but then where the shearing sheds are, there's the old managers' houses that when I last was there were full of holes in the floor, hornets' nests. I can show you pictures. I've got them on my phone if you'd really like to see them. Have they been upgraded? I was there about 2 months ago, so have they been fixed since then?
I'd need to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Sounds like every shearing shed I've been in.
No, well, I mean, it's...
Holes?
Well, no, it's not the shearing... I understand there's been work done on the homestead. What I'm pointing to is that around the very large shearing shed that's in okay condition, that the surrounding buildings are literally falling down with holes in the floor with no plan to support them. I went there with community members who are extremely concerned about the lack of upkeep, so I'm wanting to understand what's going on with that site.
Appreciate you sharing that, and there's a lot of assets across the park estate, and we have a record amount of investment going into the upkeep and support of them. Obviously, the remoteness of Yanga is considerable, but every effort is being undertaken to invest in our parks estate and the assets that we've got.
And I would say the staff are working very hard to strengthen protection for both the historic heritage, but particularly Aboriginal cultural heritage. There's a lot of work underway in terms of training and so on. And
Which is terrific, but there's a lot of things that are literally just completely falling apart.
There are a lot of heritage items, yes.
Yes. I want to ask, sorry, we're getting close to the end of my time, so I'm jumping through a few things. I apologise for this. The coastal cabins in the Royal National Park, what's the current status of resolving the issues in relation to the plan of management in the Royal and the coastal cabins?
I met with representatives of the owners there, along with the local MP, to hear and understand their concerns with respect to the cabins and the plan of management. They set out to me that they wanted further acknowledgement of the historical importance and role that the cabins played to be reflected in the plan of management. The plan of management is being updated, but there are...
When's that due? When's that due? That's been going for a while.
Yes, so it's still being updated. I don't think it's very far away.
How far away?
There is a plan of management, so this is obviously a new plan.
Yeah, but there were some serious concerns of the people, the cabin owners, in relation to the security of their tenure into the future and the role in which they play within the park and the recognition of the heritage within the park.
Yeah.
So, and I acknowledge and think it's good that you've been talking to them, but just wanting to understand when's the finalisation due for the plan of management for the Royal?
I don't have a precise timeline, but if we go back to the earlier discussion, I would say months, probably.
Before the election?
The election
before March.
The election wouldn't be a relevant factor for us. I would expect it to happen well before then, yes.
Yeah. I think also worth noting that the licences expire in 2027, but I note that, and that was the discussion, people want certainty, so it was a fruitful meeting and understanding their concerns, and we're working on that.
And your time frame for resolving those, is that going to be resolved through the plan of management?
In part, yes.
Which part's not being resolved through the plan of management?
There are some fairly significant legal issues around what licences can be granted under the Act. So we're looking for a solution to that. It can be acknowledged in the plan of management. We probably need to do more than merely amend the plan of management in order to provide a solution for them.
Okay, thank you. There's been an uplisting of greater gliders recently. They're obviously under extreme pressure. What action's been taken in relation to the strategies that you have across your portfolio to make sure that we don't lose greater gliders?
Well, a significant number of actions.
Anything new since the uplisting is what I'm asking.
We're continually improving on our delivery and ensuring that species that are under pressure are getting the support that they need. The Saving Our Species program, one of the biggest in the country, works directly to, as the name would suggest, assist and save
But for example, Minister, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about forestry management and old growth, that there's significant community concern, particularly on the North Coast, about currently losing old growth trees that have the hollows that greater gliders absolutely need to survive. Have you taken any action to look at working with Forestry Corp on how we can better protect greater gliders within the forestry estate?
Well, my expectation would be that forestry heed the rules and regulations that are in place, and the EPA are doing a great job of enforcing and dealing with compliance.
Well, they're costing taxpayers a lot of money because of their failure to actually adhere to the rules, which is fine. But my question is, have you spoken to Minister Saunders or whoever's responsible? Was it Minister Saunders? Yes. Yep, sorry. Again, it's moved a bit. In relation to what else can be done? I mean...
Yeah, as I said in an earlier comment, I mean, whether it's Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists... No,
I'm talking about your colleagues. I'm talking about your Cabinet colleagues.
Yeah, I speak with Minister Saunders regularly.
You talk to him about greater gliders and what greater protection could be made for them within our state forests.
And raise all manner of issues, including better protections for the environment.
Can I add a couple of points? And it goes back to some of the earlier questions as well. Remember, you were asking about the Saving Our Species and the 150 figure in the budget. That's a lag indicator of species where it's absolutely been confirmed that they are on track to being secure in the wild. The ambition of the program remains to turn around the trajectories for 350 to 400 species and ecosystems. So I just wanted to clarify that. In that is the greater glider. The other thing I think that would be really important to mention is the uplisting happened in July of this year. Around that time, the private native forest codes were settled. What that does is it secures the habitat of around 2.8 million hectares of core koala habitat, and we can talk about that in more detail in the afternoon. But obviously, koala habitat also supports greater glider habitat. So I just wanted to point that out as a regulatory outcome that's fairly recent that will benefit the greater glider, as well as also just clarifying the Saving Our Species figures.
Is it correct that at the moment there's 60 mil is the investment in the Saving Our Species program? Is that around about right?
The investment in Saving Our Species is $15 million a year, so $75 million over the 5 years.
70 million. And yet we've got 450 mil invested in visitor infrastructure development. Is that right? Around about that?
Across national parks, that's correct.
Yeah.
Over 4 years.
And yet our obligations to protect species from becoming extinct and our visitor obligations in national parks, I would say, are a bit dubious, really, aren't they, in terms of our priorities? A bit of passive recreation, but gosh, the level of development we're perhaps planning and commercialisation and monetisation of our park system, that's a big investment, isn't it?
It's not commercialisation and monetisation of our park system, but I'm happy to provide more information in the afternoon.
Thank you. I look forward to it. Can I just turn to, on that theme a little bit perhaps, can I just turn to Garnabulla just quickly, the Mount Canobolas. The Canobolas Conservation Alliance made an application about an outstanding biodiversity value, an area of outstanding biodiversity value. That was some 4 years ago. The then Minister for Matt Keane promised a meeting with the Alliance, and then it was cancelled, and there's been no updates, and the Alliance has sent a number of requests for an update. Minister, could you tell us where that's at, please?
Mr. Fleming.
In terms of the AOBV, Mr. Mazal.
The guidelines for assessing AOBVs was finalised last year, so we've been working through quite rigorously in terms of the assessment of the application. We'll be looking soon to go out for a public exhibition on the next stage, so we're working through the application.
Okay. Just on Mount Canobolas, the proposal for the extensive 100-kilometre bike path network, Minister, are you aware of the main reason that that area is considered compared to the other couple of areas that were considered for that extensive bike path network on that place?
Mr. Fleming.
I'm not sure I understand the question, sorry.
Well, there was one really salient reason given as to why that was the preferred location for that bike path network, as opposed to some other areas surrounding different state forests areas, etc. Perhaps I'll just say, I suppose I was fairly shocked to read it. The main salient reason is that it has a couple of really steep areas that give bike riders that extra bit of satisfaction as they're doing it. So perhaps you can just consider how that really fits within the plan of managing a really important state conservation area that has incredible significance to the traditional owners. I read it and felt I thought it was a terribly insulting proposal, but perhaps you can have a look at that.
Okay, I understand that, and I'll take that on notice. I think your question, though, opens a further discussion about some of the conflict use in terms of illegal bike paths and activity in national parks, and where we can, we're working to deliver a cycling strategy so that we can appropriately manage the use of parks where mountain biking is taking place. We obviously experienced a boom in visitation during COVID, and as a result of that, some people are using parks for a whole different set of reasons than perhaps historically they would have. So we're working as hard as we can to deal with that, but I take on board your comments.
Do you think it's a bit of an overburden on the system? Like, do you think this is perhaps a broader issue for your government in terms of providing recreation across the state, and why is it falling to our most precious protected area network, and particularly some of these areas that are really important to First Nations communities in light of what we were talking about earlier with this agreement and management plan process of handing over lands? Perhaps this is something that you need to take back to your government rather than placing the burden and pressure on our protected area network. There's so many impacts that will be ongoing, significant costs and management, as well as the biodiversity loss. The edge effects will be enormous.
I think, and that's in large part why we're investing such a significant amount in the visitor experience and infrastructure within parks. I think having been to 25 of them now, we need to provide and ensure that people of all walks of life have the opportunity to enjoy nature and our environment. There are some areas through which people might be intimidated in wanting to go out and experience. I mean, we know the benefits of getting out into a national park. That was clear right through COVID. So it is about striking a balance that allows people to enjoy their national parks. Unfortunately, there are some instances throughout the state where illegal mountain biking and other activities are occurring, and where we're dealing with that. But I don't think there is a view at all that there is an impost through our visionary approach to hand back ultimately title and engage Aboriginal communities in park management. It's not, we continue to manage and support the park estate and work alongside and collaboratively with those Aboriginal communities so that they can get the best outcome from it. So I hope that
is it your regulatory approach then, if something unlawful is happening in our protected area network, particularly our national parks and state conservation areas, that we then just find a way to enable it and permit it?
Quite the contrary. I mean,
it sounds very much like
met
that.
Hundreds of field officers and parkies who are doing a great job in managing our park estate and making sure that the conservation values of them are respected and preserved for future generations. But what I won't do is have some sort of elitist approach to parks where they're locked up and people aren't allowed to go and enjoy them.
Elitist where people can ride extreme activities,
you're
extreme sports.
Relating two issues. One is the management of illegal activity in park, which the team do effectively well, but where there has been examples of mountain biking and where we may have brought a park into the estate, we're managing that well.
Just on a final point on the bike network, which, really there is a legal question about the use, really, and I think that question will continue to be put about what is that passive recreation, etc. But just on the Illawarra escarpment, can I ask, why is there currently a sort of 3-part plan and we're only doing refs in increments as opposed to probably what you would suggest would require an EIS or a more in-depth so that we can properly look at the cumulative impacts?
Are you talking about for the mountain bike
I am.
approach?
Yeah.
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't know the reason why. It might be related to the fact that is straddling different tenures. So some of it's on park, some of it's not on park, but I'll come back to you with an answer. I'll try and do that this afternoon.
Thank you, because I think the approach, the best practice, as we know, is to look at the broadest possible footprint of the development. Can I just turn to the Garden of Stones, one more, still in this state conservation area territory. Can you just confirm, has the Centennial Coal provided the 28 million in the biodiversity offsets?
The first payment has been, look, I'll have to take that on notice so that I get it right, but the arrangements have been finalised. The first payment has either been received or is due to be received, and I'll confirm that the schedule, it's effectively over a period of 4 or 5 years.
Thank you. And also with that, is it possible to get the anticipated breakdown of spend, i.e. what will go to reserve or establishment?
I don't think I'll be able to give you a full breakdown, but I can advise you now that that is going to effectively the management of the conservation values of the reserve. So it's not being spent on visitor infrastructure, for example, because it is an offset. So it's geared towards landscape scale management of the values, and in particular those values that were impacted, the upland swamps and so on.
Thank you. My final, I'm run out of time. Just to the EPA, can you please confirm, are there actually 9 prosecutions of the Forestry Corporation in the pipeline? And also, could you let me know whether you intend, I understand and I've been made aware that there's a further request for a further investigation into Ellis State Forest today. Will that be undertaken? If you could just give those 2 answers quickly.
Certainly, I think there are 4 prosecutions currently on foot, and I'll just confirm that, and then my colleague Ms Dwyer can answer on the
Thanks, Ms Higginson. Yes, there are 4 prosecutions at foot at the moment for Forest Corp, and we have received additional requests regarding Ellis State Forest today that we will look into. The investigation is already ongoing.
Thank you. So 4 is the complete at the moment, nothing further in the pipe?
There are a number of investigations underway, but what regulatory response, if any, is necessary is yet to be determined.
Thank you.
Chair, may I just quickly clarify my colleague Mr Beeman's comment on Kerosene Vale Ash Dam as well. The declaration he mentioned will be in the Government Gazette on Friday.
Chair, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Is that all right? Oh.
Yes, we'll just pause for a second because I've got 2 more people who are waiting to ask questions. Can we pause for 1 second? Thank you.
Do you think this department would have advised him about that?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry, how are we doing the breakup of the time?
Yeah, so we've got one more 5 minute.
Go to one though, so what then I'm about to give you my times.
We can confirm or deny.
What's that?
I'm about to give you my time. I'm just wanting to know how much.
Okay.
We're not giving away our 15 minutes.
Oh, no, that's right.
So we go to 1:45, do we?
Sorry, I'd forgotten about your 15. That's fine.
Yeah, so it's just
thanks
not really much.
Per resolution of the council.
I thought
No, you're done. Your time's done.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to give you more, but I've forgotten about the
Thank you. Thank you.
We did this week.
Thanks, Mr Mallard, for your time. I appreciate it.
This is what we do. We fight about time. That's how it works up here. So you're being exposed to the best part of us right now.
Mr Mallard's just given me 10 minutes.
I have not. I just want to hear more about headless kangaroo.
So do you want to go first or Justin?
Hey, Justin, go.
So, Mr Field, are you ready to commence when the Minister returns?
I am indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. We're recommencing with Mr Field. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good day again, Minister. Since the biodiversity law changes in 2017, 225,000 hectares of woody vegetation has been cleared in New South Wales. That represents 800 times the size of the Sydney CBD. Are you comfortable with the rate of land clearing going on at the moment in New South Wales?
Well, as we set out in the State of the Environment report earlier this year, the amount of land clearing is placing significant pressure on our biodiversity across New South Wales. I mentioned today that the terms of reference for the 5-year review will be settled imminently, and the press release will be with Ms Sharp.
Looking for it, Minister.
But to the substance of your question, Mr Field, yes, it is concerning from an environmental perspective, and the 5-year review will go will explore that in detail. And it is something that is placing pressure on the environment, and that's why we're working hard with private land conservation through the BCT and the expansion of the Parks Estate and a whole variety of other means to arrest this decline.
Minister, in the last 3 years, consistently, the SLATS reporting has shown that 75% of the clearing on rural regulated land has been unexplained. Do you acknowledge that at least a portion of this clearing is likely illegal clearing?
Well, unexplained or unallocated clearing is where there's insufficient data to determine what has taken place there. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is illegal clearing. It could be some other way in which it's been done. And I don't think that unexplained and unallocated clearing should be confused. But at the end of the day, we have more compliance staff and people working in the field than we have ever previously had, and Mr Knudsen has some further information on that.
I just wanted to flag, Mr Field, that Mr Field, if I may just say that the head of LLS also acknowledges that the figure is very high and is not, quite frankly, helpful to anyone. It leaves an incredible amount of uncertainty. As the Minister mentioned, our expectation is that that's just been done in a way that has not been properly identified, et cetera. And the head of LLS has agreed with myself and my staff that's why we changed the name from unexplained to unallocated, because our intention is to allocate as much of that 75% as humanly possible so that there isn't that residual uncertainty over land clearing in New South Wales.
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to get caught up in the Orwellian games of the government here. The reality is that either the approvals that were required weren't sought, or it was illegal, or it was otherwise allowable activities. They're really the only three categories. 75% of it is unexplained, unallocated, whatever. Minister, of the approvals, just 3% of the land approved for clearing has actually been cleared. There's a ticking time bomb here, over 500,000 hectares of approvals not acted on, and most of the clearing that has been done hasn't received approvals. Are you comfortable with that and waiting for a review, which has been kicked off now for 2 years, whilst more and more loss of vegetation, loss of habitat and biodiversity is happening in New South Wales?
Well, local land services are responsible for receiving and assessing land clearing applications on rural regulated land. As Mr Knudsen has said, we are working with that agency to try and deliver better outcomes for the environment, noting that the pressure that this places in some areas on our biodiversity and on our ecosystems across the state. I agree with you.
To that point, yes, I acknowledge that LLS has that authority. Under the Act, under Section 60ZA, you have the power, along with the Minister for Agriculture, to restrict the issuing of what's called the mandatory code compliance certificates, largely these land clearing approvals. Have you sought any advice? Have you written to the Minister? Have you asked the Minister to look at whether or not it's appropriate to restrict new approvals?
Well, I've shared my concerns with the Minister and I'll continue to do that. As I said...
You sought under that section of the Act to use the powers that you do have. Because if you haven't, the conclusion that I draw is that you're comfortable with the level of clearing and the level of approvals currently being issued in New South Wales.
Well, no, I've set out to you that I'm not comfortable with that. I've finalised the terms of reference for the review, appointed an eminent independent chair to undertake that review, along with others. That will be published. And in parallel to that, and in the meantime, I've been working with LLS, who have responsibility ultimately for this, to share with them our concerns from an environment perspective, and I will continue to do that.
Thank you.
Comfortable. You've kicked off. Sorry.
Point of order. Thanks, Mr Field. Sorry, it's short time.
Thank you, Minister. When I was going through the SO52 documents, of the 6 boxes that were privileged, 1.5 of the boxes was dealing with one investigation in relation to illegal trade of carcasses of kangaroos into Queensland. Yet nowhere near that amount of documentation was provided in relation to cruelty cases. So, for example, a harvester killed 57 eastern greys despite only having a valid licence to harm red kangaroos and western greys. No penalty was applied, and the harvester was merely spoken to and advised after killing 57 animals unlawfully. Further documents made reports of illegal harvesting, including a person illegally harvesting for a period of over 6 months, accepting carcasses shot by non-licensed shooters and consigning them for sale. Minister, how much money was spent on the investigation into the illegal trade of kangaroos? Do we need to take that on notice?
Yes, absolutely, would have to take that on notice.
Can you also inform whether the same level of investigation and same level of resources and time and investigation was ever undertaken in relation to cruelty, alleged cruelty to animals?
I would absolutely have to take that on notice as well.
Minister, there was a commitment made by the government to do research and development into immunosterility programs for the control of the horses in the in Kosciuszko National Park and other places as well. Can you update me on as to whether where it's up to that research and development?
Well, as you may be aware, the implementation of the control program in Kosciuszko is underway. There are a number of means and methods by which that control is taking place. Unfortunately, we've experienced some challenging behaviour that has put park staff at risk. As to the method that you're talking about, Mr Fleming,
the plan contemplates looking more closely at immunocontraception when the technology reaches a point and when the population of horses reaches a point where it could be an effective strategy. It's not anticipated that we'll be in that position in the near future because the technology's not there and there are far too many horses for it to be effective. So being realistic, that is a few years away before it can be applied, unless the technology changes.
So are you is that your department researching and developing that technology, or you're relying on someone else to do it?
We're not investing in research in that technology. We have been engaged with and I'll take on notice and try and provide you with an update on any discussions that we've had.
As you know, this has been a conversation that started with the Honourable Mark Speakman many years ago, and he was very interested in pushing it through. So I'd be very grateful for an update. Minister, would you like a Dorothy Dixer to finish with?
Sure. I won't say no to that.
Careful what you ask for.
So congratulations, and we're very grateful that there's been a purse allocated for the treatment of mange in wombats. Can you detail as to how that's going to be rolled out and when?
I thought we'd avoided wombat mange today.
Wow. Let's see where it's up to. But I want to see where it's up to and where it's going. It's because there are a lot of suffering animals out there.
Yeah. So I met with, for example, Wires a couple of weeks ago to talk to them about their interest in this as well. The department are currently working through the rollout of that and the partners that we will work with and interested citizens as well on how it might roll out. Mr. Fleming can give you a bit more of an update, but needless to say, I did take on board your concerns that you raised with me, and you know, the $2 million set aside in the budget to help deal with this really challenging issue, I think will be money well spent.
We're still working through how the delivery mechanism we need to use so that it can be deployed as rapidly as possible. So I've been advised we're aiming to get the first grants out before the end of this calendar year.
And does that include working with people on the ground who actually have been helping to treat mange and wombats and giving them access to government areas that are under the control of, say water, New South Wales, etc.?
I can only speak for our land, but I think we've already been working with groups who contribute to what we do on national park land, but we'd be happy to have discussions with other agencies, including Water New South Wales, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may please just table two letters from the Environment Protection Authority in respect of the earlier tabling and publication of the report by the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer titled Advice on the Koala Protections in the Proposed New Private Native Forestry Codes of Practice. These are two letters sent by the EPA to Ms Ishbel Cullen, the original GIPA applicant, and to Mr Justin Field on the 12th and 16th of August this year respectively, who advised that he was the appropriate applicant, and they advised that the Office of Chief Scientist report was inadvertently disclosed and requested all copies of the documents be destroyed. The letter of 12 August was sent immediately upon the EPA's discovery the report had been inadvertently disclosed, and the GIPA process in respect of this document is still on foot, and the EPA is progressing an internal review. The decision to table the report that was inadvertently disclosed is subject to the current GIPA application process and therefore contrary to the public interest and the EPA's exercise of its functions under the GIPA legislation. So I'd appreciate tabling those letters and just reiterate the objection to the publication of that report, noting that I'm advised it's still Cabinet in confidence.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, and we'll certainly circulate that to the committee here for their consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in government time.
Well, given that Mr. Pearson asked a wonderful Dorothy Dixon, we'll cede our time.
Okay. Thank you, Minister Griffin, for attending this hearing. We're finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for further
Before
questioning.
people go, can I just flag, I'm just conscious that we have a very long list of witnesses, and I was going to actually just flag that the committee might do a deliberative, and if there's people that we can let go, we will let you know very soon, so people don't have to sit here all afternoon. No, Mr. Knudsen, not you. I just wanted to flag. We may not be able to come to agreement, but I'm just conscious that there's a lot of people here that I know I definitely won't be asking a question to, so I don't want you to stay here unnecessarily.
Yeah, that gave you an insight into the seriousness with which we take this committee.
Yep, terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hazard stated.
at 2 o'clock, so we will recommence the hearing. And I know that we have a few extra people, and we'll just need to swear you in, if that's okay. And we'll do that just at the end of the table on my right. And I think if we could start with Mr. Bryce Wild, please. Thank you. Just on the end, just back behind you. Thank you. Sorry, it's so awkward.
Yes.
And there should be a card there for you. So if you could just state your name, title, agency, and then either the oath or affirmation. Thank you.
Bryce Wild, Executive Director, New South Wales Natural Resources Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. And now Professor Hugh Durrant-White, please.
I'm Hugh Durrant-White. I'm the Commissioner for the New South Wales Natural Resources Commission and also the Chief Scientist and Engineer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Matthew Riley, please.
Matthew Riley, Director of Climate and Atmospheric Science at the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we'll commence with questions. Ms. Sharp.
Chair, would you like some quick answers to some of the questions from earlier?
Certainly.
Very quick.
Thank you very much.
In terms of heritage on the National Park Estate, we've got 7,500 built heritage elements and complexes across the estate. We're currently developing a statewide heritage priorities process to implement our heritage asset policy statement. So this is obviously a fairly significant bit of work intended to guide management of that heritage across the next sort of 5 to 10 years, and obviously will help us in prioritising where we put the resources that we do have for heritage management. For Gardens of Stone, just confirming we have received the first 1 million. There's another 1 million that will be paid by the end of January 2023, 6.5 million by the end of June 2023, and then by the end of June for each of the next 3 years, another 6.5 million, so totalling the 28 million in total. And I don't have a breakdown of that, but I think the key principle is it's for landscape scale management of the Gardens of Stone area, with a particular reference to the assets that were impacted and triggered the offset liability, including the upland swamps. In terms of the Illawarra bike trail, I understand there are 2 REFs that will be done. The first REF is out for public comment at the moment.
Its public comment has closed and it's in its final stages of being approved.
Sorry.
I was going to say, and look, that REF, it's a single REF. It's across all the land tenures where that mountain bike strategy, which is the one between Mount Kembla and Mount Kira, it crosses all the tenures. So there'll be 2 determining authorities. We'll determine under Part 5 on park, and Wollongong Council will determine the parts of the strategy that are off park and on other land tenures.
All right, thank you. And perhaps I can ask some questions when it's my turn on that, if that's okay.
Because there is a second REF, or we can give you the detail of that later if you prefer.
Thank you.
And the last one for me was you asked some questions, I think you and Ms Sharp, around targets and percentage areas.
Yes.
So just updated figures. There's some land that we've acquired which is yet to be gazetted, but when that's gazetted, the park estate will be around 7.8 million hectares, so that's 9.68% of the state. In terms of the land that the BCT manages conservation agreements over, about 393,000 hectares of that would be in perpetuity covenanted land, so that adds about another 0.5%. So for what might be in perpetuity, style conservation, you're talking sort of 10.2% of the state at the moment. The BCT has another 1.9 million hectares across other agreements, which are not in perpetuity covenanted. That probably leads in a little bit to your question about whether there's a strategy and where the gaps are. So we are doing the analysis in the sense that one of the key layers we look at is landscapes or sub-landscapes. There are 82 landscapes in the state with 0 level of reservation in public or private. That's out of 570 landscapes. At the sub-landscape level, which is sort of breaking it down by sub-region, there are, I think it's 331 with 0% out of about 1,320. So there are clearly gaps in the park estate at the moment, or the conservation estate at the moment. The analysis as to how much land is required and where that land would be is something, again, I don't think anyone has properly attempted. We're at the beginning of starting to do that process. I have no doubt it will involve some restoration as part of that process. I haven't even begun to sort of talk about the gaps when you look at other criteria like threatened species or wetlands. So it's a really complex question. It feeds into this issue of the 30 by 30 question. And all I'd really say about that, noting that it's still something that's being discussed at the international level and then the national level, is, you know, there are a series of questions. You know, I guess one is whether 30% is adequate. Another is what counts toward your 30%, because I think if you look at what some countries are saying, they are proposing to include in their 30% things that maybe we shouldn't include in our 30%. And I think the other key question is what happens to the other 70%, because I think focusing too much on just the 30% wouldn't be the right outcome.
Thank you. Ms Sharp.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on that, those heritage answers that you just gave, Mr Fleming, which was, I just was interested, that's just built heritage, so it doesn't include First Nations heritage within the parks? So the 7,500 is identified kind of
That's
the
my understanding,
buildings
yes.
and, yep. And approximate time frame for completion?
I think I've been told it's a couple of years of development to get that priorities
I think it's been about 15 years since it was last done, so.
I'll ask the team whether there's a chance of getting it done more rapidly.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I wanted to go to this issue, I think this is probably for Mr Knudsen, which is the issue in the budget papers about the threatened species and ecological communities on track. So it's page 5-13 of the outcome statement. And it's talking about saving our species as the flagship program, which, as we've established, is the $15 million per year over the next 5 years. But the thing that I am very concerned about is that previously, at the end of 2020-21, the figures were that 262 species were on track to be secure in the wild, and in this year's budget papers it's down to 150. So I'm just wanting, can you just explain to me what that actually means? Because it's pretty concerning from where I sit.
Sure. So what I've got, the staff provided after you'd asked your questions earlier on, and the information they provided to me, and happy to actually share that with the committee formally if that's helpful. But effectively what it says is that we've got a target of trying to get to 350 to 400 species being addressed by the program overall. That's almost like your leading indicator into the future of where we want to get. What's reported in the budget papers is the lag indicator, and that's driven heavily. What the staff are flagging for me is that that's taken from our species management database, but there's a significant amount of data reporting limitations in that. And so what they've done is they've included the 150 target for reporting in the budget paper based upon what they had a very high level of assurance over. But the overall objective of the program remains 350 to 400 species, and we've got a decent level level of confidence that we're on track to do that. But out of an abundance of caution, what was included in the budget paper in terms of the lag indicator was 150 species.
But what's changed? What changed in 12 months that made you say, we've got a high confidence that we've got 262 that are on track, which, you know, accept that you're aiming for around 400, but you had sort of 262. I mean, that's 112 fewer animals or threatened animals or plants. Like, what's changed?
So what my staff had indicated was that there was a target of 260 species in ecological communities, but recent reporting indicates the final result will be between 350 and 400. So again, the 262 previously was the leading indicator where we wanted to end up, and we've now changed it to a lag indicator saying this is what we've actually secured versus what we're hoping to secure. So that's why it went from 262 down to the 150. They're actually reporting two different things.
They're on the same graph.
Yep, and
I think that's reasonable.
I think
that's a problem.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point, that if indeed that's what seems to have happened, we need to clear this up before the
I'd also be very interested to know what the list of 262 species was and what the list of 150 species is. Are you able to take that on notice for me and provide that?
Yep, and indeed I will ask in terms of our response on notice to clarify the 262 versus the 150, just to make sure that what I've said here is absolutely accurate, and also to give an indication of how we'll do it going forward so that you've got consistent points of reference over time as you've just
what it looks to me is that we've put up the white flag on species protection. We're triaging to a narrower base in terms of our investment. That's what that reads to me when I read that.
And I think that's the wrong interpretation, respectfully. The target is still 350 to 400 species. Again, it's the lag indicator of what actually we have a high level of confidence in terms of the data is where the 150 comes from.
And just to confirm, saving our species used to be $20 million a year, didn't it?
That's correct.
And it's now $15 million a year. Correct. So the government's spending less on an increased number of threatened species.
The only thing, in fairness, that needs to be taken into account with that are the other complementary programs, and Koala is obviously being a significant one because the habitat, as we talked about for the greater glider, as an illustrative example, often the habitat will serve multiple species. I should also clarify that the Threatened Species Committee for New South Wales has not yet made its determination on the greater glider. There's a common assessment methodology with the Commonwealth. We expect that'll happen fairly soon to give it that status formally in New South Wales. But it's happened.
Well, the changes of the laws, I thought, aligned that so that it wasn't a separate process.
It is a separate process. There are two independent committees, but there's an agreement between all jurisdictions in Australia to have a common assessment methodology. So over time, and this has been about a decade's worth of work, that the lists are now heavily aligned. There's just a few. There's often these lags where the Commonwealth or a state will make a decision and then the other jurisdiction needs to align.
And may I just add, recognising SOS is in many ways the flagship threatened species project. It is one of several investments. I don't want to leave the committee with the impression that our ambition is not much higher than that.
Not you, I'm asking about the money. It's the government, it's okay. I wanted to ask about who's in charge of the Koala plan. Is that you two? Okay, great. You'd be aware that there's been a lot of mapping of critical koala hubs. There's been a lot of work done under the last plan to identify all of those. We know that they obviously were severely affected by the bushfires, and there's a lot of agitation in the community at the moment about what's happening in some of the state forests where those koala hubs have also been mapped. Is there any work going on within your department to look at the proposal for the Great Koala National Park?
Certainly there was it was a proposal within Parliament, and we came back in effect through the government response to indicate, look, there is value in trying to take a look at whether you add to the national parks estate to protect koalas. Indeed, my colleagues here at the table are very much part of doing exactly that as part of the koala strategy. Our argument, in effect, was that the Great Koala National Park, as it was proposed in the bill, had a few things that needed still to be worked through, and that was the essence of the response. So not opposed to the concept in principle, but there's more work to be done.
No, that's right. I suppose it goes to my next question, which might be for you, Mr. Fleming, is in terms of expansion of the National Parks estate. I mean, I know that you've got some figures in the budget papers of how much you think you're going to go, you're going to do. When you pull together, using the koala as an example with the koala plan, where do these things come together to go, okay, we need more protected land for koalas and national parks is where we will do that, and how is that process decided? Because to date, the inclusion of new national parks has predominantly been in the Western Division. It's been large properties that have been very important but low-hanging fruit. How do we get the at-scale koala protection how does that work through the process that you use? I just don't understand the process.
So we have effectively been investing from two pools of money, if you like. One is a general reserve acquisition fund, and the other is the koala.
Is that about $20 million?
It has been roughly that. I'd have to take on notice the precise amounts, but that's about right. And then the koala funds that are dedicated to the acquisition of koala habitat under the previous and now current koala strategy. That's about another $20 million a year, isn't it? It's $50 million in total under this koala strategy.
Over 5 years?
For 5 years. So
it's $4 million a year.
So the acquisitions, they're slightly different criteria in the sense that, and again I'm speaking fairly broadly, but the first pool is driven by some of that analysis around the gaps in the park estate. The koala acquisition is driven by criteria related obviously to suitability of land for koalas. I think you're also asking about state forests, and I guess I'd just make the observation that, you know, any reasonable sort of approach, I think most governments would keep under ongoing review whether there are areas of public land that should be considered for the parks estate, particularly in light of things like climate change or the bushfires that we've recently had. So that's just something that is kept under ongoing review. And as you know, some areas of state forest transferred over the last few years to national park.
But there's sort of an ongoing plan. Isn't there supposed to be a review of state conservation areas that feeds into this?
There has been a review of state conservation areas, and it's going through a final check with colleagues across government.
Wasn't it due in 2019?
That may be correct.
Okay, and does it pick up? I know. Okay, so it's still going, and we'll see it.
It's really looking at areas that are already declared as to whether they should transfer into a different category.
And off the back of the rolling over the regional forest agreements, there was undertakings given over a number of decades around identifying state forests that would be transferred into the estate. Has that process ever really been completed?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of the specific obligations. As I said, we sort of keep under ongoing review whether there are areas that we should suggest as additions.
I just wanted to ask, so this is about Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. And it's my understanding, obviously, that it's got to now go to the federal government for approval, and the idea is that it's all up front so that then you can move forward with that. And I was interested, Mr. Mazzell, in some of the comments you made earlier this morning about sort of ongoing oversight and monitoring. In terms of changing the plan or decision-making about alterations, is that now fully in the hands of the planning minister, or is there a role for the environment minister?
It's with the planning minister.
So he or she is the decision maker?
And I'll have to double check in terms of the 1 and 5 year review. I thought there was a reporting mechanism to the Minister for Environment as well, but I don't have that.
No, that's
detail.
okay. I mean, I'm very interested. Obviously, it's a governance issue. This is a very long plan over a long period of time, and my concern is that it looks to me, on my reading of it, that the planning minister now is the sole decision maker now that once it's signed off by the feds. And I wanted to understand. So if you come back back to me, and the Environment Minister may have a say. Is there any kind of formal concurrence that they have to make? If you could come back to me about that, that would be great. And this, I know, a huge undertaking, the conservation plan, and I think, you know, I just want to say up front that I think that there's a lot of possibilities in actually getting it right, but it's very ambitious, and to not get it right, it's going to be very risky. There's some significant concerns about the sort of urban capable land and its how protected it is in perpetuity. Can you take me through what you believe to be the case of how that will be managed?
Firstly, I just wanted to identify, I've just found in my, that the Minister for Environment retains the ability to step in and initiate further actions if the plan's outcomes are not secured in accordance with conditions of the certification order.
Okay, good.
Now, your next question in relation to...
Sorry, I'm trying to get something. Yep.
Yeah. So, certainly in terms of, and Mr. Goodwin might want to explain further around in terms of the BCT's processes for ongoing monitoring of private land conservation sites in that area. We'll be looking overall on the plan. We'll, as a department, will be looking at the plan overall to see whether those outcomes are still being maintained, and what that means for overall outcomes. But then for the individual components, it'll be up to the individual organisations to do that. So in terms of the private land conservation, that would be with the BCT and their existing processes for that, and obviously we have processes with our parks as well.
Can I just confirm, though, that as a result of this process, environmental zoning's been removed? Basically, what we've done is we've moved from environmental zoning to this idea of avoided land. Is that correct?
I know there have been some changes, but the detail on there have been some changes. The focus of the plan has been on a landscape connectivity perspective, so we're looking at those broader strategic landscape scales components.
I think we're getting deep into the planning system. I might move on from that. I might ask the... I will get the planning minister, so I might ask...
I think it might be worthwhile for us to come, because this is a really significant decision, as you're pointing out, and I would humbly say that that's the way that ideally you want planning to happen, taking a look at a landscape and then protecting the assets that matter most. So I think it's worthwhile, if it's okay, for us to come back and explain the 11,000 hectares that are protected under the plan. How will they be protected? How does it deal with the existing...
Well, I'm interested in whether it's in perpetuity, who can change it, you know...
What's the level of assurance over
Well, you know, in the areas where it's going to be developed, in the Greater Macarthur area, as we know, there's a lot of housing going in there. The experience to date is that people who are developing that land want more housing, not less, and whether... You know, whether there's how much is it truly protected is really the question I'm getting to, and under what circumstances. So is it via a SEP? Is it just by a ministerial direction? So we're basically just waiting for the minister of the day, and people can apply to make changes. That's what I'm really trying to get understand. How protected is the avoided land? Is the very inarticulate way I'm asking this question.
And from our perspective, that's why the reviews are so important, and the Environment Minister would need to approve any modifications that are made over time. And I think the process of having an independent 5 years, because, I mean, we're talking out to 2056, so making sure that we've got those kind of checkpoints in place so we can see whether we're actually still getting those strategic outcomes.
Well, the point being, obviously, climate change is a huge issue. I mean, out to 2056, you know, hopefully we'll be at net zero by then, and we will have actually turned it around. But I am, anyway, if you can come back to us on that, other than the 5-year points, and maybe if you just take on notice the consideration of climate change going into that plan, it's very difficult to see. I think this one is for you, Mr. Chappell. The plastics exemption. for the plastic-lined bowls and plates. Can you just explain to me what products that covers?
I understand. It's on the basis.
Get a microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I understand it's a 2-year exemption for the provision of a food-safe plastic film, where our advice was that there wasn't a suitable alternative for party wear use. And I might ask my colleague, Ms Chang, to just give you a few more details.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. So yes, it was a 2-year exemption on basically printed plates where there is ink being used, and currently there are no food-safe alternatives for that plastic film.
Sorry, we're talking about party plates, are we? Like the sort of things that you have at kids' parties where they've got where they've got colourful. It's colourful.
Or Christmas.
The industry refers to it as the ELSA sector. There are a lot of branded products in that space.
Yeah, that's correct. And so what that exemption allows is for the continued use of printed colourful plates, usually used in party settings. The reason we have allowed for that exemption is because currently there are no food-safe alternatives to that plastic film, and the ink could potentially leak into the food. That 2-year exemption is to signal to industry where we are going and to signal to them that they need to really look into safe alternatives, do research in this space, because there is a very limited time, 2 years, where they need to run down on their party supplies and look for food-safe alternatives to cover the ink.
And what are the other states? Is this are we now in? What are the other states doing this? Obviously, this is a national plan, and with different timeframes. All of the industry people that speak to me want the same timeframe because they hate dealing with 6 different states. What is the situation in Queensland and Western Australia in relation to these products?
So I can definitely provide some detailed comparison for jurisdictions, but I understand.
Specifically on this, I'm just interested that we went through the plastics plan, no one raised these issues with us. Yep. There was a broad consensus to sign it up, and now there's the seeking of an exemption, and are there similar exemptions being put in place in those other states? Because, yeah.
There are a number of, we'll get the detailed comparison perhaps across all jurisdictions might be most useful. But I think the point here is each jurisdiction is wrestling with these issues in slightly different timeframes, and whilst national alignment is obviously a key priority, we also want high standards to ultimately take this material out of the environment. And so we're currently consulting on a couple of specific exemptions. We're in regular contact through what's called HEPA, which is the Heads of EPA group across all the jurisdictions, on how our colleagues are dealing with these issues, and we want to make sure that for the New South Wales environment we deliver the best possible outcome as soon as we can. So the specifics, I think, on some of these issues, some jurisdictions aren't moving as fast as New South Wales, and we're mindful of that, but I think we're even more mindful of the intent of the legislation, which is to remove plastic from the natural environment.
Yeah, so more specifically, so there isn't a single consistent approach to this, but my understanding is that South Australia are not planning to ban this until the 1st of March 2024, so New South Wales has moved faster in this regard. Western Australia has currently banned plates and bowls from the 1st of July 2022, but have not included plastic laminated with all banned plastic items made from plastic laminated paper or plastic laminated cardboard included in that ban. So Western Australia has banned it. Queensland has not, however, and they are not pursuing a ban on plastic coated plates. So there is inconsistency between jurisdictions.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, with the BCT agreements that are not, from the numbers you gave, I take it from the 2 million hectares that we are attributing to being protected through private conservation, only actually, in fact, 1.6 million of those are not in perpetuity. So what can you give me an indication, what are we talking about if we're not, what sort of protection?
So it's around 1.9 that is not in perpetuity, but
Okay.
I'll ask Alan Goodwin from the BCT, who's here, to come and he can give you a bit more detail.
Thank you.
You have to swear him in.
Yes, you may need to swear him in.
No, I think Mr. Goodwin was sworn in earlier today.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. Of the agreements that we have across that land estate, yes, the ones that are in perpetuity. The ones that are not could be term agreements. We have quite a few that are at a 15-year agreements created since the BCT, and others are like wildlife refuges across the state that some of them have been in place since the 70s and earlier. They are subject to revoking if required. So there's a gradient from in perpetuity for a large part of the state, termed agreements, and then through to agreements that are standing but are subject, not in perpetuity and not to title.
Thank you. I know that there's the sensitivity around the identification of private property, etc. But is that breakdown available? I.e., what the hectare rate for the refuges versus the 15 years versus the perpetuity? Is that breakdown? Is that something you publish annually, or?
It is. I think the bulk of that would be on our website, but I could take that on notice and provide that information. Yes.
Thank you. I have had a bit of a look, but perhaps not as comprehensive as I could have. Thank you very much. Just on the Illawarra, if I can, just very quickly. So, I wasn't sure whether there was a particular or specific reason we didn't undertake an environmental assessment of the entire intended project. I didn't understand the rationale that it was tenure-based. I wasn't clear on that.
So I'll run through that again. There's two sections to the bike strategy. One is around Mount Keira and Mount Kembla. It's about 50 kilometres in length. It's the subject of the current REF. It's one REF. It crosses all land tenures, but it has two determining authorities. There's another section called the Balgownie section. It's about 20 kilometres in length. We're doing the REF for that next year. And we expect to do construction of that second segment in 2023-24. The reason the first section has progressed is because we actually, if the REF is approved and it's in its final stages of assessment, we expect to start construction of that section at the end of this year. We will, of course, take a cross-landscape approach to the environmental assessment, looking both at the natural and heritage cultural values. Although they're separate, we will look at the impacts on a landscape basis for the second REF, taking into account what was found in the first REF for this 50-kilometre
So I think the question is, in the first one, I think that's the question, is is the second one considered in the first one?
At this stage, it isn't, because it is a two-stage process. But they are in quite separate places, in quite separate landscapes. But at this point, we aren't able to take into account the detailed assessment of the second site.
All right, thank you. Just about, if I can ask about the intent and planned reintroduction of the platypus into the Royal National Park, which is very exciting. Do we have, can I just ask, what do you think and what is your level of confidence really, given we got local extinction in 2006? What have we done to think that we'll be successful?
So my understanding is that the reintroduction has been deferred, I think it's by about 12 months.
Okay.
In order to do more work on water quality and basically look at that assessment of water quality in more detail. But your general point about any reintroduction needs to occur after there's a really good understanding of why the species disappeared in the first place. And you need a level of confidence that the threats that caused that disappearance are now effectively managed.
Do we think we have any, in relation to this particular one, and I'm very pleased to hear it's been deferred, because I just can't find anything to suggest that we have done that work yet comprehensively about how we've lost it, but is our confidence low given the upstream spill, the colliery, and the Camp Gully Creek? I know the EPA, this is perhaps a question for you too, but just in terms of that spill, I know the EPA kind of concluded it wasn't significant of sorts, but I'm just curious.
I might pass to the EPA, but I would just say before I do that, we're obviously working with UNSW, University of New South Wales. I don't think it would be accurate to say that their confidence was necessarily low. I think they are just taking, I think we're just taking a precautionary approach to ensure we've got the best possible data before the reintroduction occurs.
Thank you. And just with that, Mr. Chappell, have you, or has the EPA seen the photos recently of the visit? I think they've been provided to you, but there was a recent visit and there was evidence of this black sludge that was lining the banks of the creek bed.
Yes, we are aware of that, and my colleague Mr. Beeman, I think, is visiting.
Thank you, Mr. Beeman.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to that sort of the discharge at Metro Colliery, just want to put on the record, any water pollution from our perspective is completely unacceptable. And I appreciate the community's concerns, and I've had the opportunity last week to walk up and down Camp Gully Creek. And we're dealing with two incidents here, just to get it on the record. The first is there was a storm event in January, which was about 66 mils. The system's designed to cope for 125 mils on the site. They had a pipe blockage, it overflowed. There were some mitigating circumstances about why that happened, but we fined them for that, so I'll fine $15,000. The second event was really the July storm event where Helensburgh recorded 651 millimetres, which was 5 times the design standard for that stormwater management system. So we're I think what's happened in that July event, we've had all the materials. There's been mining in that catchment since about the 1890s.
Yeah.
And so we've had a lot of material remobilised from that 651 millimetres. And so I've seen some pictures in the local paper where people are holding very large soccer ball sized bits of coal. That's from historical mining operations, because what they do at the colliery is crush it, so there's nothing that large. And when you see the podos, they're very rounded, so it's had some fluvial action, some river action on it. But what we've said to the company is we've amended their licence and put on a requirement for them to have an ecologist come in and do an ecological assessment for the river and to look at the options of removing as much of the coal fines. This is a really delicate balancing act here about removing the coal fines from the banks of the river without disturbing the river too much. And so we're expecting that advice to come back to the EPA by the 9th of September.
Right, thank you.
Can I just quickly add, the other partners, Taronga and WWF, I didn't want to forget them because they do amazing work in this space. And the notes I have just suggest that the trigger for the sort of further assessment is more to do with the extent of the rainfall that we've had rather than any specific pollution event.
And we're connected in with the National Parks team and the UNSW guys to make sure that we're actually all connected up at looking at what's the water quality improvements, and we'll probably look at doing a more broader ecological river health piece of work along Camp Creek and in the Port Hacking River.
Fantastic, thank you. Because I think our little monotremes are in big trouble, aren't they? I think there's some more recent news in the southeast that they're in big trouble. I've got like 10 seconds to go. Can I just ask very quickly about dingoes in terms of the baiting program? Have we got data on dingoes and in terms of the impact of the most recent baiting program, the one that you were talking about where we've got 70,000 feral animals and we've gone through that program?
So the 70,000 was from shooting and other measures of feral animal control. What I can say in relation to the dingoes or wild dogs is one, we have a statutory duty to undertake, as you will know, a statutory duty to undertake control. We try and ensure we discharge that duty in the areas of highest risk. So the analysis that we've done suggests that it's about half of the national park estate that is in effect not baited, which means there are large areas where wild dogs or dingoes are not impacted by baits and can fulfil the ecological function that they do fulfil.
And do you have any, sorry, just very finally, do you have any actual data or figures on the other half and the kill or the impact on dingoes?
So there's been a series of research projects which identify, in effect, the effectiveness of baiting. But I think what your question is getting toward is whether we have good data on the population of dingoes in different areas. And I'd say that sort of at a broad scale, we're not in that position yet. But again, the ecological health monitoring framework that we're trying to put in place, which is a long-term plan, should give us that kind of data.
Okay. Am I right to understand it's Mr. Field's turn? Have you talked to him about... Okay, Mr. Field, it's over to you on the screen there. There he is. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had done it slightly differently, but if AJP doesn't mind me going now, that would be very beneficial. Thank you.
I apologise. Are you happy for Justin?
Yeah, that's okay.
He needs to get going. Thank you.
Around again.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Yep, it's over to you.
Thank you. I'm back. I might turn first, if I could, to this somewhat controversial document that we've agreed to publish today. And just to be clear, it was provided to me through a GIPA. I appreciate that the EPA has asked for it back, and I appreciate the support of the committee recognising its public interest in publishing it. It was advised by the Chief Scientist and Engineer, and I apologise to the Chief Scientist and Engineer. We might have to talk about you and your work for a little bit, but in a slightly different context without direct questions to you. I'll leave it up to either the EPA or officials from EHG. My first question is, did the Minister ever see this advice?
I'm not aware. So, Mr. Field, we should take that on notice. And indeed, it would have been the previous minister, I suspect, given the documents that you're talking about predate Mr. Griffin.
Well, that's a very good point, and it goes to my next question. Obviously, the decision to renew the private native forestry code was one for Minister Griffin in terms of his concurrence responsibilities. So I'm now specifically asking, did Minister Griffin see this advice as part of that concurrence-making process?
So I will take that on notice, but what I will say is that the NRC did provide, and the Chief Scientist was involved in this process, provided advice on the private native forest codes, which have been now published, et cetera, and provided advice on the adequacy of those codes, and that was provided to Minister Griffin to inform his decision. So the most recent advice from the NRC plus the final decision on concurrence absolutely was informed by the NRC and went to the Minister. Whether the previous advice on the previous formulated codes, et cetera, went to the Minister, I can't recall, but we'll come back on notice.
I think that would be good. And I guess the reason I raised this, and now it'll be a published document, people can form their own judgments, but this work by the Chief Scientist, I think, it's fair to describe, provides a much more nuanced analysis of the information available around private native forestry and the risks associated with private native forestry. It raises concerns about the adequacy of data within which to form views around the potential impacts. In fact, to quote the Chief Scientist, it says, given the limited information provided to the Office about current impacts and projected future impacts of PNF, information on efficacy of current and proposed prescriptions, uncertainty around the new forest operation plan and forest stewardship plan guidelines, the deficiencies in the coverage of maps over high-value habitat and trigger prescriptions, this request to assess the adequacy of the proposed PNF codes seems premature. Just to confirm, and perhaps this is for you, Mr. Darren White, were you ever asked to provide additional advice as the chief scientist on the final codes that actually went to the minister?
So we're just waiting for the correct officials to come to the table.
Thank you.
Mr. Fields, as you know, I'm not in a position to provide a response around a document that is cabinet in confidence. I think I'll leave it at that.
Can somebody on the panel explain to me why this document would have been made cabinet in confidence, given the codes are now public, given the NRC's report is public? Why is this document considered cabinet information?
So I can answer that in the generic, which is quite often documents which go to inform a cabinet decision are considered cabinet in confidence. What is then made public by the government is a matter for the government, and what the government's made public is the codes. The government's also said that the NRC also... Sorry.
If I could,
yep.
Did the codes go to cabinet?
Again, I can't reveal the specifics of what items went to cabinet and what didn't. I was answering in the generic that it is not uncommon practice for supporting documents to inform a cabinet decision are also held in cabinet in confidence.
Just to be clear, the government has decided that independent scientific analysis of a particular policy position of the government, we're talking about independent science, goes to the issue of koala habitat. They've decided that particular document will be deemed cabinet information, not for public release.
Well, I think there's one clarification there, which is the draft you're referring to was at a point in time. It's not reflective of the final codes that have now been made and are obviously on the public record, or the assessment of that final form of the codes, which has been done by the Natural Resources Commission and is also on the public record.
Yes, but it's difficult to make a judgment about how those codes might have changed when you didn't see the previous advice. But I don't want to labour the point that the document will be made public and people can make their own judgments about that. I wanted to move, if I could now, back to the issue of land clearing and what has now been, I think, described as what was previously unexplained clearing, now unallocated clearing. In answer to a question on notice that I got back very recently, I asked, has any of the unexplained, which was how it was described before, woody vegetation loss on rural regulated land that was identified in the 2018-2019 SLAPS reporting been subsequently explained? That was my question. I asked that question because over the last 2 years I've been asking questions about this unexplained clearing, and what I've continually gotten back in answers has been a group has been formed between EES, now EHG, and LLS to look at these issues. The answer I've gotten back now is, and I quote, no, EHG and LLS have agreed to focus on future improvements to reduce unexplained clearing. Can I please ask, has a decision been taken not to have a look at potential illegal clearing that occurred in the 2018-2019 years that may have been shown up in the unexplained clearing data that was uncovered through the SLAPS report?
Mr. Field, what I would say is 2018-2019, under the Native Veg Act, there was 144 compliance actions taken in general with respect to that act. I'm going to assume that a subset of those would have dealt with issues that would have been identified as unexplained clearing at that time, but I don't have the breakdown specifically. I just wanted to give you an assurance that there were 144 compliance actions taken in that year with respect to the Native Veg Act.
Yes, I have all of that detail, most of it. The overwhelming majority of it is advisory and warning letters. 3/4, as you know, Mr. Hudson, of all clearing on rural regulated land in the last 3 years has been unexplained. I've been asking questions about this. I've asked if any of it has subsequently been explained. Categorically, the response I've got is no. So if it was explained through an advisory letter or some other action taken, regulatory action taken, I would have assumed the answer would have been yes. I'm asking, has a decision been taken with regards to no longer investigating, going back and having a look at unexplained, potentially illegal clearing in 2018, 2019?
So I think that there's a potential conflation of two issues, right? So the task force that was set up with LLS is to try and figure out how do we allocate more of the clearing to an appropriate clarification as to under what or authority has that been done. That's one. And as a result of that work, no, there hasn't been an explicit cross-referral to compliance. It's more about how do you make sure that your policy architecture is robust on how you report out on clearing. That's why I took a moment there just to talk about the compliance actions in 2019 or 2018, 2019. You're right. Out of the 144, 102 of those cases were dealt with through warning letters, et cetera. But 29 penalty notices were issued, 13 prosecutions were commenced, and 5 of those have been completed. So it isn't accurate to say that there have been no compliance actions or even a light load of compliance actions when you've got 29 penalty notices and 13 prosecutions commenced in that one fiscal year.
Hang on. I've asked all these questions. That's different from the answers I've received back. I've asked about prosecutions under the relevant part of the LLS Act since 2017, and the responses I have from the agency is there's just 2 prosecutions in that entire time. Okay. So I don't know where the 5 comes from, and I don't know where the 14 commenced prosecutions come from. Can you please clarify that?
Sure. Well, what I will do is I'll actually provide you, for the Native Veg Act, by fiscal year, the total compliance actions, the number of letters versus remediation orders, penalty notices, or prosecutions by year. And I think that will lay out a much more comprehensive answer to this issue. The point that you're raising about 2 prosecutions being completed, that I want to just clarify that as well. I think that might be related to one specific type of incident, and I just want to make sure that we don't conflate that as well. So I appreciate quite frankly, your frustration in trying to get to the bottom of this, and I don't want to inflate that even more into a problem. I'd rather come back very explicitly year by year for the Native Veg Act and those various actions that have been taken.
I don't think you have much chance of understanding my frustration around it. This is year 3, Mr. Munson.
Okay.
Still just saying it's unexplained. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Now over to Mr. Pearson.
Oh, okay. Not Mr. Boyd?
No, it's you.
Okay, thank you very much. In September 2018, Garth Coe proposed that the Department of Environment seek to join the Department of Primary Industries and Game Management intelligence database for cross-stakeholder compliance, investigation and monitoring across the New South Wales fauna harvesting industry as a collective, including the Kangaroo Management Program, OEH Compliance, Police, DPI Game, National Parks and Wildlife Service and Food Authority. Sorry, it was a bit lengthy, but I'm just wondering, has any consideration of this proposal been given by the department, and if not, why? The reason being is that several of the documents showed that some shooters or harvesters were also engaging in criminal activity, very serious at times, and the department has made, officers in the department have made several statements that it's been very difficult to monitor these people because they weren't aware of some of those other activities that they were engaging in. So the question is, has any consideration of this proposal been taken by the department? Are you aware?
So I was not aware of that specific proposal. Again, it predates me. However, I have had conversations with Department of Primary Industries about the potential increasing the ties between our 2 organizations with respect to kangaroo management, et cetera. Those have not concluded yet, but I just think, again, what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense in a number of ways, and I appreciate you raising it.
So you can't really give me a report where we're up to with that?
No, because like I said, I don't know the origins of that initial point that you made in asking your question. It predates me. What I was saying though was that I have had some specific conversations with planning I've had some I've had some discussions with the Department of Primary Industries on trying to better align our work with respect to kangaroos, specifically because they have an awful lot of expertise in the management of various types of species, et cetera, and I think we would just benefit from that. What I was saying was we haven't concluded that yet.
Was your letter 2018, Mr. Pearson, did you say?
Yes, September.
Okay.
So could you take it on notice and extent to give me an update as to where that has progressed to, because that's extremely important. Government data shows that between 2019 and 2022 that no eastern grey kangaroos were killed by commercial harvesters in the Tibooburra region, despite the kill quotas being at 21,990 per annum. So considering this startling discrepancy, do you know if there have been any eastern grey kangaroos left in the Tibooburra region at all?
So I don't know the specifics behind that region, but when Ms. Dumazel and I were out with meeting with the operator of the kangaroo facility, one of the points that they did raise was that there are migratory patterns with certain species of kangaroos, and sometimes where they can have previously been found in certain numbers, they've migrated for one reason or another to different areas. So I don't know how large the region is. I don't know what sort of migratory patterns would be going through it, et cetera, but that might be part of the explanation. So that's a long way of saying, again, I think I'm going to have to come back on notice to get to the specific point.
Yeah,
I think
it's rather alarming, and it needs to be clarified. Now, I want to turn to joeys now. Because, as the inquiry found, we really know virtually nothing about what we call or what our organisation calls the ghost animals, because there's no monitoring at all, hardly at all. There's no tagging system for joeys, and often the bodies are left in situ where the mother has been killed. But there are reports of harvesters choosing not to kill joeys at foot, or maybe pouch joeys that are not too small after shooting their mothers, wanting to, quote, give them a chance for survival, unquote. Yet the statistics show that most joeys at foot will not survive. Has there been any investigation into the overall treatment of joeys or this particular view by harvesters to let them go, or is it more the fact you can't catch them?
So it's a requirement of the National Code of Practice for the humane shooting of kangaroos and wallabies for commercial purposes that dependent young are euthanised promptly and humanely. Can you just move the microphone a little bit closer to you? Sorry.
That's okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's sounding better, yeah.
Okay, so it's a requirement of the National Code of Practice for the humane shooting of kangaroos and wallabies for commercial purposes that dependent young are euthanised promptly and humanely. Compliance with the National Code is a condition of New South Wales professional kangaroo harvester licences and a requirement for EBPC Act approval of wildlife trade management plans for commercial kangaroo harvesting and export.
There would be a breach of the code to not shoot the joey at foot.
Yes.
What you're saying?
So dependent young required to be euthanised promptly and humanely.
So, has there been any? Has the department put any resources into monitoring the welfare impact on joeys in the commercial and non-commercial industry?
So certainly what we're doing is there's a couple of, we're continuing to make enhancements to the licence management and reporting systems that we have in place. And so that's a continuous improvement in terms of the compliance actions for the program.
So when a harvester or shooter gets a licence to shoot or harm kangaroos, does that include joeys on the licence?
I have to take that one on notice.
Okay. Does the kangaroo management program follow up on reports from interstate, such as a report from South Australian authorities about New South Wales carcasses that have projectile damage to both sides of the carcass. So, actually, I withdraw that question.
Okay.
The department had reports of an unlicensed tutor providing training to 24 participants at a location where there were neither commercial nor non-commercial licences. The matter was referred to a specialist investigation unit. Can you explain the role and powers of this unit?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay. Yes, this is a question about, is there a cross-checking of the firearms register with the harvester licence information when a person applies for a harvesting licence? Is there a cross-check that is done with the firearms register? And this question arises from a few reports that there were people shooting kangaroos that didn't even have an up-to-date firearms licence. Is there a cross-check?
What I can tell you is that commercial and non-commercial licence conditions state that a valid firearms licence is a prerequisite to approve humane culling or harvesting of kangaroos. As well as having a valid firearms licence, a commercial harvester must also show successful completion of the accreditation course, which is it's a course around use of firearms to harvest wild game. So an accuracy test through a registered training organisation, and they have to do that every 5 years. They also need to show successful completion of the statement of attainment of the game harvester skill set through TAFE. They need to hold a valid driver's licence and have their commercial...
Thank you very much. I think you've answered the question. Thanks very much. And this question goes to pet food production or knackeries. The question is there any monitoring of knackeries in regards to the processing of untagged or underweight commercially or non-commercially killed kangaroos? Because there have been reports of joeys and body shot kangaroos and non-tagged kangaroos being transported to knackeries.
It's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it in the sense that we normally focus on the commercial kangaroo hunters as opposed to the knackeries, but I may be wrong in that. So again, let me take that on notice and come back and find out whether we work further up the supply chain.
Okay, thank you for that.
Back to you, Ms. Sharp. Thank you. I'm not sure who to ask this question to, but has Mr. Elton left the BCT?
Yes.
When did that occur?
I don't know. I can't recall the precise date in the last couple of weeks.
Is there any announcement about that?
There was internally.
Okay. I've got some questions for the NRC. So, Mr. Wild, I think.
I don't know.
Justin has.
Hello. I just wanted to, there's actually just some questions about your budget, actually. I noticed in the budget papers that it looks as though you have $1 million less than you have previously had. Can you explain to me what's going on with the budget there?
Certainly. The Commission's normal operating budget has remained stable over the past, going back to 2019, which has been approximately around $5 million, give or take some minor efficiency dividends and the like. Yep. What was seen in the budget papers was there was the reduction in our, if you like, terms of reference funding. which principally in the last 4 years has been funded from the Forest Monitoring Improvement Program, where the former Department of Industry secured $7.2 million for the 4-year cross-tenure Forest Monitoring Improvement Program. That program's funding finished in June of 2022, and so that's not continuing into this financial year. What is continuing into this financial year is the $350,000 from the EPA's funding for coastal IFOA out of their original investment of $2 million. The remainder of that funds, of that $2 million, has already been spent. So that drop was because of the end of the cross-tenure Forest Monitoring Improvement Program.
And so is that work being picked up anywhere else, or is this just basically the end of the program?
Part of the program is continuing in relation to coastal IFOA monitoring.
Yep, that's the 350.
Yes, and we've also had savings from the previous program, which has been transferred across with the approval of the Cross-Agency Steering Committee of $500,000. And so that's where we are currently wrapping up a range of legacy projects. But mostly that money's been going to provide LiDAR across 250,000 hectares of our state forests. So the program on productive forests is continuing, but the cross-tenure, i.e. the monitoring on national parks...
So national parks, Aboriginal lands,
yes.
Crown lands?
Yes, that's ending in relation to the NRC's role in that. Now, those individual agencies have their own monitoring programs, and they can speak to those matters, and that they're continuing, and some of those programs have new initiatives and new plans, but the cross-agency comparison of forests, that has unfortunately ceased, and it has been providing what our independent experts have been saying has been groundbreaking monitoring and research and evidence on what has actually been happening on our forests, whether they be Aboriginal land, national parks or state forests or private land.
And so this work basically allowed you for the first time to compare across the different tenures the health and other aspects of the forest, yep?
Correct.
But this,
Ms Sharp, may I just add, we are building up the scientific capacity and the monitoring capacity in parks. So certainly from a parks point of view and some of those other tenures, we'll be able to continue doing a lot of that work, but it is obviously structured a little differently.
I just think that there's such rare where we actually go across tenures to actually understand that. And so in terms of wrapping that, was there an evaluation of that program done? Like, what sort of information is available about what you found through that program?
We had a midterm program evaluation, and that midterm program evaluation found that the program was very successful in establishing the baselines, building collaboration across agency scientists, engaging with the work of independent scientists. Under that program, we had the first ever RFA monitoring agreements. We had a lot of other firsts, which I could go through. What's the next steps is that yesterday we published the annual report on our website for the Forest Monitoring Improvement Program.
I did look for it, but I didn't see it yesterday. Yeah, thank you.
So we published that yesterday,
yep.
which outlines the achievements to date. We're still finishing up some of those projects. Last week we published University of Melbourne's water project, and we've also published recently the Future Looking Scenarios project, and the coming week we'll be publishing the work on Aboriginal cultural values, which includes videos, etc., from Bambaya Rangers and others. We are also planning on developing up an overarching insights report, which will be providing some of the more so what's from all of these discrete research projects, and what does it mean for the ongoing management of our forests in New South Wales, and that will be coming later this year.
So the baseline data, though, that was established, obviously it continues within state forests, is that correct? But for national parks, are you now establishing your own baselines, or are you picking up the baselines that have been?
I would say we're developing a monitoring framework that suits national parks' particular needs.
From the cross-temperate?
Well, I think it will enable some ongoing comparison, but our monitoring framework will probably be a little broader and geared more towards the purpose of national parks.
That's all I had for that. Thank you. I want to go back to, I think it's to you, Mr. Fleming. I just want to understand what the 250 permanent jobs that were announced in the budget for national parks. Can I just be clear, how many net new positions is that, if given that there's been, significant numbers of temporary staff through the enhanced firefighting program for a number of years?
I'll just turn to 55. Thank you. The best answer I can give you, in an organisation as big as National Parks, it's hard to give you a precise answer because it's not quite apples and apples. If I track our total level of staffing over the last few years, as of July this year, we were 2,011 full-time equivalent employees. That excludes casuals, contractors, board members. That's an increase of 378 FTE since July 2019. So it's a really significant increase. So in July 2019, we were around 1,633 FTE. Over the last decade, we have been at around that level. It's gone up and down by 150 odd, 200 at times, but we've been around that level. So you can see since July 2009 a significant build-up. That build-up between 2019 and currently has been driven largely by temporary roles, whether they were stimulus related or, you may recall, the initial response to the bushfire inquiry included temporary roles. Yep. What has happened in the last budget is the government has created 250 or funded 250 ongoing roles. So it's a bit hard to compare apples and apples, but those 250 ongoing roles will enable us to continue to staff the organisation at around that 2,000 FTE. I'm qualifying that because there are still some temporary positions within the organisation. There are also roles that are capital funded, which might be 2, 3, 4 year positions. So it's hard to give you a really definitive answer. The best I can do is say that our staffing levels are at or near the highest they've ever been. Well, they're certainly at the highest they've ever been, and that should be able to continue with the addition of these ongoing roles.
And can I just confirm that the ongoing roles are not are being funded from its new funding? This isn't. They're not. Previously, these roles were funded out of the Climate Change Fund. Is there any roles within National Parks being funded out of the Climate Change Fund anymore?
I'll have to take that on notice. These roles are coming out of consolidated funding. Some of the temporary roles over the last few years, it's not accurate to say they've all come out of CCF. In fact,
175 of them have. Previously?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think there have been some in the past.
Yep.
But the bushfire roles, for example, that have been temporary, they've been from consolidated funding.
And just in terms of those, can you give me an idea? So for the roles, can you give me an idea of the 250? Just basically break down what level they're at, or are they all kind of field? Like I'm trying to understand what's field officers, what's.
So I would have to give you a more detailed breakdown on notice, but as a general answer, there will be a mix of roles, so probably more field officer roles than others, but there will be a mix across the different classifications within the organisation. And 50 of those roles are, for example, related to management of conservation assets, so that's a little different to the 200 that are ongoing firefighter roles.
Are you creating a separate role that's sort of not a field officer but not a ranger? Is that what these 50 jobs are?
No, I didn't mean to imply that. I just meant that the mix would be different amongst those 50 than across the 200.
Anything that you can provide that would... paint that picture, I'd be very appreciative.
Because the ongoing roles commence 1 July next year, we're currently doing the planning for that, so it may be something that I need to provide in 8 weeks.
Yep, no, that's fine. The government's recently made significant announcements about joint management of national parks with First Nations people, and my understanding is that there's a discussion paper that's gone out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of concerns from peak Aboriginal community control organisations about their involvement in the production of that?
I've met with our custodian groups, which are the chairs and deputy chairs of the various boards of management and other boards. So there's great engagement with that group. I've also met with the Minister with the board of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. They expressed some concerns to us about the process, and we've given them the commitment that they'd be closely involved. As you know, in this space, it's not always easy to come up with a process that everyone is happy with, but we will have a very inclusive process. We've allowed ourselves 18 months, so all of the key groups will have an opportunity to provide input. It is, I mean, I'm not sure if everyone appreciates what a significant step it is. The commitment is to effectively consider transferring 10% of the state to Aboriginal ownership, which is quite an extraordinary thing to put on the table, especially when you think that it's not something that would be handed over without funding. It's actually a commitment to consider handing over that 10% of the state and to fund it, its management ongoing as park. In addition to engaging, obviously our primary the primary purpose of that consultation process is to engage with Aboriginal owners. But there are obviously a lot of other stakeholders in terms of the people who use and love our national parks, and they'll be part of the process as well. And that's why the government has given some commitments in terms of things like fire management and continued access to our national parks, which are, important commitments to give up front.
Are you contemplating changes to the Act in terms of Aboriginal management?
I think, I don't want to obviously preempt the outcome of that process, but I don't think it would be possible to implement what we have in mind without amending the legislation.
And I also noticed that there's been announcements around Aboriginal ranges in national parks. Can I just clarify, how many, are they all paid?
Yes, I think you're referring to the Gamay ranges, and I might let Ms Stevens add to my answer that the Gamay ranges are not staff members of the National Parks and Wildlife Service. They have been authorised under the National Parks and Wildlife Act, and it's the first time an Aboriginal ranger group has received the authorisations that have been provided in order to undertake some of the duties and functions and exercise some of the powers under the Act. My understanding is they're funded by a grant from the federal government primarily.
That's correct. They're under a Commonwealth funded program for Aboriginal rangers.
As you may know, Ms Sharp, around 12% of our staff identify as Aboriginal, and we do have measures in place, including developing what I think is reasonably innovative Aboriginal ranger trainee positions on the South Coast. So we are, in addition to working with groups such as Gamay Rangers, working very hard to increase the level of Aboriginal employment at a range of levels, including rangers.
But just to be clear, there's no state money going into the program at Gamay?
I'd have to take that on notice. We work very closely with them, so it may very well be that we're also providing some assistance.
We do provide training, but we aren't paying salaries.
but people are being paid salaries, but it's via a federal grant. Is that right?
Yes, and we've just entered into a formal MOU with the Gamma Rangers, which formalises both what we're offering them in terms of training and the work that they're doing with us, and also the authorisation process that we've just gone through, enabling them to undertake activities under our legislation.
Thank you. I think this is one for Mr. Chappell. Biomass regulation, where's that up to?
I understand that we're on track to finalise that piece of work later this year, but I'll just ask my colleague, Ms Chang, to talk to it in some detail.
Thank you. So we are in the midst of preparing a whole suite of guidance materials to make clear where biomaterial sits in terms of a process for the management of residual waste.
And are you able to give me some more information about the considerations in relation to climate change and higher value use being the consideration of biodiversity is higher value use?
So in terms of biomaterials, I believe that in terms of its role in energy, my energy colleagues have made it very clear where it sits, in that it's been excluded as a green fuel. In terms of biomaterials, where it sits as a waste management tool, the waste hierarchy is very clear. It's only permitted where it sits above landfill, so biomaterials should only be used to recover energy if it's otherwise going to be landfilled or burned on site.
We'll come back to that. What should I have?
You've got 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I won't start. I'm going to do heritage next, so we can deal with that. Can somebody just give me an update on, so obviously there's the Marine Park Estate Plan that's coming. There is concurrence between the two ministers. Can someone give me an overview of the input that the environment people, i.e. yourselves, have had in relation to that process?
So we've been working with Department of Planning, or Primary Industries Fisheries component, pretty extensively. There's a steering group that's set up that has the Marine Estate Management Advisory Body that we support. I personally have met with the head of fisheries countless times on not only the overall management plan, but then also in parallel to that are being worked up the regulatory rules for individual marine parks.
Can you just explain to me, so what's going to look like when it comes out?
So the overall strategy will talk about what the vision for New South Wales is with respect to its marine estate. What are the attributes that it wants to try and protect? It's got a 4-pillar approach. So, your traditional social, economic, environmental, but then a cultural element added to it as well. And it'll talk about how it's trying to achieve that.
Sorry, how does the primacy of the Act in terms of marine parks being for conservation
primacy is very
sit
clear.
Within that?
Yeah, the primacy is very clear, and we indeed went through some discussions with fisheries on exactly that point to make it very clear that the environmental outcomes are primary.
We'll wait and see.
It is, Ms. Sharp, in the public documents that are out. The management plan's out currently, and it makes that point very explicit.
There are, as you know, marine conservation groups and scientists beg to disagree in relation to some of these matters. So we'll wait and see for the final. And so, sorry, do you have a time frame for when that's likely to come?
I'm hoping that it'll be within the next several weeks, that'll be proceeding to its next step.
And just to be clear, for it to go out, Minister Griffin has to sign off on it as well as Minister Saunders.
That's correct. I think we referred to it as concurrence earlier on, and that's slightly misleading. It isn't legally a concurrence decision. It's a joint management.
Yes, I just noticed that Minister Saunders does most of the media on it, so thank you.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to ask you about the EPA decision to grant Vales Point an exemption, another further 5-year exemption from the nitrogen oxides emission standards. I know that there has been media coverage about that decision potentially being unlawful because Delta applied for the exemption out of time and therefore the EPA did not have the power to grant that exemption. I also understand that the EPA has indicated it would investigate that and has received legal advice. Was that, in your view, or on the basis of the legal advice you've received, an unlawful decision from the EPA?
We are in the process of finalising our position on that issue, and not sure, Mr. Beeman, if you'd like to add anything, but something we obviously take very seriously and we're giving it careful consideration.
Yeah, I think to 2 points to make is the protection of human health and environment are paramount from our perspective. So air quality on the Central Coast is very good. And we know
sorry, can I stop you there? I want to talk about the legality of this.
I'm
because
circling back around because it just
I could dispute everything you've just said. Continue.
And we know that the emissions meet the National Environment Protection Measure for NOx. But we've got the environment group's position. We're carefully considering it, and it's an important decision to make, and we'll be making that public shortly.
With respect, that was not the question I asked. The question I asked is, do you accept that it was not a lawful decision? It has been 6 months since the issue was raised, 3 months since you received the legal advice. We're entitled to know where you stand in relation to that decision.
Well, the EPA will be finalising its position very shortly.
Why is it taking so long?
Well, I can't speak to the last 6 months, but in terms of the last 3 weeks, I think we've been comprehensively considering each element of this, including, as my colleague said, revisiting the human health and environmental health analysis, and obviously carefully considering the legal position and the advice.
But given that the exemption was not sought within the time frame, given that you have received legal advice around the original decision being not lawful, presumably, what happens next? That decision, so presumably that exemption is null and void. It's no longer applicable, and so Delta should really be trying to comply with the standards under the regulation rather than under this special exemption it's been given for 15 years.
It's not quite as simple as that. There are some complex elements, and we'll be making all of our analysis and decision-making public in the very near future.
And what does very near future mean?
In the next few weeks.
In the next few weeks?
Yes.
So by the end of...
Certainly before the end of September.
Okay, thank you. That would be very useful. Can I also ask, can I come back to the contaminated land register and the discussion, the very brief discussion we had on that this morning? I understand from the contaminated land register as of the 8th of August, so what's that, 2 weeks ago, that Liddell, Bayswater and Wallerawang are all marked as regulation under CLM Act not required. How can that be?
So that was we got advice. So we did an assessment of that a couple of years previously. We've looked at the sort of we've recently declared the kerosene VAR 1, which we mentioned, which will be put in the Government Gazette this Friday, and we've written to all the occupiers and owners of the coal ash dams to think of their positional under the CLM Act. There's a positive obligation for people to notify us of contamination. And so we wrote to them last week saying, you need to consider your position and come back to us. So we're waiting to hear those responses back from those operators.
Is there any power for the EPA to put land onto the contaminated land register without the owners of the land requesting that?
Can I take that on notice?
Yeah, the reason I ask is, well, there's lots of reasons, but one of the reasons is that the state used to own Liddell and Bayswater, and when it sold those power stations within the actual terms of the sale, it says very clearly that that's contaminated land. So it just strikes me as quite odd that we don't now have that land on the contaminated land register.
Well, that's why we've gone back to ask them to consider their position and come back to us.
And I think our expectation is very clear that we anticipate all of these sites will require significant regulatory focus to protect the surrounding communities and the environment. And Ms Boyd, just on an earlier point you made about the brain-eating amoeba, just to clarify, that's actually not a result of the contamination. The amoeba exists because of the temperature in the lake being artificially high, because the older technology at Liddell, that's right, uses the lake for cooling. So it's still clearly a danger to public health.
Yes, it absolutely is. And there's also a number of other elements within Lake Liddell that are a direct result of the toxic coal ash. So it's an absolute mess. Can I ask, have there been any notifications or any work done by the EPA in relation to the recent floods and wet weather in terms of looking at whether the coal ash dams have been sort of overflowing and accessing the nearby areas of water that they all sit on?
Well, I think in terms of Kerosene Vale, there's been ongoing sampling undertaken, which has resulted in the declaration, the gazettal that is now imminent, meaning this Friday. Mr. Beeman, do you want to add?
Yeah, I think I'd have to take that one on note. We had, during the recent storm events in the last 6 months, particularly the March one and July events, we had lots of premises just generally have discharge events, uncontrolled discharge events, just due to the high amount of rainfall that we've had. So
yeah, could you come back to me on notice with the discharge events, if any that have related to the coal ash dams around the state?
Absolutely,
that would be really useful. And I get very concerned about this, because I think once you understand the actual impacts of coal ash, it's quite frustrating not to see action taken a bit quicker. How much longer do I have?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, very good. If we could talk then about the coal ash recommendations, and I know there was an offer before about updating us on where each of the recommendations have got to. That would be very useful to understand which ones are still in train.
I might hand to my colleague, Ms Chang, just while I turn to my notes. There are a number of programs underway or in development there.
Yeah, absolutely. So the EPA has offered to basically coordinate the response, the whole of government response, and we are leading on a number of those recommendations. So entering into an MOU, we've already done that, and a number of the recommendations talked about reuse, which we refer to the waste and sustainable materials strategy. So there's a number of initiatives under that strategy that will consider coal ash reuse. In particular, the 37 million carbon abatement project will be looking at low carbon coal ash reuse for cement.
Could you be more specific about that? So how much of the $37 million is being dedicated to that?
So that program has just commenced, and we are doing targeted consultation. Basically, the premise of that program is about looking at how we can substitute materials, particularly in the construction sector, to substitute materials that currently have a higher carbon footprint for lower carbon footprint, and coal ash is basically one of those potential opportunities. The other very key initiative under the waste and sustainable materials.
Sorry, bring you back to that first one. So that technology exists. We know it's being used in other countries.
Absolutely.
What is that money being used to go towards then?
So the program is currently being designed, but one of the key things that we are looking for is to use that grant funding to bring to bring supply and demand together, and to provide basically a bit of a concierge service to ensure that those who produce this low carbon material are actually talking to the people in construction, so that that substitution actually occurs. The other key initiative in the waste and sustainable materials strategy is government procurement. So we understand from lessons learned in Waste Less, Recycle More that infrastructure is not enough. We need to step into the market space and actually pull through that material. So government should lead the way in this space. And my understanding from my colleagues at the Office of OECC, and that there is significant work in that space, and coal ash is listed as a priority material to be considered under government procurement. So the premise of that program is about government leading the way in procuring recycled goods and reused goods on an if not, why not basis. So transport has a really big role to play, and there's ongoing discussions with our colleagues in transport on how government can lead the way in this space, particularly in coal ash.
The roads and actual infrastructure, so building of...
I will have to seek the details of that because the EPA is not leading on that particular initiative, but my understanding is that there are some very active conversations with transport, as you would with other government agencies, because that particular initiative is about government in every part of government procuring goods from a circular economy perspective on an if not, why not basis.
But just to be really clear, there's obviously a variety of grades of coal ash, and we're talking about high quality product that does not have contaminants that risk human health or the environment, because there's also significant quantity of coal ash that contains a lot of quite dangerous
there is
elements.
A sintering process, though, that's used in other countries. There are ways, you're absolutely right, there's different grades, but there are also ways to sinter and to bind the harmful chemicals in construction materials. But that's presumably what that's
correct. So if not, why not basis talks about safety, talks about cost, and talks about feasibility. So there'll be some very clear criteria on when government can say no, and safety will be one of those key considerations. The other very key initiative in the strategy is the Resource Recovery Framework Review, which the EPA has kicked off, and we have monthly meetings with Coal Ash Development Association to talk about how we can ensure that balance between reuse and safety within the Resource Recovery Framework.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 15-minute break for afternoon tea. Mr. Fleming looks very pleased, and if we can be back in 15 minutes, and I note the time now is 3:35. everybody for returning.
Chair, may I just answer one of the questions we took on notice about contaminated land? I'm happy to confirm the EPA can issue a declaration about significantly contaminated land without the owner's consent, and a declaration is the way of invoking the EPA's powers to manage significantly contaminated land. A declaration may occur after a notification from an owner, but this is not required, and the EPA must notify certain parties about a declaration, which is then published in the Gazette.
Thank you very much. And perhaps just I will inform the committee and the hearing now that we're doing our very best to expedite this final part as best we can. So we've got some more questions from Ms Sharp, some more questions from Ms Boyd, some more questions by Mr Field, and then we will wrap up. And I note that Professor Hugh Dunnett-White has to well and truly leave before 5 p.m, but we're aiming to be before that. Thank you all. Ms Sharp.
Thank you. Dr Kidman. Mr Kidman. Sorry, I can't.
Doctor, if you want.
There's doctors, professors. You'll all be professors by the end. Yeah. We'll be there. I wanted to ask a question. This is just a question out of the performance indicators in the budget. So page 515 of the outcome statement. And it talks about the proportion of people who have their Heritage Act applications determined within the statutory timeframes. I was interested that only 50% of people had that occur in 21-22, whereas you're hoping to get to 75% in 22-23. Can you just take me through why that is?
Yes, I can. I've actually so the Heritage Act approvals are roughly 50% on time, and they have been around that figure for about 5 or 6 years. And obviously, that is, I think it's fair to say it's unacceptable from a customer perspective, and also from an operational perspective. So we put in a range of streamlining, efficiency, organisational measures with the aim to bump up that figure to 75% by next year and 90% by the year after.
Have you got more people?
No.
That's a very impressive efficiencies if you think you can get to there with no additional people.
I'm very confident that with operational and organisational improvements, we can get to that figure. In fact, we're already trending up on those figures. The last couple of months, I think we were around the 60% on time. Our Aboriginal Heritage Impact Permit applications for the last couple of months have been 100% on time based on a number of operational, efficiency measures we've taken. And I'm confident that if we can take those measures and mirror them in the broader heritage assessment space, we can push that figure up significantly.
But just to be clear, this isn't based on additional staff?
No, it isn't.
And is there a view about the volume of requests that you're having that's changed that's also allowed you to get to this number?
Look, the volume...
Hoping to get to that number?
The volume of approvals is variable, month to month. We also have a volume of concurrents and referrals that come to us from planning through the IDA process, commenting on major projects, etc. I'm sorry, I can't say.
No, sorry.
But the
heritage table is a bit short.
Yeah, our on-time delivery of advice in relation to concurrents and referrals on major projects is trending up to about 85-90% on-time delivery. There's also been an independent audit that Planning commissioned about the quality of the advice that Heritage has been providing over the last year, and I'm not.
Is that publicly available?
I don't know. I can take that on notice and I can check that, but certainly the finding of that independent sort of assessment of the quality of our advice was extremely positive.
Can I just check? Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about Aboriginal cultural heritage. Within the AHIP system in the last 12 months, have any applications been knocked back?
I don't believe so.
No.
I can check that. I'll take that on notice, but
I'm pretty certain that's the case. I'm just checking that there wasn't one. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can I ask you about how many items have been delisted from the State Heritage Register in the last 3 years?
I would have to take that on notice.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that there is. The Loftus Signal House is in the process of a recommendation is going to be progressed to the Minister shortly to delist that particular item.
Yep.
But that's the only one I'm aware of at this point.
And can you, of those that have been delisted in the last 3 years, will you be able to identify, I mean, I probably will be able to just by the name of them, how many of them are from government agencies?
Of course, yeah, we can provide that information.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask you how conflicts of interest are dealt with the Heritage Council in terms of when someone's appointed, what declarations are they required to undertake?
Well, there are the normal sort of, conflict of interest declarations that anyone who's appointed to government board or committee fills out.
They're written and they sit with you? Is that, just take me through the process.
They're written and sit with me. Well, they're provided to the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yep.
But in relation to, I mean, obviously we have a range of people on the Heritage Council with a range of different expertise, and whether they be a lawyer or a heritage consultant, they might have provided advice on a certain matter in the past as a part of their professional life. And if a matter comes up where they have had some involvement in, they are excluded from discussion and the decision-making process.
How directly do they have to have been involved?
Oh, well, to some extent, it's a judgment call for the chair of the council, but. I mean, I can think of examples of where heritage consultants who have worked for, either on their own or for a heritage consultancy, have worked on a listing matter or an approval matter that is coming before the Heritage Council, and they will be excluded from the decision-making process.
And do people so in terms of once people have made their written declaration at the beginning of every meeting, is there a declaration?
Yes, there is. There is. So
is that minuted?
Yes, it is. So if there is the chair of the council asks for any updates on conflicts of interest, and they are taken into account.
They're minuted, but I mean, it's not uncommon that someone would declare an interest, but there'd be a view that they're okay to participate, and then there would be other times where they would declare an interest and they'd say, I'll withdraw.
Or, for example, they may have had some involvement with a particular matter, 5 years ago. They're no longer involved. The matter's moved on. But even so, that the Heritage Council, of which I'm not a member, but I attend all the meetings.
Yes.
The Heritage Council will discuss those types of situations. Yeah.
But it's ultimately a decision for the chair in terms of whether someone's excluded, or do people self-exclude?
Well, people do self-exclude, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it is essentially, I suppose, a matter for the chair.
I wanted to ask you about the Blue Plaques program. I think has there been one round? Has there been a second round of the Blue Plaques?
No, there's only been one round.
And the decision of where those Blue Plaques occurred was made by the Minister, is that correct?
Well, there's a process around it. So as you probably know, the first round, for the first round, nominations were sought through all members of Parliament, MPs and MLCs.
Yes, mine was not successful, but I'm not going to go into that.
Mine wasn't successful either. But 2 nominations. Three actually.
Nor was mine.
Yeah, we're pretty unhappy.
We're unhappy. Anyway, so I didn't mean to open up that can of worms. That was not the plan.
Damn,
I'm just trying to understand. So how many were? So just and my apologies.
Like the Carrington Hotel and Hydrome District.
This portfolio. How many Blue Plaques were awarded? They're called
21 as part of the stage 1 at this time.
And how many more are anticipated?
Well, the Blue Plaques program is modelled on the UK Blue Plaques program, where they tend to. My understanding is that they tend to award about 15 to 18 each year. And I suppose that's in recognition of the fact that it's a fairly, we'd like it to be a really prestigious program for obvious reasons.
So there's been round 1. Obviously, there was a lot that were unsuccessful, and 21 were awarded. Have they all been put in place now?
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Are they being put in place?
Well, it'll be between now and the end of the year is the plan.
And excuse me for this, I just don't know the answer to this. Is the list of the 21 that are successful public?
I think, the Minister has announced them.
Yeah, I think so. So there is a list.
Yeah, there is. I can send that to you separately if you like.
That's I can Google it myself. That's okay. That's my question. I wanted to ask you about the Willow Grove relocation. Very controversial, as you would be aware.
Yep.
Is it correct that there's currently 3 sites being considered for its relocation?
Look, to be honest, Heritage New South Wales has no involvement in the relocation of Willow Grove. It was a locally listed item. It wasn't on the SHR. If it were on the SHR, if it had been, I mean, we may have had a view or played a part in the process, but I think that project is being led by, the Powerhouse Museum in Parramatta is not being led by us, so I don't really have any involvement in that.
No, that's fine. The reason why I'm asking you this, and maybe this is about the World Heritage listing of Parramatta Female Factory. It's a very different precinct than the Willow Grove building. Will the Heritage Council have some input towards the final relocation?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, it was a...
What if it's going smack bang in the middle of the precinct?
If it was going in the precinct, any development activity that has an impact on a state heritage listed item is subject to the approval, depending on the heritage impact, would be approved by either Heritage New South Wales or the Heritage Council.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's good to know. I think this is EPA. Synthetic turf. Mr. Chappell?
Look, I understand the Chief Scientist is...
Professor, come on down.
Conducting a review based on a referral from government.
Yes, I wanted to find out where all of that was up to. This is all live.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I can say because it's in process, but there's been an awful lot of consultation that's gone on and still is going on up and down the coast. We've certainly got a draft of what we want to do going forwards, and my expectation is it will be complete certainly before the end of the year and hopefully somewhere before then. It's as I'm sure you know, a much more complicated thing than I think anyone originally anticipated.
No, I think that's the concern of the community, is that these have been rolled out very quickly with all of a sudden all these problems with microplastic and those kind of things coming there. So it's been a review. So can you just give me sort of an outline of what, will you be making recommendations about the way that these are planned? What is or are you just looking at the evidence of...
We don't.
The concerns around microplastic and that sort of thing?
It's more than that. It's about the suitability for purpose in general, right? And the Office of Chief Scientist in general doesn't make, policy recommendations. It'll make science recommendations. And there's a lot to do with, as you say, not just microplastics, but a whole range of other things like local surface, like local temperatures and things like that, which impact significantly. But also there's a usability element, which is important. So communities actually having access to playing fields and things like that. So a lot of things have to be balanced out. And our role in this is to collect the evidence, to collect the views, and to genuinely provide the scientific recommendation on which government can make a policy decision.
And has there been very much work done on actually collecting the evidence? There's a lot of... I'm aware there's a lot of assertions around the pros and cons of the synthetic turf, but what evidence have you been able to collect around microplastics going into waterways, that sort of thing?
So we've gathered quite a lot of information over the past, this has been running now since at least the beginning of the year. We've had a number of university groups assisting with the process. We often get external advisors like that. And we've also looked a lot at international data in this area as well. So there's quite a corpus of information now.
And so once you make your recommendation, I'm looking forward to this report.
Yep, so am I.
It will then go to the EPA, who will, is that, what's the process from there? You make a recommendation to government. If government...
Yes, we
tell me what happens.
No, we were actually originally commissioned by, DPE or DPI as it was at the time, all right, to undertake this as part of a planning exercise.
Mr. Stokes, wasn't it?
Yes. So it was part of the whole planning exercise. However, we are clearly working very closely with EPA because EPA will ultimately have to implement any recommendations that come from it.
And Mr. Chappell, as the EPA, obviously you're waiting for this report, but the issues that are raised in relation to sort of micro and nanoplastics in that environment, where are you up to in terms of regulation on that?
Well, this is really a multi-dimensional challenge, and we're looking across a number of different waste streams, including tyres, where we're convening industry groups and other stakeholders to collaborate and look at both the latest science and the beneficial reuse opportunities and their appropriateness. In terms of microplastics, there are a number of regulatory bans coming in November in personal care, and then there's a much broader review of the next stage of that legislative agenda that the EPA will kick off the following year. It's really, I think, something that touches almost every aspect of modern life, and so we need to really engage very deeply with the community in terms of helping people understand the need to shift to sustainable alternatives, and then helping industry understand the imperative for them to look at their own products and shift to more sustainable alternatives.
Could I just ask a question on that?
Of course.
Well, these regulations or conditions that have come in November, will that also apply to imported products?
Yes, there's about prohibitions on sale in New South Wales. But, I mean, I think they're very important. They're quite groundbreaking. It's just important to understand this is fundamentally about taking plastic out of the environment because it accumulates. It doesn't, people say that it takes 100 years to break down. That's not actually true. It might take that time to get small enough that you can't see it, but ultimately it can be absorbed into the food chain and then impact human health and environmental health very significantly. So it really is part of a much broader need to shift to a circular economy and much less use of these plastics in society and in the environment.
Two more quick questions. The last estimates, it was, I think the federal government announced $50 million for biodiversity support. I can't remember exactly what it was. I'm just wondering to know how much of that New South Wales has received.
At this point, I don't believe the Commonwealth has made any allocation decisions, but what I would say, Ms. Sharp, is that we have met with the Commonwealth just after the recent election, had discussions with them about collaborating on a number of areas, including on koalas, but then more broadly on threatened species. They're due to be renewing the National Heritage Trust Land Care Program in 2023. We think that we're pretty well positioned with work that we're doing with LLS as well as with New South Wales Land Care to put a pretty compelling case towards the Commonwealth to say, we're coming to the table and we would like you to come as well.
All power to you.
Thank you.
My final question is actually about sort of national parks, one Mr. Fleming maybe, or Ms. Stevens actually. The Light to Light National Park program, where is it up to? Light to Light and Ben Boyd.
I'll give you a quick overview on while Ms. Stevens is searching for the notes. The project has received approvals in terms of environmental and cultural heritage approvals. I don't know if we mentioned it in previous estimates. There's an amount of money that had been allocated to the project. Given the significant escalation in costs really across the board over the last 12 months, we won't have the funds to do the whole thing at the moment, so we're going to do it in stages. and each
Tell me what the stage is. Can you tell me how you're going to stage it?
So we'll do it in stages, and even then it'll be dependent on us getting value for money, because with a lot of these projects at the moment it is difficult to get value for money. But in broad terms, the stages will involve, we're actually working at the moment, not technically part of the Light to Light project. We're doing up one of the campgrounds at the moment and a couple of other pieces of infrastructure in the park. The first stage, though, of what is sort of called Light to Light would involve realigning the track, then doing up one of the other campgrounds, and the huts would be then the final stage. I've had a discussion with the National Parks Association where I've said I'm happy to go down and have a chat to them on the ground about some of their concerns around one of the location or one of the sites. Very
concerned about the development in the park. So what you're saying to me is that there's some money to do some of it, but not all of it, and that you'll consult with people like the National Parks Association about the rollout of that, or is that all locked in because the approvals are done?
No. I think what you've said is broadly accurate. The money that we've got will allow us to do some of the stages. We may get more money to do other stages. We'll see, but it'll be value for money if we do it. And certainly I'll talk to the National Parks Association. So we're trying to make sure that it is rolled out in a way that obviously is environmentally sustainable and sensitive and so on. And secondly, really the desire is to ensure that we've got a range of experiences for people. So some people want to go and walk and camp, others want to go and stay somewhere. These huts are very basic. I mean, there's no power, there's no lights, so they're not fancy huts, but they would provide a different way of experiencing the park for some people who don't want to camp in a tent. So we're trying to get the balance right, and happy to keep talking to people about how we do that.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move over to the most honourable Abigail Boyd.
Just quickly, Deputy Chair, if I may, just in answer to your question, I said sale. It's actually supply of those products. So it also these plastic bans also apply. I'm sorry, the plastic bans apply to the supply of those products, not just the sale.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the confirmation in relation to the ability to put land onto the register without the owner's permission. That's very useful. So Vales Point, Liddell and Bayswater, I understand none of them are currently on the register, and yet all of them have been sold by the state a number of years ago with contaminated land disclosed to the purchaser. So I encourage you to assess those parcels of land. If I could just finish off on the coal ash recommendations. Apologies, you may need to come to the front again. Sorry, Ms. Chang. So just going through each of the recommendations that the government supported in full. The first one in relation to the Memorandum of Understanding with the dam safety, I understand that has been completed.
Yes.
Is it publicly available?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. The air and groundwater monitoring sites surrounding all power stations and coal ash dams, have they been established? This is recommendation 2.
Yeah, I believe that work has commenced.
It's commenced. Do you know when it will be completed?
I will take that on notice.
Thank you. And if you could let us know when the data from those sites will be available for the public to be able to look at as well, that would be very useful. In recommendation number 3, which was to conduct the study of surface and groundwater around all coal-fired power stations and associated coal ash dams. I understand that some of that has begun around Lake Macquarie, but not necessarily all of the sites. Can you give me an update on that one?
So I believe because the EPA undertook to coordinate the tracking against each of the recommendations, we are in the process of writing to all the leads, because the different recommendations have different leads, to ask for an update. So we will be able to provide a comprehensive update on all of the recommendations.
You want to do that on notice, is that what you were saying? Or
yes.
Will you be able to provide that in time? Will you have that information back in time to be able to provide it on notice within 21 days of 2 days from now?
Because it relies on other agencies who have the lead on the other recommendations. So the EPA leads on recommendations 1, 4, 11, and Treasury and a number of other recommendations have been led by others. I cannot commit to a time frame because it will rely on them providing the EPA with an update on where each recommendation is up to.
Okay, so if I could ask you to provide on notice the ones that you have heard back from by the time that you provide the answer to the question, that would be useful. And then if you could let me know, so we've done 1, what about 4, recommendation 4 and 11?
Sorry, I just want to clarify. So the recommendations 1, 4, 11 and 16 have been completed. Yep. And now and we have written to the various agencies on the other recommendations for an update on where they are up to.
Okay, so all the ones that you're in charge of have been...
No, sorry. We are in charge of some of the other ones under the waste strategy. The ones I just quoted are the ones that are complete that we will not be seeking an update from.
Okay.
Because they are complete. But I can take on notice recommendation 1, the MOU, whether that is...
It is. We can confirm. It is on the
It is? Yep. Thank you. Okay. I will let you take those on notice then and come back in supplementaries if I need to. Can I ask about the recent fish kill in Lake Macquarie from the 5th of August? Who do I ask that to?
Yes, my colleague Mr Beeman.
Thank you, Mr Beeman again. Yep. So I've seen the latest update that was released really recently. I don't know if it was yesterday or if it was...
This morning.
This morning. Well, there you go.
As soon as we get the data, we'll publish it.
Okay. I don't know if I'm even looking at this morning's one then. Can you tell me where we're up to in terms of... I understand the last I heard was that there was all of the metals within the water were at or below the laboratory limit. What else do we know?
So just before I start with that one, so fish kills that occur like the one at Manning Park are really quite distressing for the community. We actually, people get quite upset because they see all those dead fish on the side of those rivers. It's easy to assume that it's a toxic chemical spill. We've had that earlier this year on the Parramatta River. So I just really want to assure the committee that we actually take these incidents very seriously. So on the day that we were notified of the fish kill, we had an officer out there collecting samples of both water and fish. We use our DPE colleagues and science use their laboratories, and so we've tested for metals, pesticides, nutrients, pH, electronic conductivity, and we also do ecotox tests.
Yeah.
And so they're using the ecotox testing in particular. I think we're coming to the point when you do these fish kills, you're actually working backwards, ruling things out. So you're doing it by a process of elimination. So when we took the water samples, there were water samples around the place, and we also took a water sample from the Bales Point discharge point. Yep. And so as soon as that data's coming in, because we know the community is concerned, we're getting that information straight up on our website as quickly as we can to give that sort of transparency.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask a question on that point? In the testing of the fish, are any diseases tested for? Or infections?
I don't think so, no. So we often use the water quality testing to start with to identify is it a pesticide, and then we then use looking at then narrowing down the level of tests that we actually do on the fish. So the fish testing can be quite challenging to do, particularly on fish that are already deceased. So we're trying to really narrow down what the particular testing we are.
And just to clarify, the fish in Lake Macquarie currently have limitations on them on the basis that there are some high chemicals in there, so mercury, cadmium, selenium. Yep. Is the point here not that suddenly it's okay to eat the fish at whatever level you like now, but more that these particular fish were not impacted by those high levels? What's the...
Can you try the question again?
Okay, so there is a restriction at the moment on the amount of fish that you can eat out of Lake Macquarie because of the toxins that are in there. I just want to clarify that when you say that there's no metals that were above the guidelines, that you're not overriding that.
So we haven't got the fish results back yet.
Yeah.
So the metal testing's for the water. So we compare the metal testing. So all the testing we do, we compare against the National Water Quality Guidelines, and so they're back to the national guidelines when we say they're not ahead.
Okay, so the water testing. Did you test the temperature?
We've got data on the temperature from the Vales Point Power Station.
Yeah, and where's that sourced from? So is that sourced from Vales Point themselves? So they've given you that data?
Oh, yeah, they've given us that data.
Has there been any independent testing of the temperature coming out of the, I've forgotten the word.
Well, the event happened on the 5th of August, so...
Yep. On that Friday, did anyone go and have a look at the temperature of the water?
Not that I'm aware of, no. We took samples of it at the time.
Yeah, but you didn't test the temperature. Was the fish kill consistent at all with an event that might have been caused by higher temperature water?
I think it's because we're still investigating it. You've got to keep an open mind about what the cause might have been. So that's why we're waiting for the further fish testing to come back.
Okay, so we talk about this. I think in the announcements made so far, there's been talk about perhaps there was an oxygen depletion event, which we have seen in other places with algae blooms and things like that. But were there any other indicators of something that would have led to an oxygen depletion event? Yeah,
so the fish, when they saw the fish in the field, actually had swollen up in grade gills, and that's actually an indication of the fish gasping and having oxygen depletion. And so they're quite, unfortunately, these events can be quite common, these deoxygenation events. So you just get that turning over of the lake base. When that turns over, you have increased nutrients moving through the system, and that just causes the oxygen, and it happens to drop quite quickly and then recover quite quickly. So these are quite natural events, but when they do happen, they're quite impactful in terms of the number of fish deaths.
So it may have been sediment churning. Have we got any sort of evidence to indicate that there was any kind of event that would have led to a sediment churning?
That's what we're still looking into. So there was the guys that are the investigators looking into this. There was a change. There was a northerly wind at the time, and there was the discussion that they're looking at all the sort of possible reasons. So we haven't actually arrived at one yet. But where the wind changed and actually had resulted in the lake turning over.
Okay, but is that also consistent with? And, could you get some sort of, even if it was an oxygen depletion event, from a change in water temperature?
Possibly, yeah.
Would that have led to sediment churn, as you've got the sort of warmer water coming through?
I don't know. I'd have to ask the water scientists that one.
So we just don't know yet whether it could still possibly be the temperature change, or we're relying on,
or it could be
something else.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, but in terms of the independent, we don't have any independent data about the temperature. We only have what Vales Point.
Well, they're required to keep the temperature data for us, so...
Yeah. But no independent...
A licence requirement, so...
Yes, but there's no independent verification of that data.
Yeah, but it's a licence requirement to give us accurate data, so... Unless you're asserting they're not giving us accurate data.
I wouldn't assert that, but they have been responsible for a number of breaches over the years. So
we've got no
just
reason
because something's a licence condition doesn't mean it gets complied with.
We've got no reason to believe why the data's not accurate.
Just a final question, because I'm out of time, but how many fish died?
We didn't count the fish.
Approximately?
It's speculative. People say hundreds, people say thousands. It was just a lot of fish died. We didn't go around and count them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. My next series of questions will be to Mr. Riley. If I can't see if you're at the table.
He's just heading there now.
Thank you for your patience today. My questions relate to the recently published New South Wales Net Zero Emissions Dashboard on the SEED portal. Am I correct that you're sort of the knowledge holder here and put together the information that's fed into this dashboard?
That's correct, Mr. Field, with my net zero emissions modelling team.
Can you tell me as at what date these forecasts in the dashboard are accurate?
They're accurate as to earlier this year, so I'd have to take on notice the exact date, but it's earlier this year. What we note with the dashboard is we've got a commitment under the net zero plan, stage 1, to update our projections annually, and we have done that. And we've gone through now into our third iteration of updated projections. The reason we do this is to ensure that when things change within the environment of the different sectors that we're modelling, that we provide as up-to-date information as available. With that, we don't update as information comes in every day or every week or every month. That would be too much of an onerous task. We've committed to providing annual updates, but I'll get back to you with the exact date that we're updated to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first year that the sector-by-sector forecasts out to 2050 have been made available. You indicated you've done 3 iterations now, but this is the first that have been made public, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Would you be able to provide on notice the last 2 forecast data sets as well?
I'll have to check, considering that the first forecast informed the development of the net zero plan stage 1 and may be considered cabinet in confidence. If that and the second iteration of the projections, which informed the update to the implementation plan, which also went to cabinet, if they're not considered cabinet in confidence, then I will seek to provide that information to you, Mr. Field.
And is there a set date about when annual updates are going to be made in the future?
We have not yet set an exact date for those annual updates. I can get back to the team and look for the timing that they are hoping to achieve with those set annual updates. So I'll take that on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. Now, obviously, each of these sector-by-sector line items has a heap of assumptions built into them. I might just pick one, for instance, land use change and forestry. You'd be making assumptions about the area of land clearing that might occur in any given year, public native forestry, private native forestry, probably drought cycles as well would factor into soil carbon. Are the assumptions that are built into these forecasts available?
I'll take that on notice. Our intent is to make them publicly available soon, but of course I'll make them available to you as soon as I can on notice.
I'd appreciate that. Even if the actual data set in terms of, for instance, how many coal mines in a particular year are operating at what sort of capacity level, irrespective of the data sets, would it be possible to, in the first instance, provide just the input categories in terms of, these are the different assumptions that make it up, even if we don't have the actual data under those assumptions, just to get a sense of how broad these are?
Yeah, absolutely. Just as a bit of clarification as well, each of the modelling assumptions that we took for each of the sectors has undergone independent peer review. Our hope was actually to have this all made fully publicly available when we launched the dashboard. There were some issues with just finalising some of the technical edits for those methodologies. We did not want to delay launching the dashboard. We took the decision to launch the dashboard and just take a little bit longer to finalise the methodologies. When they are published, and we'll provide them to you prior to their publication, you'll have all of that information about the assumptions that we've made and the inputs. If I may, just on one of those points regarding the data, there is some confidentiality agreements around some of the individual data, because we do rely on taking data from the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting System at a facility level, and we can't make that data available, but certainly we can make the methodologies available.
I'd appreciate that. And do you do the data crunching yourself? Obviously, in that instance, you indicated you take it from a Commonwealth body. I'd imagine that, for instance, on the land use change, Regional New South Wales, DPI, Forestry Corporation would have input. How much of the work is being done by other agencies inputting this, and how much are you doing the data crunching yourself?
So it varies from sector to sector. Much of the data crunching, as you call it, is done internally within our net zero emissions modelling team. However, what we do attempt to do is we attempt to work closely with our colleagues both in the Commonwealth and also in other departments within the New South Wales public sector. The reason behind that is twofold. One, we want to ensure that when we come out with these projections, which are very fine scale and also very thorough, we want to ensure that we align as much as possible with the agreed methodology that the Commonwealth have used for their projections, but noting, however, that the Commonwealth do have a slightly different perspective on using their projections to inform the design of programs and policies. We take a much closer role in informing those designs. Nevertheless, we want to ensure that when we put out our sectoral projections, that they're not using vastly different methodologies to the Commonwealth projections. With public sector agencies, similarly, we work with them because they're often subject matter experts in regard to some of the technologies. And I'll use, for an example here, the electric vehicle strategy. So we work closely with Transport for New South Wales to ensure that we align not just our assumptions and methodologies for, say, electric vehicle uptake, but we also align and check with theirs, and then importantly use their modelling through their strategic transport models to ensure that we understand the different tasks, the passenger task or the freight task. So yes, we take an approach in working across both New South Wales public sector agencies and Commonwealth agencies, but much of the actual emissions modelling is conducted in-house in DPE.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. This is a very valuable piece of work. It's been fascinating to read it. Don't forget to strip the Dendrobium extension project from the records here. I don't believe that's needed any longer. That's the end of my questions to you. Ms. Chang, I was hoping to just ask a clarifying question about your response to Ms. Sharp about the biomass work, guidelines or regs. You and I have gone back and forth on this for the last couple of years now, and I'm still not quite clear exactly what is coming out or proposed to come out from the EPA and when, specifically with regards to biomaterials that may come out of public native forests. Can you just confirm the nature of the sort of certainty, as you've put it in the past to me, that you intend to provide to the industry about higher value use of native forest biomaterials?
Yeah, so currently the regulation allows for thinning, so pulpwood logs that come out of thinning operations from Forest Corp under the IFOAs to be used for this purpose. However, it is absolutely the intention of the framework that that use respects both the waste hierarchy as well as the higher order use. And that is what we are seeking to clarify. We are seeking to clarify that both of those things apply to the thinning operations of Forest Corp under the IFOA. The reason that clarification is required is because while the intention of that regulation was for that, so both the respect of higher order use as well as the waste hierarchy in energy recovery, there has been significant changes that happened after the regulation. So for example, the thinning operations are no longer defined in the IFOA, and so that now creates that kind of confusion. What we are trying to do is a tidy up to ensure that we understand what is and is not permissible from those thinning operations and what is considered to be a thinning operation.
And the timeline again, just for clarity?
So I do not want to use the word imminent here. So I can only say that we are working very hard as we speak. The team are putting a lot of effort into finalising this work. And to your previous question, it is a suite of materials as necessary to tidy up the framework that regulates biomaterials. And we want to make sure that that suite of materials explains this framework to industry, to Forest Corp, and to all our stakeholders in this space. So I am certainly hoping that this will, that you will see this work this year.
One last one, if I could. I think I heard the buzzer there. Yeah. A regulation or a guideline? I haven't ever quite cleared up exactly what's coming.
Whatever is necessary to clarify in this space, including a regulation or a guideline or whatever other material is necessary to communicate how the framework applies in the use of biomaterials and where it sits within the framework.
Thank you, Mr. Field. I think we've come to close. I just have one final question about heritage, if I may. It's just in relation to the Glendale, the Ravensworth properties there. And just assuming you've seen the Section 10 report from Leo, the Leo report, I think it's referred to.
I received it yesterday. I've read the executive summary, but I have not read the entire document, I must confess.
So that the executive summary, I think, is pretty clear about the findings, and also the Heritage Council's own advice, and also correspondence between Mr. Fleming and the department, really emphasising the incredible significance of that heritage complex, or that Ravensworth complex there, Homestead, and the associated, the
cultural landscape.
the Leo report really goes into that. If the IPC rejects Glencore's project, do you think it is really likely, in view of the fact that the council has said they would put a nomination up for that to be entered on the State Heritage Register, do you think it's likely that would succeed? I'm not asking for a predetermination, just a kind of, with your expertise.
Well, that's a question. I mean, the listing of an item on the State Heritage Register is ultimately a matter for the Minister. But I think the chair of the Heritage Council, at his evidence at this hearing in March, was that the Heritage Council would have pursued a listing had there not been a state significant development application in play at the time. So, but you know, it's an intact colonial homestead. It has significant. It has significance because of. In the historical context in relation to frontier conflict, etc., as I understand it, I've not been there, but the homestead is remarkably intact for a homestead of that age. But I mean, I can't really comment on the likelihood that it would succeed.
You wouldn't want to be seen as prejudging a statutory decision.
Absolutely not.
No, I realise that, but in terms of, I mean, let's face it, in terms of recommendations and drafting reports and that sort of thing, I mean, clearly, I suppose the question really is, the view is maintained that we've seen come to the surface from the Heritage Council and assuming from Heritage. Would you say that's correct, Mr. Fleming?
I would say we have put our advice on the record.
And nothing's changed from that?
Nothing's changed.
Thank you.
Correct.
You do look optimistic, though.
Yeah. Thank you.
Both of you.
Chair, can I just provide some clarifying comments in relation to some questions from Ms Sharp? So there have been no delistings in the last 3 years. In relation to the Regent Theatre, there's no development application that has been referred to Heritage New South Wales for consideration. In relation to the Prince Alfred Bridge, I'm sure you're aware, it was largely demolished late last year, but a portion of the bridge has been retained for interpretation purposes, etc. And Heritage New South Wales has no role, but we are working with Council on the interpretation strategy, so that's where that's up to.
Thank you. And just one final thing I want to note is I've been told that apparently out of the Blue Park grants, or that there's been more dedicated to men than women. Is gender a criteria? Is there?
No, it is not a criteria.
Perhaps that's something that could be taken on notice, because it's certainly been noticed that...
What is a Blue Park?
Well,
There's also more in Liberal seats than others.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Chair, can I just put on record a big thank you to all of the staff across EHG, and I'm sure the other agencies who help prepare the people who've provided advice today, because you see us sitting here before you, but there's a huge amount of work that goes on across the agency, so there's a lot of people listening and who've done a lot of work, so I just wanted to say thank you to all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and absolutely, I think on behalf of the whole committee, we express our deep gratitude, because we do understand what it takes to be here and the volume of material and some of the incredibly good work that you are all doing. So thank you to all of you, which now does bring us to really the conclusion. So thank you as well, government officers, to all of you for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions that were taken on notice and, of course, any supplementary questions that are headed your way. So thank you to all of you. Thank you.